Oh my god, dude. I'm out. Jesus. Scared the shit out of me just now. Alright, am I live on all my channels? Should be. What is the... I didn't even know what the fucking bit rate for TikTok is, man. How much space do I have on that drive? 33 gigs. Okay. It's getting full, man. I can only do like one more video and then I gotta fucking... I gotta edit, dude. I have so many videos to edit.
Put your hands in the air. How you feeling out there? We gon' party over here. 모두 같이 sing it. Let me hear you say la 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 la.
Good. Would you woo? I don't know, dude. I don't know if my phone's gonna fucking hold. I'm worried. This phone doesn't hold together. I might have to switch to my fucking Android, man. Why is there no sound? There should be sound. Oh no. Yeah, that's why. What? Why does everything get muted on occasion? What the fuck, dude? Is there like a mute button on my keyboard that I keep like inadvertently touching? Goofy shit, man. Whatever. Should work fine. Cool. Yeah, which is fine. How much is that? 2? Like a hefty cooldown on it too. Damn, dude. What am I on? It should be Final Fantasy, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot I'm playing games a day for a second there. Okay, what the fuck was I doing last time? I think I just checked out every district and I was going to go to the theater district to something. That's the next part of the story that's there. Totally. Okay, so I didn't get my other deposit. I did not. Okay, so that's what's missing. Okay. Hawk-a-doggy. That's not great, but, you know, not terrible. I hate being in the position I'm in. Man, my iPhone's holding in there. Fucking barely, bro. Barely fucking hanging in there. God, this game just transports me to a different universe in the best way. I love it. Oh, with this. Sold out? Wow. The ogre. The ogre. Silence or darkness? Silence or darkness? I feel like silence is better because spells fucking hurt way more, but you never know. Oh, actually, there's a lot of physical. Actually, I probably killed a lot of them in one hit. Weirdly, it raises my defense. Oh, I think water damage is like nullified right now. That's okay. That's cool. I mean, water and ice, yeah, yeah. Let's see. Undead killer. That'll probably be the next one I slap on. You want all the killers. All the killers are very good. That status is good. High tide maybe later. Level up necessity. Bright eyes and antibody. Pretty necessary, but yeah, I don't really have enough IP to get everything.
Stop pushing. Hey, who are you?
Who am I?
God,
I'm
the
Sir
voiceovers are so
Zidane
perfect,
of
man.
Tantalus, the greatest bandit in the world.
Huh. Have you ever heard of him?
No!
Oh shit. Oh, fuck, I got that glitch.
Go away. Stop bothering us.
Ouch.
Hurry up.
Where's Lowell?
How much longer do we have to wait?
Please, he'll be here in a minute.
Hi, everyone.
What's so special about him?
Yeah, his bitch ass.
Thanks. I love you guys. See you all again. Ouch! Damn. I can't see a thing. Thank you for coming to see Moogle Wannabe 2. Kupo.
We don't care
Kupo?
about you and your stupid show.
Oh.
We came here to see Lowell.
Joke's on you, that is Llewell.
You're...
No, I'm not.
I wonder how many
Poor
screams
guy.
that guy did to get that,
It's
that
tough
perfect
being
scream
so
in.
popular. I should know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think...
I still...
Oh, I'm...
The ladies are fucking silly. There we go, all fixed. Good as new. Oh, I think I'm supposed to go somewhere else. I think I'm supposed to go back to the castle. God, this game looks so good upscaled. They did such a good job. He didn't know in here, did he? Oh, that's him. That's totally him.
You were at the theater. Oh, please, don't tell anyone about this. Please. I'll give you this.
An autograph.
Thanks, Jeez. Come on, let's
Don't ever compare your... Is it done with you?
What the fuck, dude? Is that a key item? It probably is. Oh. I don't know what the autograph is for. I actually, like, seriously don't remember. I don't know shit about fuck, dude. Is there like a... Oh, fuck. I don't remember. I don't know. Let's go back to the castle. I mean, we've gone everywhere else, so like, I think the castle. I think we're trying to find... Are we trying to find anybody? Other than Garnet? I think it's just Garnet. Wow. God, it's so pretty. It's insane. Can't go that way, right? So we have to go this way. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, hey, dude. What's up? Oh, I think we beat him up and take his armor in a minute here. In just a minute. Oh no, Garnet is missing. Again, as usual.
What have you done with the princess?
There it
Where
is.
is she?
Whoa, take it easy. I just got here.
The princess is gone. She was supposed to stay in this room.
Did I do everything
Maybe
I
she
needed
went
to
out
do
for a
today?
little walk.
Job
How
search.
can you be so calm?
Cars
This is
oil.
a very serious matter. Have you forgotten all the dangers
Figure
she
out the
faced
brakes
just
and
to
tires
get
on
here?
that bitch.
What if something terrible happens to her? What am I doing here? I must go find her. Out of my way.
I don't know. What that shit? Oh, the last armor. I think it's my first one. No, it's not. I've got 1,000. Ugh. Oh my god, everything is so crisp. This is fucking crazy, dude. Bleh. An ether.
Can I help you?
Oh, hell yeah.
What do you want to do?
Goodbye,
It's a letter from Kumar. Thank you very much. Stiltskins, can I help you? What do you want to do? I have a favor to ask.
There we go.
I want you to deliver a letter to
Atla.
Thank. Can I help you? Save?
Atla.
Let's say.
You know?
Can I help
Bermicius. Bermicius Volt. Okay. Bermicius Volt. Oh, isn't she like... Yeah, doesn't it go to a cutscene? She's like top of this tower somewhere.
I wonder where she...
She's all hot and singing and whatever. It's probably... I think it's this way. Talk to this guard and then... Yeah.
That song. I've heard it somewhere before. That sweet voice.
Oh, that sweet,
Dagger.
sexy
He's
voice.
upstairs.
Zidon is such a creep, dude.
Sorry.
Man, I've got to get past this guy somehow. Maybe if I disguise...
Oh yeah, baby. Beat up this dude downstairs. Beat him off with both hands. Totally forgot to start recording. Ooh, my camera's hanging in there. God damn. Fuck! Let's go in here and then back out. Yeah, let's go beat this guard off with both hands and take his armor. Frivolously beat his meat off.
Wake up!
Huh?
I just saw a suspicious character wandering around.
What?
His voiceover.
Where?
It's so perfect, dude. They're
Upstairs.
So simple
Follow
and
me.
So good. And the variety is, oh my god, delightful.
No, in here.
Then here, I can
Alright,
take
you
advantage
bastard.
of you.
Show yourself.
Show yourself!
Hey, what are you doing?
That's so goofy, dude.
That was easy.
Now I can go anywhere.
Good day, sir.
Wait, bitch. Actually, did we like stuff him in the closet or something, if I remember right?
Please.
Shh, shut up.
He said, let me out, I'm afraid of the dark. What the fuck? You're a soldier. You found nothing.
I should be able to get on the lift now.
Hell yeah, Molar. Get up on these nuts. Wow. I go this way. I don't think we can.
You! What do you think you're doing? Wake up! How dare you sleep on duty?
Phew, that was...
So dumb, dude. Wow. Such a cool engine. What's up, dude?
A girl. Oh yeah. I saw her go upstairs.
It's so nice being
just a
able to
while
actually see these textures. I wonder if they upscaled it and also used like AI to finish it, or if they just said fuck it and just upscaled it as best as they could from the very raw format.
Huh. That song is very peculiar.
It is very pretty, I'll give it that. It is very nice. It's very nice. Yeah, forcing a 15 frame cutscene to function at 120 doesn't look great. I should probably fix that and limit the game's FPS to 60. Cutscenes 30, in-game 60. That's as far as this should be pushed. What is up with those pants, dude?
Nice song.
How did you get up here?
Ass.
This is a restricted area.
Come on.
Titties.
I do this for a living.
Oh, yeah. You're a member of Tantalus. It must have been easy for you.
Ooh, what a view. Hey, there's a telescope. Let's go check it out. Come on.
fucking funny. This Kip is such a fucking douche nozzle, dude. God, he's an idiot. Fucking shit. How you doing, birds? Oh. Boop.
That river flows right by south. You can get to the gate by walking along the river.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hey, there's a chocobo. Maybe I can catch a chocobo in that forest.
You can. You in fact can. I forget the process for doing
Alexandria's beyond those mountains. I bet
don't
they're
remember it
looking
being-
for us.
I don't know if it was simple. I don't think it was simple.
Oh, there's Southgate.
Hell yeah.
I wonder if they've started repairing it. It'll probably take a while to fix everything.
Oh, it will. We damaged the shit out of that.
There's probably a lot of weird things living there. Maybe I should check it out sometime.
Already got forks ready for little Quina. A precious wobbly will Quina.
Those are the mountains that surround Bermesia. I guess the best way to get there is through the cavern at the base.
I think
Let me
Bermesia's
see.
the next stop.
How's the view?
Oh god. Oh no.
I've made so much trouble for everyone. Uncle Sid knew everything. That's why he asked Tantalus to get me out of Alexandria.
Hey, mythical mermaid, how you doing?
No matter how hard I try.
How are ya?
I'm
Sorry if I'm
always
a little
step
bit
behind in
delayed in
everything.
responses. TikTok is a little
I'm
bit
so
behind.
helpless.
And
What's
also
wrong?
like I have to look at like a few different windows for chats.
Zidane.
But how
why
are
did you
you,
help me
baby?
come here? To Lindblom.
I
Is
hope
it
all
because
is
your boss
well
ordered
with
you
you.
to?
I just wanted to help you. That's all. The boss didn't agree with me, so I ended up leaving the band.
Really? I'm sorry.
I'm playing
Don't
one of my
worry
favorite
about it.
games ever, Mythical
It
Mermaid.
isn't the first time I've left.
Final Fantasy IX,
Zidane.
and it's
Yeah?
modded
Oh,
for like extreme upscaling. So you can actually like all this two-dimensional art in the background and in the foreground for these characters used to be blurry as fuck because it was the worst resolution, like worse than like borderline Super Nintendo quality. I mean, it was bad. And the mod I have upscales the fuck out of it. I think to like 1080-ish, somewhere around there. And it's absolutely gorgeous. I can actually see clear lines and shit and what the art was supposed to look like. And there's so many like fine details you just absolutely could not make out in the old resolution. Just as well, the characters are upscaled and the polygons are fixed a little. Their faces look like faces and they're not like weird Final Fantasy VIII PS1 like folded in faces or anything. Folded in and pixelated. There's a number of fixes that were done, FPS fixes, lots of quality basically. And then the only thing that's new is I also got a voice mod for the game, and the voice mod is, I actually had the dev in here the other day that runs the entire project for the voice mod, and he's so fucking cool. And I actually might get the chance to be an extra in his project, which is so cool. So you might hear my voice in this mod eventually. But they're voicing over basically every NPC, every sign, just about every readable object, and everything has a voice actor. And so far, it's all super fitting and just like beautifully done. It's so sick, dude.
how were you planning to abduct me?
We were gonna
Oh,
put you
I
to
love
sleep
it.
with sleeping weed and then kidnap you. It's mostly used for kids, but a big dose can knock out an adult just as easily.
I guess you didn't need it since I came along on my own. Hey, would you mind giving me some? I've had a hard time sleeping lately.
I don't think that's a good idea. You might get addicted. Maybe all you need is some company, eh?
Oh, please. Do you think I'm that naive?
Can't blame me for trying.
Well,
that
voiceovers are
song.
great, man. I love what
Were
they're
you
doing.
singing it in the village of Dolly?
Yes. So you were up that night.
What is that song anyway?
I don't know. I can't even remember where I learned it. I sing it whenever I feel sad or lonely.
God, that's so
For
perfect.
some reason, it comforts me. and reminds me that I'm not alone.
I guess it's a mystical song. Let me hear it again.
Aw, how nice.
I never expected to find such fine armor.
What are you doing?
Yes, I'll buy that one too. Who knows when that Brawny will start another war?
What? The Queen would never start a war. You dare speak ill of the Queen?
Who the hell are you?
I'm an armor collector.
Oh, well, in that case, can you recommend some good armor?
I must go.
Bitch.
Go!
Can't recommend shit because you ain't shit.
What are those things? They look so stupid. I'm gonna take Sid's airships and destroy them.
Wow.
Hey, cut it out! You broke my knife! I'm gonna go tell your mom!
Oh, come on!
Royal action figures? Those black mages were like toys, being controlled by someone.
The sky looks ominous. Something's about to happen.
Something.
Sir Fredley, where are you? I need you.
Aw, poor Freya.
Okay. Should work now.
Sire, it's no good.
What?
We can't stabilize the engine system. It can't run for more than 10 minutes.
Darn it. My mind hasn't been the same
10
since I
minutes?
became
That's
an
pretty bad,
overlord.
dude.
Hey, Dagger. So when do you want to go on that airship cruise?
What are you talking about?
What am I thinking? I asked the girl at the...
Never mind.
Well, it sounds like you've asked the wrong girl.
Wait. I can explain.
Why bother? Go have a wonderful time.
Oh, man. Okay? How about this? If I get first place in tomorrow's hunting festival, you and me'll go out on a date.
How does that have anything to do with me?
Come on. Please?
Fine.
Okay? It's...
Hold on. Oh, I forgot to get my looks up. I don't even know who's online. Oh, Captain Kim. I love Captain Kim. It's fucking adorable, dude. Super Sisi. A café. Jojo. Pioneer. Oof. That's gonna be a rough ass ride, dude. Looks.
He's cute. We could go on a date.
We're half.
I love Captain Kim, man. Is he playing? Yeah. Is this his first? I don't know where the fuck he's at in it. Those controller slaps, though. Meh. Okay, sick.
The date.
may be tradition, but this is a dreadful
it's starting.
festival.
Shit.
So many lives lost every year, especially because of him.
Hardly. The festival is a test of manhood. I tingle with excitement every
If you don't
year.
die, you're not a man.
This is the last carriage. All the preparations for the Festival of the Hunt are complete.
Very good. Now we wait for the signal.
Yes, sir.
The Fangs have been freed.
What? We haven't even received the minister's authorization.
We believe that they're going to
Just bouncing around a little bit, isn't
him
it? No drop frames, though.
any minute.
All right. Release the moose before they let him loose.
Hurry!
Hurry!
Oh, that time, baby.
All is ready.
All right, stand by.
This year's specimen is perfect. Nothing can stop him. What power!
Very scary.
Hey! Make him stop! It's too early to let him loose.
How?
Hey, Chocolate. I know there's a way to do this to win. No, there is. There's a specific route if you want to win on Zidane or Zidane. There's also a specific route if you want Vivi to win, and there's also a very, very specific route if you want Freya to win. I think optimally you want Freya to win. Because she gets something really good. I forget what the fuck it is, but it's really fucking nice or whatever. Hunt Festival, yeah. She gets a coral ring. Oh, damn, dude. Good memory. Fuck. You can absolutely win the festival. But yeah, but the coral ring is life. Yeah. I forget what it does. Maybe it just casts auto shell or some shit. I don't know. Probably. Oh. Dude, I know this game like my own life. I've forgotten so much because it's been so long since I played it. I feel bad. A lot of it's coming back to me, though. Like, I remembered I want Freya to win. I just didn't know why. So I was like, I'm close, but geez, man, it's been so long. Oh, there's the coral ring. Coral ring. Oh, Vivi gets the fucking theater ship. Yeah, fuck that shit. Eat my ass. My ass, 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 titties. For guaranteed Freya win, Zane can be defeated any time prior to the Zagnol battle. To obtain the Zagnol steals and guaranteed a Freya win, Freya must be alive and Zane must be KO'd when the battle with the Zagnol ends. The timer runs out. Oh, when the timer runs out or Freya defeats it. Oh, that's easy. That's super duper easy, dude. Yeah, you were super right, homie. Oh, it's magic evasion and spirit? Is that what it is? Yeah. Oh, 3 to magic evasion and 2 to spirit. Whoa. 2 to spirit when they level up with it equipped? What the fuck? I don't even know what spirit does, dude. You beat this game in a speedrun? You did a speedrun of this? Dude, that's fucking awesome. Also, goddamn TikTok, dude. Pissing me off. TikTok makes me angry, man. I don't understand why TikTok is such fucking ass. Fucking Steiner's Excalibur 2. Dude. Oh my god. Insane. Not a necessary weapon, but a very good weapon. Very good. Goodgy woodgy. Oh, well. Weird. It's, yeah, I mean, that's just doesn't really help me. It just says live. Oh God, what was I? Why did CapCut pop up? What are you doing, dude? What the hell? Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I forgot what Spirit does on a character. It's just for healing, I think, maybe. Dude, Ozma was fucking brutal. I remember Ozma. He was such a pain in the ass. Yeah, what's up, Revan? How you doing, dude? How's life, man? How are you, baby boy? What you been playing? Ozma will forever be a scary boss. Absolutely the toughest thing in that fucking game. At unlocking him, I died so many times fighting Ozma. Like, that is the... You have to... Yeah. Yeah, I want to know more about stats. I don't really understand stats very well. I never did, and I don't know. I just never really cared. Strength and attack directly affect physical damage, while it and magic directly affect magic damage dealt. What? What? How are things? That's okay, dude. You know, I'm still unemployed. I still have unemployment pay, which is good. I am literally significantly slowing or stopping the hemorrhaging of my, what's the, like, $3,000 left in my savings, which is a month's rent, basically. Well, technically 2 months. So it's very, very low, but it, you know, the unemployment came in clutch, and I'm still searching, man. I keep getting second place on these fucking interviews, dude. It is, like, tearing apart my fucking spirit to live. I'm so tired of getting second place. Like, just... There's always somebody, right? Maybe I just need a better personality about it or something. I don't fucking know, dude. Or maybe I need to interview up here where they can see, like, good quality and shit, and maybe they'll be like, whoa, this guy's, like, kind of okay or whatever. I don't know, dude. See anything in the SF career site? I have not looked recently. I mean, I've seen, like Salesforce shit pop up on LinkedIn basically all the time, but I've been applying to those. It's usually project manager or, like, project administrator. I don't know what the fuck that means, but I can do all of it as long as it requires no programming or coding, right? HP, MP, speed determines the length of ATB. Blah, 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 blah. Well, I know what speed does, yeah. Speed is how fast it goes. Ozma level 7 death proceeds to wipe me. That's funny, dude. That's crazy you did the speed run for that. I don't think I ever did it. I just couldn't. I'm too much of a fucking loot goblin, Chocolate, and I just need to stop and get everything. And I could never do the speed run because I just love grabbing shit, man. I can't stop. Straight up. It was at like level 45 at the end. Oh my god, man. I think I went all the way to like 90 something. Before I tackled Ozma the first time around. 45 is nuts. Half the HP and defenses. Physical attack. The Thief Swords and Knight Swords, the bonus damage is also based on spirit? What? What? Gotta have auto reflect and pumice pieces and stuff like that. Yeah, I think I had all that. I don't know about the pumice pieces. I don't really remember, but the auto shell, auto reflect, all that. Dude, auto reflect is so funny because sometimes, like, certain battles, it'll, like, if they also use reflect, it turns into a weird auto reflect battle, and it's so fucking amusing. I love that shit, dude. It's fun. That was a fun, like, bouncing it off yourself to enhance the damage is a wild fucking ride. And then, like, technically, you want to try to dispel it off of the enemy because you know damn well they're going to cast it on themselves to hurt you worse in the next turn if they have auto reflect. So you want to dispel it and hope they damage themselves, but then Ozma just heals himself. So, like, fuck. Was it because Ozma's a caster? Yeah, I do remember that. That shit was, oh god, it was painful, homie. Varies slightly depending on the weapon. For Thief Swords and Knight Swords, the bonus damage is based on spirit, while for rackets, it's based on speed. What the fuck is a racket? Who uses rackets? I don't remember that. Was it that one dude? The guy? Oh, shit. I don't think I'm going to be attacking with a racket, though. That'd be really fucking weird. They're not exactly strong. Yeah. Those are... I don't think I'm going to worry about that. Let me know if you see one on the site. Okay, dude. I definitely will. Thank you. Is that what you do, Revan? Is you work for Salesforce as, like, some kind of IT, I assume? I don't know what your actual role is, but is it basically for Salesforce purposes? The pumice piece is because it absorbs and nulls shadow damage. Oh. Yeah. Okay. For thief swords and knight swords, the bonus damage is based on fucking spirit. Oh, these are thief swords. That's what I'm using now. Oh, shit, dude. Oh, and the big bads. I don't know. Who should I give this coral ring? Should I give it to Steiner or should I give it to Zidane? Wow, spirit affects many things in gameplay. Many invisible to the player. Oh, I hate that. Damage with thief swords and knight swords. We know that, yeah. Accuracy rate of the steel command. Did not know that. And Vivi's meteor spell? And affects character's counterattack and critical hit chances. Good God. Spirit is the god stat, apparently. Spirit also affects the outcomes of magical spells and others like life and revive, phoenix. Spare change deals more damage with more spirit. Okay. The character reaches trance faster in spirit. Okay, sure. Trance also lasts longer the higher the spirit. Oh my God, dude. Spirit determines the duration of an expirable status effect. Oh, you fucker. It also affects the stat effects that tick, like regen and poison. The higher the character's spirit, the more often... Oh, everybody needs spirit then. What the fuck? The more often does regen heal the character, and less frequently does poison sap their HP. Damn, dude. It is the god stat. That's crazy. Oh, he's fucking nuts, mate. So 60, I see. Oh, wow. Yeah, durations and intervals. Doom and gradual petrify are worsened by high spirit. That's fucking funny. FF9 was crazy? Yeah, dude. What is it? I didn't know all this about the spirit stat. This is fucking psycho shit. That's so funny that it makes gradual petrifying Doom worse for you, though. It's so fucking weird. Oh, because it lengthens the... I see. Yeah, you know. Doom was one of the fucking abilities or status effects that I absolutely hated in Final Fantasy. I hated that fucking timer, man. Yeah, everything else controls like one thing, and then Spirit's like, I'm gonna control these 30 other fucking stats for you. That's fucking dumb, dude. Good God. Oh, level 5 death? Yeah, I hate that shit. Oh, I hate it so fucking much. Okay, so I could just do anything, but at the 4-minute mark, go fight the Zagnol and just buy some fucking time. Steal, let Zidane die. Hopefully he dies. And then keep everybody else alive. That's it. I could do that. Yeah. Chocolate says, it wasn't until later I found out it was multiples of 5 that affected the spell. I was like, why? What the fuck? Then why?
Open the gate at once! The gate's gonna fall apart!
As in like your level being an interval of 5? Like 5, 10, 15, 20?
Signal!
Levels, yeah. That's pretty goofy. Honestly, I think it's kind of cool. Just hit level 99 and then you're immune, right? Right? Unless they cast level 3, I guess. Or level 33.
Hey guys.
Oh, holy.
Sorry I'm late.
Yeah.
All right, let's begin.
Festival of the Hunt. What is it? I have to do the... is it the business district? I think I need to do last. Just do the one I'm at. Go somewhere else. Don't do it. And then go to business. Yeah. Whatever one I'm at. Non-business. Business. Yeah. Like I said, they gotta make this into a remake. I'll buy the most expensive edition ever. I mean, basically, they're modding it for free. Like, a little bit longer, they'll have the voice acting done. Everything else is basically done as far as like upscaling and shaders and all that shit, bug fixes, etc.
What do you wish for your hunter's reward?
I'll go with Gil all the way.
I'll take a coral.
An add-on.
And you, Mr. Vivi.
So mysterious.
What? I never signed up.
I thought you would do pretty well.
Goddamn.
So I signed you up. Don't worry. With your black magic, it'll be a piece of cake.
I don't know who to give the coral ring to. I need 4 of them.
No.
That was.
I wonder if you can find more coral rings. Also, I gotta use the bathroom, dude. I'll be right back. Take care, Revan. Hope you had a good lunch, dude. Ugh. Nah, chocolate. I don't think they're gonna make like a true remake of Final Fantasy IX. I think they're only gonna appeal to the biggest fan bases, which is basically 7. And debatably 10. Oh fuck, dude. It's like in my eyeball. I mean, it'd be great, but like, especially the art style the original Final Fantasy IX has. It's very like cartoony, kind of chibi. So like, I don't know. That'd be hard to translate without making it really fucking weird.
Very inconsiderate of you, Saddam.
Oh. How about this? If you win, I'll fix you up for a date with Dagger.
Me and the princess?
Shh, keep it down.
What was that? You just mentioned the princess. What evil deeds are you plotting now?
It's nothing. Right, Vivi?
Yeah.
So, what would you like for your reward?
I'll take a card.
Okay, Gil, an add-on, and...
Shit-ass card, dude.
The festival will begin shortly. You all
He sounded
have
so
different
disappointed
starting
saying
points.
a card.
Hunter Zidane will start in the theater district. Hunter Freya will start in the industrial district. And Hunter Vivi will start in the business district.
Okay, so we're gonna do industrial, go to theater, leave theater, and then just kind of wait to grab the boss at the 4-minute mark.
Your starting point is you'll need to take the you'll need to.
Oh, I'm starting in theater. Okay, so we'll knock that out.
Can I help you?
Blah blah blah.
Save?
Yes, please.
Let's save.
Let's save, dude. Damn, I couldn't equip anything on anybody else. That's a bummer. Ugh. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go.
Such rudeness. Princess, they are treating you like a commoner.
Oh, hush. We get a great view from here.
You're right. I can see the entire town. Princess, look! Master Vivi is also participating.
Vivi!
I can't believe it. He seemed reluctant earlier.
Master Vivi! The princess and I are rooting for you!
Come on, Vivi!
Chocolate, I still can't believe I had fucking Suna mods in here. The fucking creator of the voice mod project. I still can't believe that shit,
Can't win
dude.
just by running! A good offense is
Fucking
the
wild.
best defense.
The whole stream, too.
Attack!
It was crazy, dude.
You can't lose to that monkey, Zidane! Yes! That's it! Now's your chance!
I'm definitely going to keep up with him,
One
too,
more
to see
time!
if I can do some voice
Vivi,
acting for this
behind
game.
you! Yes! Go!
Seemed like there's potential, but who knows, you know? Could just be being nice. You're just a silly VTuber not liked by the internet? Well, you're loved by me, you silly bitch. That's gotta count for something or whatever. La 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 la. Oh. The hate for VTubers is so real. Yeah, dude, it got even worse because XQC opened his fucking mouth about it. And now everyone's like, yeah, VTubers are weird and gross and man, they're ugly, hiding by the camera.
Our
Stupid
man
shit,
with
dude.
the plan, boy with the ploy, Tantalus' very own Zidane.
Fuck
Taking
that guy,
the
I
lead
agree.
and running with it. Last year's champ ain't this year's chump.
Quite the opposite, Jim.
Yeah.
This really is a return to form for Velma.
Velma with
Salty
a
Doki Bird
significant lead.
beat him after he cheated? Yeah, dude. He's a salty piece of shit. I don't like streamers like him, man. I'd rather listen to Asmon than him, for sure. I used to hate Asmon, but I don't know, dude. I think there's much worse out there.
Velma
Especially
with the
when you see people
masterclass
like
in monster hunting.
like Jack Daughtry. Oh shit.
That's right, Baba. Lindblom's head chef representing
other
Castle
shitty streamers.
Lindblom.
You know, yeah, I don't know. Asmon's something else for sure. Come get me, bird. He is somewhat sensible, bizarrely. Especially for a pretty gross basement nerd, let's be real. But like, I don't know what's going on, but he's making a lot of points. And I logically, I'm not gonna fight it. He is disgusting though. Which is also logically correct. And he, I mean, he even admits to it, like, he knows.
Little black mage that could.
The little black mage that could
snatch that first place prize.
Impressive display of destructive magic for such a scared little
Seriously?
guy.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Come and get me, bitch. You know? That's like always in my head. Singing music like that in the weirdest way possible. Anytime I hear music I love. The music was so intense in this game. It was good. Every Final Fantasy, like, was really out there with the music.
Who could have foreseen the meteoric rise of one black mage Vivi?
Oh, the betters aren't having a good time now.
Certainly not. If they could sweat kill, then they'd at least make a return on investment.
Zidane is really holding on to first place and holding it tight.
I love these announcer fucking
Sticky fingers works on lead.
voiceovers.
Apparently, Jim.
They're so good, dude. We're gonna do a cosplay of him? It'd be so fun. It's so chill.
This kid is absolutely insane, Jim. Giant eyes, lightning striking from the sky, explosions everywhere.
If I didn't know any better, I think this was a foreign strike against our great nation.
Oh my
I hate
god!
to be this kid's enemy.
Did they just call Vivi a terrorist? What the fuck, dude? Wild. The voiceovers are wild. Yo, what's up, the word? How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Hope you love Final Fantasy 9 and Goofy Goober stuff.
Force of nature.
Lock your doors, reinforce your walls, nail down your belongings. Vivi is coming through.
Wow, they're really juicing up Vivi and making him sound like a terrorist, but like it's like I'm gonna steamroll the fucking town. Honestly, Vivi's really strong later. He fucking could. Absolutely could.
A pointed hat, glowing eyes, long coat, and an arsenal of magical abilities. What does that sound like to you?
Sounds like a winner, Jim.
Exactly right, Bubba, as Vivi takes
Vivi's
the lead.
a precious little angel. He's a precious little angel, isn't it? Got him. Alright, so we gotta get close to there. Oh, I should keep Zidane low health. I done diddly fucked up. Ah, squirrel! Yeah, Rude, feel free to ask questions, hang out, you know, just be cool and shit. And, yeah, you can ask whatever, yeah. Talk about whatever you want, baby. Did TikTok, did it fucking crap out again? It did. Why is TikTok so fucking unreliable for live streams, dude? Ugh. It's annoying. And you could have just let the board hit you? True. Let the board hit you. Hit these nuts!
The Dawn might be getting a little lonely all the way up at first place.
Well, you don't have to look far behind him to see everyone trying to catch up to him.
Who says this festival isn't about the power of friendship?
Pretty sure the final boss is like 100 points, so whoever kills that almost always wins. I don't know who I should give Spirit to, man. I really don't know. I wish I could get 4 of those coral rings, but I think you only get like 1.
Definitely not a bird, Baba. Yes, sir, that's our Dragon Knight crashing down on the competition. No lead is safe with this Burmesian bombshell in the game.
Vivi, you think? Eventually you'll get more? Okay. Oh, you do get more. Okay. Alright, I'll give it to Vivi then. God, it just affects everything, though, so it's just like, well, shit. I don't think it affects black magic damage, though. I think it's more like duration, healing, that kind of stuff. Tick rate, etc. And then bonus damage on certain weapons. Yeah. I don't know if it'd be good for
One
Vivi.
tall leap for Freya, one huge chasm for the rest of the hunters to close.
Even the monsters themselves know an apex predator when they see her shadow grow from above.
Hell yeah. Love that. Love that for you, Freya. Oh, I should have taken hits from this dude. I should have just sat here for a second. Oh well.
Zidane might just run away with the whole thing.
And that's the lead taken by Freya.
Wait, when did she get there?
You can synthesize it in Trino. Oh, really? Okay.
That's Freya for you. Leaping whole districts in a single
Maybe just
bound.
running away from a wolf. Poor Vivi. Okay, this is the last monster, and then I will just wait a little bit and then head in at the 4-minute mark, or maybe 4:15. Probably takes 15 seconds for the boss to come out or something or whatever. Check the ingredients.
Freya
Okay.
taking the lead in stylish fashion.
Girl knows how to fly in, get the job done.
A rod and a lightning staff? Oh, that's not too bad. Tell them to go. Yeah, that's not bad at all. La 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 la. Thief knife, thief swords, steel, I don't care. Vivi's meteor spell, counterattack, and crit chance. Oh, it's everybody's crit chance too. God damn, dude. Outcome of magic spells and other skills. What does that mean, the outcome? As in life, full life, revive command, and Phoenix revive. The character with more HP, the higher the spirit. Okay. Faster trance, lasts longer. Faster tick rates, longer buffs. Oh, okay. And the target's current status. First, a time limit was established using the target's spirit by the base limit of status. Okay, so it wouldn't be good for like a healer, really. It really wouldn't. Not initially. But it would be good for everybody. We'll just give it to, just keep it on Zidane for now. Him or
And fly out. And she makes it look easy.
Him or what's his face, Steiner. I think would probably be good for spirit. He gets that bonus damage and then other shit and whatever. Do you know if it affects like black magic damage? It seems to only affect his meteor spell. It do be affecting crit chance though. Everybody fucking needs it. I just don't know who to initially give it to, but I don't know. I'll just leave it on Zidane, because I'll have him as a character the longest, probably. Oh shit! I think I went in too early.
Can anyone stop Zidane?
If this were a jungle, we'd all know who's king.
Hey, where the fuck is where's the monster?
Zidane?
Oh, he probably doesn't come out until the 4-minute mark. I bet. Yeah. You say Garnet?
Bring in the pain!
Baba, it's pronounced Zidane.
I don't know, bro.
Should have thought about that when I wrote it. How about Zidane's killing everything that spawned?
A true poet.
And boy, do I know it.
Okay, now we should come out, right?
Freya Spear heading the competition, and she hasn't even revealed her jump card.
Leave it coming, Jim. Leave it coming.
Okay, but I get
You're
to finish.
ridiculous.
I've got a thing with dagger on
All I gotta
the
do is steal and just stay in the air with Freya, probably. That way Zidane's the only target and he goes down. Yeah, we'll make her jump immediately. Oh, 120? Holy fuck. Needle fork. Yeah, nice throw. Pretty good damage. Mr. Gloves. These fucking Indonesians, dude. Fuck off. Then Gunna gets those Eidolon trance, and those do damage. I say it because it affects the trance status. It does, yeah. You know what? I don't really know much about trances. Who basically has the best trance? Is it what's her face? I mean, that's her only damage ability, that's for sure. Well, it depends. Oh, all right. I don't know, man. That's really hard to. I don't fucking know. Doesn't have anything. Zidane has good transfers. Yeah, I'll just leave it with Zidane for now. And once we can transmute more, I'll keep it on everybody. What skills does he have? Sick. That, whoa, God, that hit hard. Isn't his thunder reduced by half? Holy shit, dude. I think it is. Yeah, it's water and thunder. Or is it water and ice? No, it's water and ice. JK. Now all we have to do is survive. Or we could kill this motherfucker. Wow, she's taking half as much damage. That's crazy. Do another jump attack. Have fun attacking nobody. I think Freya's in the lead, so I think we're good. Oh, he literally just doesn't take a turn. Wow. As long as Freya doesn't miraculously die somehow. Oh, he passed on his turn, I think. La 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 la. Dog. She might not come back down before the timer's out. Well, we'll see. Just barely. Didn't kill him, though. Zidane is retired. Oh my god.
That was marvelous, all of you.
So many points. Congratulations.
We grant you the Master Hunter and your reward.
Hell yeah, dude.
My hat's off to you, Freya.
Shit, yeah.
I don't know how you racked up so many points.
The fruits of my training, I suppose.
Regent, please forgive my intrusion. I bring urgent news from our king.
The King of Bermesia?
The king of Amnesia.
You must not let him see you like this.
Take a good look at him. An injury has blinded him. Continue.
Our kingdom is being attacked by some unknown force. We are severely outmatched. Please, send reinforcements immediately. The enemy looks like an army of mages.
There it is.
Wearing
Steepled
crowned
hats.
hats.
The king and I are old friends. We'll send reinforcements to Vermesia immediately.
Thank you, Regent. The king and all of Vermesia will be most grateful. I must return now.
Take him to the infirmary.
It's too late. He's gone. It's a miracle he even made it this far. I can't believe this is happening.
This is a problem. Because of the festival, there are hardly any men left in the castle. It will take time to mobilize.
We have no choice. Call back the 4th Aerial Division patrolling the border.
But if we recall the 4th, we will lose our eyes over Alexandria.
What? Vermesia is our ally. We must help them.
We must
Steeple-crowned hats. They might be black mages, like Phoebe.
Yeah.
It can't be.
She gets it, man.
Could it be Mother?
Oh, it's definitely.
I must go now.
Definitely
I cannot sit
your
and wait for the
fucking mom.
reinforcements.
I'm coming with you.
No, this doesn't concern you.
What's this? I'm a stranger all of a sudden? I'm not gonna sit back and watch your home get destroyed, alright?
Thank you, Zidane.
Can I come too? I want to find out who they really are.
Sure.
All right then. Let's go to Vermesia.
Hell yeah.
Princess, this is a foreign matter. It has nothing to do with us.
Steiner is right. We don't know if Alexandria is involved.
But if black mages are involved... Zidane, you know what I'm talking about. If Mother is behind this, I'll make her stop. I promise.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
I think you should stay here.
What?
We don't know what to expect there.
I've already faced great danger coming here.
Crazy talk on me.
What's the difference?
Dagger, this is war. A lot of people are gonna die.
I know that.
How did you feel when you saw that Burmesian soldier die just now?
I felt sad, of course.
Just sad? Weren't you scared too? Obviously, you haven't realized how dangerous it's gonna be. You could get killed.
Wait, what?
This is no time to be talking about convincing your mother
my
of
title
anything.
wrong?
But...
Hey, Zuzu. How you doing, BB? Is my title... No, it says Final Fantasy and stuff. Oh, goddamn. That's an old fucking... That is super old. That is a super duper old. Copium is the drug for
time
coping.
to argue.
He's right.
It's like
we
opium,
must head to Burmesia
but
at once.
coping. You're just
Will
relaxing
you
right
open
now?
the Dragon's
Hell
Gate?
yeah.
Of course. If we're going by foot, leaving from that
That's like a
gate is
super
the
old
best
title.
way.
My bad.
Let us eat while we wait for
That's
the
like an
gate to
alert
open.
title. It's not even like the title of what I'm doing. I always forget about that fucking thing on Twitch. On Twitchy Witchy Woo. Look at this glorious feast. You can actually see it, dude.
Yay!
It's upscaled enough I can
so
see it.
hungry.
The Festival of the Hunt Feast is one of our oldest traditions. It began well over 5 centuries ago. It is customary to eat everything with your hands. So go on before it gets cold.
Yeah, Twitch does a weird thing where like the notifications for going live are different from like the stream title of going live. And I just forgot to update that one.
Thank you,
it's
Uncle.
a bajillion years old. By a bajillion, I mean like,
Oh,
I don't know, probably a week.
So good.
Got big ass cake.
Let's just eat. We can't do anything until the gate opens.
You're right.
Hey! Not bad!
I swear to God.
This is wonderful. Princess, how is everything?
Yeah, how is everything,
Why
Princess?
aren't you eating?
Why aren't you eating, Princess?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I had to knock all you motherfuckers out.
Everything is so delicious.
Indeed it is. Especially this beef. It is superb.
Probably is really tasty. And everything's laced with poison. Nah, it'll just knock them out. It's all right.
I'm so full. I'm getting sleepy now.
What the? The food is poisoned! How can I be so careless?
Oh, you were just joking, Sue? No, I was being serious. Yeah, it really is.
Princess.
Laced
I
AF.
should have tasted it for poison.
That's impossible. There shouldn't be any in your dish.
What? Now that you mention it, I feel just fine.
So
how did you know? Princess.
But
you
how?
didn't.
It's not
did you
poison.
know?
It's just a medicinal herb Zidane gave me. Believe me, this is not what I had planned. Steiner, I have to make my own decisions. I had no choice. Uncle Sid would never let me leave the castle.
I mean, she's right, though.
That is because he is concerned about you.
You know, just a quick little knockout drug for your buddies.
I
You can leave them
understand,
behind,
but...
helpless and alone.
No, you don't understand. War is a terrible thing.
War
You must never experience it as I have.
Oh, shit. I
I'm
forgot
sorry,
that
Princess.
that new season, the second
I cannot
season.
follow
of
any
fucking,
orders that might put your life in danger.
Fallout is out. I gotta watch it.
What if Alexandria is behind the attack on Bermesia? It could lead to war between the three great nations. Many innocent people
Also, I
will
need to put that
die.
on my
As the
jelly
Princess of
consumer.
Alexandria,
That's
there
definitely
must
a
be
keeper.
something I can do. I have to help Mother. I don't want to see anything happen to her.
Very well. Princess, I will follow you wherever you choose.
Thank you. Let's go before everyone wakes up. I'm sorry, Zidane. Come on.
Dagger, where are you going?
Nighty-night. I probably only knocked him out for like, I don't know, a couple hours maybe.
It
Honestly,
must have been some
not
sort
a bad cat nap.
sleeping medicine.
It was sleeping weed.
We've been had.
I gave her some because she said she had problems sleeping.
Surprise,
I'm
motherfucker.
impressed. There's more to her than meets the eye.
Hell yeah.
Damn, what the heck is she thinking? Maybe she's heading to Bermesia.
Then you might still be able to catch up with her.
Vivi, wake up! We're going to Bermesia.
Let's head for the Kizamaluk's grotto. Once we pass through the grotto, we will be in Bermesia.
You can leave from the Dragon's Gate, located on the base level.
Wow. What these? I don't think we could do anything with these. I think they're just for, yeah, just for looking at. God, the controls are so awkward in here because of the angle. Oh, I can't go back there. Bullshit.
You can leave from the... Then head for the Gizmaluke's grotto, as Freya said.
Ja. Ja, 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 ja.
The conference room?
Well, this is the royal chamber? Oh. What's up, Suna? How you doing, dude? You did miss the festival. The voiceovers were great, Suna. The voiceovers were fucking fantastic. Don't you worry. They were so funny. And, like, one of them was... It was, like, borderline painting Vivi as, like, a terrorist, like, steamrolling a town. Because they were like, holy shit! Hide your kids! Hide your wife! It was fucking funny. No, they were great. I had a good time. I loved every single one of them. They were very entertaining. Thank you for all the good work, Suna. I mean, seriously, it's great. Oh, nothing up here? Could have sworn there was like an item up here. You made that feature yourselves? It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I love it. Also, good to see you again. Good to see you again, buddy. Do I need to go to mid-level? I don't think I do, because I think Bermecia is the next one I need to go to, right? We got the coral ring, which is cool. Yeah. The next one should be Bermecia. Put a lot of extra lore, foreshadowing, and world building into them for fun. It's great. You guys are crushing it. You're doing such a great job. I don't think I have any reason to go back to mid-level. Oh! No, I think I do, actually. But we do get Quinna soon. I think Quinna's battle lines are gonna have you laughing. Quinn is such a weirdie. Like, I agree. I think so, too. Let's go, let's save real quick. Well, I guess we don't need to. We can save outside. There's a couple areas we can go to, and I think... Let's go to the business district, I think? I think that's where I started, right? I think so. I think we can go out the front gate there. Even though we're not supposed to, but... Did all of that. I don't think there's anything else to talk to or do. I don't think we missed any coins. Also, my controller will not stop vibrating. Good God.
Can I help you? Save? Let's save!
Oh, shit. Jesus. God damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Chill out, dude. Okay, we'll wait for that to reconnect. Good God. Oh, it's Tsurumas! Yeah, chocolates! Just eat people and get magic. Quinn is wild. She's a heck of a character.
Can I help you? Call me again, anytime.
Whoa. Why am I able to adjust the camera like this? Is that a new feature? Holy fucking shit. No, I remember these dragons sucking. They hurt. Love their design though. Oh, they petrify, right? Oh, they sleep. That's what they do. Okay. Boop. I think sleep lasts until somebody wakes you up, right? Yeah, there you go. Our battle line's not working now? I haven't noticed any. It's the first time I've been outside of the out of Lindblom as well. Oh, the forest is back here. I see. Oh shit. Oh, shit for 216. Not bad. Don't you grow. There we go. Jesus. 518. Oh my god. It's not even a crit. And do you ever help with mod? Oh, dude, every time. I'm telling you, if you want to find anything wrong with the game, you just pop it on my channel. Any indie game or any mod, like, trust me, you will see the weirdest shit. It's just like when I control alt delete and everybody's textures just say bye-bye. It never fails, man. I'm just too powerful.
Can I save? Let's save!
It's weirdly quiet without him. I know, isn't it weird?
Can I help you? Call me again, anytime.
Anytime, Kupo. Oh, there's like nothing out here. Okay. It's just this. And then I think we can farm, or try to farm, the ragdoll mouse guy. What the fuck is that? Reports of an old man's ghost appearing at the Pinnacle Rocks. Hell yeah. Let's go. Well, that's it? It's just for these two? I thought it was more than that. Maybe I'm thinking of the other side of this canyon. There's like more to do and explore, I think. Well, damn. Imagine playing this for years and having nothing but quiet. Yeah, right? Isn't it fucking made, mate? Still one of your favorite games of all time? Absolutely. It's still one of the best Final Fantasies, if not the best. In my humble opinion. You love to see how games develop over time. It's amazing, dude. Working with some weird ass programming and weird ass tech, all hailing from very just primitive code of turning a medical device into Pong, you know, and then it just exploded from there. And they just fucked around and found out what they could do with it, and it just evolved on its own. It's beautiful. I keep forgetting to equip shit on them. I should probably do that. Zidane over here just taking a fucking beating. Javelin. Let's give you water resist. Ice resist. Sure. Wind resist. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I gotta fucking... I'll just put it on him. I don't know who to give the core ring to initially, but didn't realize Spirit was so important. Oh, so you said some goofy methods to get something to work while the players will never know about it. Oh yeah, and all the craziest shit is probably the camera angles and like how the camera like fucks with the point of view, but like when you look at the raw like camera feed, it's all sorts of goofy shit behind the scenes of how they make things more efficient and also give it a cool point of view, whether it's first person or not. And at the same time, efficiency in terms of like, you know, it only sees what this cone allows it to see, so that everything isn't loaded all the time and bogging you down. Like, it's so clever, all the shit they've done. But I follow a bunch of different indie devs, and especially like the indie devs that do like pixel art and then poly art inside of games, and the shit they do is wacky, and it is so cool to see. Probably, oh, the cotton robe. We'll keep the silk shirt on for now. And we'll give him a, is it glass buckle? Yeesh. I think I like, I don't know. I think I like the glass buckle just because the magic evasion is like pretty fucking nice. Oh, we don't really need Undead Killer yet. Damn, she's got a lot of stuff, dude. Yeah, we're gonna get that Insomniac here soon. Antibodies next on the list for sure. That's fucking, that's all Vivi needs right now, is all the defensive statuses. Give him a shave real quick.
Can I save? Let's save!
Oh, my phone might die again, dude. I think it's just time to get rid of this iPhone. Like, it's just not charging right. It's crazy, dude. It should be charging just fine. So I'll be right back. Big sad, dude. Yeah. Welcome to the club, or I joined your club because I started earlier. I kind of want to do game dev eventually, but I need a stable job first, and I need a safe environment to explore it, you know? Also, thank you for the welcome back, BB.
Again, anytime.
Goodbye, little dude. Meow. Stop vibrating. Oh my god. This is so annoying. I'm gonna have to turn controller vibration off because it is going ham. Tuna says I found the issue. Oh, that's amazing! I sent your DM that's just a single file. Grab that and put it inside the main EchoS folder and you'll be good. Okay, cool. I'll save and restart and then drag it in. And we'll see if those the files get going again. You still remember the one where it had like multiple voices on like Sir Thomas or something like that, right? In the theater district. So I want to make sure that one wasn't forgotten. Not like saying we've worked on it. I just don't want it to be lost. Because it's a lot of numbers. Oh, restarting in the sense of just quickly restarting the game, Suzu. Not restarting like my entire run. I'm having a blast. No, this run is perfectly fine. Can I get this ready to get my tickle pickled? Okay. So you know, I was asking if you remember yesterday the Sir Thomas or whoever in the theater district who had like multiple voice lines that weren't quite right. I just want to make sure it didn't get lost or anything. How long is Divinity, by the way? Hundreds of hours too. Especially the way we're gonna play, hundreds of hours. It is Baldur's Gate 3 in terms of, well, okay, it's a little bit smaller than Baldur's Gate 3, but it is a lot of hours. It's still a lot. It's way the fuck out there. Okay, cool, Suna. Okay. Perfect. Boop. That's awesome, Suna. I hope I find some more bugs for you. Honestly, like accidental QA, I'm here for it. I do it a lot. Oh my god, the controller vibration, dude.
Let's save.
It fucking won't stop.
Can I help you? Call me again anytime.
I'm gonna have to turn it off somehow. Can I turn it off in the config? Dude, like it keeps like, I don't know what I'm doing that's accidentally like bugging it out. But like, I don't know if I'm pausing or like, there it is. Oh, technically I can turn it on and off and it fixes it. I'll just keep it off. It'll save battery. Like, I don't know. It's fucking goofy shit. Oh, soon as our focus is shifted on because we're hoping to release our second completed EchoS. Oh, fuck yeah. We already fully voiced Final Fantasy VII. Oh, I didn't know that. And we're about to finish a fighting game called KOF XV15. What is KOF?
Save? Let's save. Can I help you? Call me again anytime.
Oh, King of Fighter. Oh, okay. Hell yeah. I'm not much on fighting games, so I'm not familiar with very many of them. Maybe it's some of the major titles, and that's kind of it. Or some obscure ones that come out sometimes. Bwam. Okay. Nobody look! Nobody look! Close your eyes! Again, also, my camera might die, so just FYI. Yes. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm putting this in the... I gotcha. Boop. You have to align the information properly. Otherwise, the voices don't know where to go. Did I tell this to the C drive or the D drive? I keep forgetting. Close that DM, then I can switch back. Okay, cool. Wham! No! I'm trying to play music. Good luck. Is it? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Boop. Done. Nice and easy. Cosmos says, okay, slowly getting my drive to do art again. Since I work my new stream schedule. Ooh, do it, dude. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Make me all the pixel porn you can possibly imagine. As soon as the file is super complicated spreadsheet that is the lifeblood of the voice lines. Is it kind of like a manifest or like a manifest for all the files to know where the fuck to go and what's accounted for, etc. Like that kind of lifeblood, or even stronger. So I'm sorry, but did you answer the part? How long? Yeah, no, I did answer, Susu. It's hundreds of hours easily. I mean, it's like Baldur's Gate 3, not as big, but it is fucking huge. There's a lot. There's a lot. Make sure the mod is still enabled. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. It talks to the game whenever the right conditions are met. It tells the line what to play. Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah. That makes sense. Kind of like a manifest, but like in a reverse way. Like constantly referenced instead of referenced one time. Which, I don't know what the fuck that would be, but that's fucking cool either way. Let's test the battle lines real quick and just see if they pop up. Oh, the camera. So fucking weird. Two spooters. Oh, did I have to unload and load the mod? No, it shouldn't matter. Maybe I do. Oh, I replaced it. Yeah, that didn't work either. Huh. I could try a few more times if you want. I don't mind. If it helps you at all.
Can I save? Let's save!
Because right now, I'm just trying to get the, Did it ask you to replace? It did, yeah. I thought it wouldn't. Oh! Yeah, it definitely replaced it. Chocolate says, I'm wondering if there are special lines for when a character uses special moves. Probably.
Can I help you? Call me again anytime.
Yeah, let me know soon if you want me to try another one. I don't mind. Go back to doing whatever. Okay, I'm just trying to find Ragmouse, or whatever his name is. Ragtime Mouse, babe. Ragtime Mouse. What? Don't even start. That was from a million years ago this morning. Chocolate said, oh god, coding. I know, programming languages hurts, man. They're fun to figure out, though. You respect the job, but my poor tiny ADHD brain and coding don't mix. Yeah, I feel it a lot, Chocolate. I used to actually do C#, a little bit of C#, back in the old MUD days, kitty cat. You remember MUDs, dude? Multi-user dimensions, or dungeons, or whatever. Hell yeah. C+? No, I think you're thinking of A+. C#, I think, is actually... I think that's the actual coding language. But yeah, I think it was like a God of War's Dystopia MUD. I was running both of those on a server and fucking with it, and it was really fun. It's very fascinating. Falcon says, I really want to get Unreal 5 and mess around with it. If you do some heavy modifications, man, Unreal 5 can be really amazing. But man, you don't want it to feel like other Unreal games. That's the hardest thing to do. Could you guess these? Yes, I do. I coded an entire MUD in college. Oh my god. 80 pages of what? C before C plus and C plus. Oh my fucking god, dude. That's amazing. What kind of mud did you run, dude? I bet you were like a DBZ Gundam Wing kind of mud, weren't you? Or some variant of that. I don't know. Where are you, Ragtime Mouse? Where are you? I'm gonna do this for a little bit longer. And we'll wait for Suna, and then if it works this next time, sick. If not, we'll switch to Divinity, so it won't be long either way. Oh, it was a classic multi-user dungeon. Oh, D&D themed. Oh, okay. Fuck yeah. Dude, those were so cool. I love MUDs, man. They were so neat. You really had to be a fast typer. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Vivi's dead. Jesus. Poor little Vivi. He's taking a little nap. I don't think he gets XP. He doesn't. Sorry there, buddy. You haven't touched coding since 1998? Probably forgotten more than many people even learned. Yeah, probably, dude. All that shit's probably like mostly, like vastly fucking automated, or like now just like base coding that nobody even touches anymore, right? Like that's probably how much it's advanced. Or that shit's just in the dust. Axe beat. Since you stopped, C+ came out, and that got replaced with C++. Oh my God. She says, I'll suffer through it as much as I can, see how far I can get as an absolute noob. I'm gonna point this out. Tutorials, man. Look for tutorials. There's very lovely nerds that put tutorials out there, both on forums and on YouTube, and maybe even Odyssey. And it's worth trying to find. I mean, E33, those motherfuckers, even though they work for, like, ex-Ubisoft and they had some practice or whatever, they looked up tutorials and look what they fucking did. They made a great game. Even though it did still feel like a fucking Unreal game, but everything else was so heavily done that it was actually great. Where do you think I get my knowledge from? My butt. How close to Python is C? Oh, I have no idea, kitty cat. Python's used a lot, though. I see that a lot in a lot of the job applications I'm putting in. A lot of people want some Python experience in PowerShell. At least on the Windows side of things. On Linux side, I don't know shit about fuck. I would love to switch to Linux, though, but I don't know, dude. Sue says, Google says Python prioritizes ease of use and versatility. C focuses on performance control. Python is better suited for high-level applications, where C excels in scenarios demanding precision and resource optimization. Both languages have unique strengths, catering to different programming needs. I have a unique strength, catering to all your needs, Susu. Suna says, when you installed EchoS, did you rename it? Is your folder just named EchoS9, or is it... It's that, yeah, it's the Sunamods EchoS9. So I dropped it in there. I renamed the old folder to _old, but it still shows up as just EchoS, not Sunamods EchoS, which is the newest one, I think. But I could just delete it and find out. I'll just delete it and find out. Well, I'll make it positive for you. I know what you're asking. Let's guarantee it.
La 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 la.
They could be conflicting, Chocolate, but they are showing up as separate mods. And one is loaded and one is not loaded. But I don't know. So we'll guarantee it. I'll make sure of it. That's the best way to do it. I think I still have both of my downloads too, so they should be, I can do a fresh, let's just do a fresh reinstallation of that mod. Never hurts.
Can I save? Let's save!
That might be why. Okay. Interesting. It needs to show up as Sunamod's Echo S9. Okay. Yeah, that's the one I have enabled.
Call me again, anytime.
But let's guarantee it real quick. Real quickly. Okay, so let's go into sweet, sweet mods. Okay, let's just get rid of the old one. We don't need that anymore. There's no point. And let's see if it's still on my downloads, which it should be. Yeah, there it is right there. Oh, I see what I see what you're saying now, Suna. Yeah, the folder name. I didn't think that would mess it up. You know what? That's a good point. I didn't think that would mess it up. Because like what's interesting is like even though the folder name is wrong, the mod name shows up correct, so it does detect something. So that's really interesting. Okay, let me get rid of this. Yeah. That's so interesting. Code is very finicky. Oh, 100%. You're so right. Like the tiniest little space or comma could totally fuck something. So let's recopy all of it. The one the big file you gave me yesterday, and then we'll overdo the whatchamacallit on top of it. Yeah, the battle lines. There it is. Okay. Let's do that. Cool. That's fine, sure. Oh, wow. Excalibur, no time limit? Sick, dude. Love that. I didn't know that was a thing. If that doesn't work, you surrender for now? That's okay, dude. Oh, you know what? It doesn't show a confliction anymore. Oh, I don't have it clicked yet. Okay, it does show a confliction with Beatrix for whatever, but we're never gonna get there anyway. Or it's gonna be like 1,000 years. 60 FPS. And then... You feel cheated? You suffered to get that sword? Yeah, chocolate. Thank goodness for modders, man. It makes it obtainable for loot goblins like me. Suda says they'll work together in the current state. Echo S hasn't gotten that far anyway, so they won't fight. No, for sure, for sure. I'll just disable it just in case, though. Why does it keep loading here? I hit continue. Weird. Okay, maybe I'll stop using the continue option because that's like an old autosave or something. Weird. Yeah, what the fuck? All right, whatever. Oh my god, they don't even have their abilities equipped anymore. God damn it. Yeah, I'm not even gonna worry. Well, you need to test it. What is Maneater? Ah, lethal damage to humans. Human. I don't want you going blind, homie. Something you'll experience later on. I was messing with a new mod idea, but I built Echo S that your version actually has. Remember the 4 shrine bosses? After you get the Terra Mirrors, you're gonna be fighting all 4. Oh, fuck yeah, dude! Yes! Huh. No battle line still. Let me try one more battle. Maybe that was just like too short. You have no idea? Me either, bud. Me either. Well, it's good to know that they weren't conflicting. The full name may not have mattered, but still not worth the risk anyway. Dun, 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 dun. You know what it's time for, though? Divinity! Ready your buttholes. Ready somebody's butthole, I don't know. Time for chaos and hatred and stunning and setting each other on fire fucking constantly.
Can
Let's
I
do a little
help you?
tinty
Rest
winty
inside.
ooh. Not your
Can
fault.
I help you?
No, it's for
Let's
sure.
save.
Honestly, it wouldn't be a Divinity game without accidentally blowing up your
Can I
friends.
help you? Call me again.
Which scares me for the next Divinity a lot. It's gonna be great. I can't wait.
Meow.
Because I think Blurp got rid of Pedro. Oh, what the fuck, dude? You know what, Kitty? Send me a DM in Discord requesting it as an audio clip you can use, and I'll just make it for you, dude. So you'll always have it deep down in that ass. Okay, we keep muted for now. I do need some food. And I'll start talking in voice chat eventually. I'm glad I could help a little bit, Suna. I'm sorry it's a mystery still, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. But I'm happy to help. I don't know if you guys knew this, but Divinity Original Sin actually had K-pop playing at the menu. Super sick, I know. Fun fact. All you fake nerds wouldn't know. No. They're crunchy as hell. You guys probably heard and felt that crunch. Oh my god, it was so crunchy. I think it's all good. I made that version for you specifically, but I may have thrown it together incorrectly. Oh, worst comes to worst, I'll drop you a new download. Dude, I'm more than happy to test for you, whatever you need. I love your project and all of your work, and I am super duper here for it. Okay, boys! I think you can just join?
Yeah, I think so.
Because like it shows you as party members even though you're not here. Or like it has the, like somebody owns this character symbol, I guess. The little crown.
Sorry. Let me just get all my streaming stuff set up. I was looking at Korean corn dogs, but the amount
Delicious.
I want is too expensive.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 40 bucks.
Oh God, no.
It's like 5 ginormous Korean corn dogs.
5 for 40 bucks? It's not terrible.
5 corn dogs for $40?
It's actually 32, but you know how DoorDash is.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's DoorDash.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, I have enough money. I have $47.
Shut up, Zuzu!
$40.
Crunch, crunch, crunch. It's true.
What you crunching on? Oh man, that sushi was good. Oh, I wish you were there.
So this is not so good. Oh, I already read that. Fuck me. Fuck you!
It was a
It's always good,
word
dude.
thing.
Is that the was that the place you were telling me about though? The all you can eat that's really good.
Yeah.
Like one of the only few that's actually good.
Yeah, I am so full right now. I'm like almost in food coma.
I was
When
gonna say,
got
I'm
here, I was
surprised
like,
you're awake.
I am too. I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna regret jumping in on this so early or not, but we're here. If you hear me like,
It's just like
you know, halfway through the
MMORPG,
game,
D&D.
then,
It's more akin to like
I log in and automatically
an isometric
I am
RPG.
over and I am cucumbered. I am so fucking
But
cute.
very medieval fantasy style, and very much like a tabletop game in a way. Has its own rule set.
Holy shit!
But it's very
So
much like XCOM or like Baldur's Gate, etc. This is one of Larian Studios' previous games to Baldur's Gate 3.
I just ordered my corn
It's
dogs.
great. I love
Hell
it.
yeah. I got water here.
Yeah.
I think it's called a CRPG technically, right? I forget what does the C stand for? I always forget. CRPG.
I have 11 cents in my bank account now.
I don't remember what the C stands for, to be honest. God damn. That's fucking me up, Chief.
Yeah,
I don't know. But yeah. CRPG, I think, is the official title, or official genre. And honestly, it's great. I love it. XCOM was a lot of fun. XCOM was fucking awesome. Except for that bullshit 95% hit rate. And you just miss like 4 times in a row. Hated that shit. Like point blank. Come on.
Maybe. Well, I plan to stream the rest of the day because I am not getting anything back from my D&D group.
Yeah.
Dude, they just said they haven't been feeling like motivated enough. I'm all like, what the fuck? It's just like because of work, I'm tired.
Oh yeah. I don't do it, dude.
That's the excuse every time.
Work is draining, bro.
I come back excited and energized when I DM. If they can do it, so can they. If I can do it, so can they, yeah.
As soon as I feel that, I've seen streamers break their keyboards over that. 1000%. 1000% they
I
have.
like this armor that we have here. This is nice and fancy.
Oh yeah, you saw all the little gifts I sent you. Yeah, pick out and it's like a mixture of like, you know, initiative or like movement or like crit chance, like really basic stuff. Maybe some +1 to whatever, I don't know. And I sent you wands and stabs too, I think.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so if you want to pick one out and then send the rest to Chalky Wackle. Chalky Wackle.
Shit is neat.
And it's like it's really basic. It's super, you know, minimal, but at least it like kind of helps you maybe specialize a tiny bit.
Well, I'm definitely going the shock and fire route.
And FYI, the skill book situation, or sorry, the points you need in ability like hydrophophysist, whatever it is, you basically only need 5 at the max in any of them to basically learn every skill. But more points in that skill means like more damage and shit, obviously.
I kind of figured.
Yeah.
I'm all like, there's no way. I'm all like, yeah, more damage if I want to spec in something. But the thing I need more than anything is like action points. Oh my god, why do you have so much?
Yeah, I told you. I found quite a bit.
Oh my god, that is a lot of gold. I'm just now looking at your.
Oh yeah.
Where did you get the?
I told you, sugar daddy.
Holy shit, that's awesome.
Oh.
Soon
as I ever played No Man's Sky, I did, but and it's really pretty.
I'm gonna be sending you a bunch of shit.
And it's really cool, but like,
yeah, you know,
I just didn't do it for me.
What you got? Give me all your.
I don't know if it was a little too heavy on the
I'm
explore, scan, and farm.
Oh, you're gonna feel me
and
good.
construct shit for me. But it just didn't. It didn't really tickle any itch for me, you know. The space flight was
movement.
The space flight was
shoes,
awesome. The
hell
exploration
yeah.
was so fucking cool in it.
So yeah, that.
But
let's see. I got a shield.
It just wasn't enough for me, unfortunately.
Better shield.
And honestly,
just in case something.
I will
comes up
say,
to
for a
me
company
and
that
says,
lied about their multiplayer and pissed off so many people, and was such a not so great launch on top of it.
I got a bunch of wands. Do you want
they
any
have
wands?
more than
I guess if
redeemed
you
themselves.
use a shield, you need a wand because you can't use a staff.
Very reasonably. So I have
got
nothing against them
fire,
anymore, but
air,
I will never forget.
Poison. Yeah. Water.
Indigestion, or is it?
Let's see.
Oh God,
I'll
not
send
now.
these to you because I think,
The compact has been insane. It has, Suna, and you know what? I'm glad they did. I'm glad they handled No Man's Sky the way they handled it.
I got fire and air, so you can
really shitty launch.
If you find something better.
These might all be better.
Guys, you fill me full of wands.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, is anybody doing fire, air, whatever shit?
Yeah, that would be me.
Okay. What, you already have haste, daggers. Do you
I have haste, daggers, and electrical discharge right now.
What about ignition or peace of mind?
I don't have those.
Really? Wow. Okay. Let me send you.
Ooh, this magical wand that creates gets silence for 1 turn, 10% chance. That's a good one.
Wait, what'd you say?
There's one fire one that says get silence for 1 turn, 10% chance.
Yeah.
What do you have for arrow or wind or whatever?
I just have electrical discharge right now.
Okay. Let me send you. You said just like okay.
I'm so glad I had enough for those 5 corn dogs.
Does anybody need more of the whatchamacallit, the Hydro books? I mean, it's
I
all
could use all the Hydro books.
It's
I
all
don't
like
have any, I don't have any books.
It's all like level 1 shit, but like I mean.
Yeah. Give me your Hydro books.
Okay.
And any pyro.
From what I saw, the skill books we don't get more until like Act 2, I think.
Yeah, it's a little ways out, but we'll get some stuff soon, ish. I'm gonna send you the Hydro books then.
Oh, I don't feel so
Yeah,
good.
thank you.
And then
okay, let's.
I'll hold on to the rest for now, cause they don't weigh much, do they? No, they don't really weigh that much. Oh, dude, weapons and armor. Woo, that shit adds up fast though.
I should probably put that I'm going live. Let's see. Going.
And I am at the fort. Saved what's her face, and then obviously the Magister chick died out front, but that's pretty much all that I've done since we last left off.
Did you find any necro?
I had to get to the vendors, so. Huh?
You find any necro books? Any necromancy?
Oh yeah, I think they're in my inventory right now. Oh no, they're not. JK. I keep looking at the summoner shit, and I keep thinking that's necro, but I actually don't know what the necro books look like. Maybe they're green. I don't know.
Okay, restoration. I already. Oh, actually, I might be able to combine that. Wet.
What?
Hey, lady. I'm
There we
sure
go.
glad some of the others make.
Okay, do I need?
This
No, I don't
little
want to
girl-
open up Critta.
That little girl on the shore is 1000% Shadowheart through Jennifer England. English.
Yeah, we told you.
There's no way it isn't. Also, man, it's hard to mistake that magical voice.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking love it.
Totally. Yeah, 100%.
You know, if I could lick a voice I would for sure lick her voice.
I'm sorry, what?
If I could gargle somebody's voice, it would for sure be hers.
Come on, old man.
Fucking, you know what I mean? Fucking.
Okay, my Airbnb payment is scheduled tomorrow. Awesome. So much awesome stuff, boys. So much awesome stuff. God damn it, you damn stupid model.
You heard me, Susu. If I could gargle anyone's voice and probably swallow it, it would for sure be Jennifer English.
Oh, not me.
Oh, sorry, but Jennifer English is something else.
You know what, valid.
Leave me. Go.
Oh, there's the Necro books. They are very purple. Except I need them. What Necro skills do you have right now, Kitty?
I have Bloodsucker, Mosquito Swarm, and Flesh Sacrifice. Oh, right, yeah, Bloodsucker and Mosquito Swarm. That's it.
Let me send you this one, and I will take the Decaying Touch.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think that'll be good for me. Decay just means, like, basically they can't heal kind of shit.
Ooh.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, not only can they not heal, but they take physical damage from healing. Oh, shit. Yeah, that should be helpful if I get to apply it.
Okay, so it was this one. Okay. Hey, my Dasher picked up my corn dogs.
Oh shit.
And they're fresh too because they barely opened like 30 minutes ago. Oh, so yeah, that lizard we gave up yesterday who took the supposed drugs.
The what? Oh,
remember that was the guy who sold the pyro books. I'm like, ah, shit.
Yeah, I discovered that last night after actually talking with him, and I'm like, oh shit.
I'm like, son of a bitch. I'm glad we restarted.
I got those just for you, and all those other weird, shitty items. God, the items they sell are such shit here.
They are, but it's okay. As soon as we get this collar off, probably like in Act 2 or the end of Act 1, I can use Dome of Protection, and that'll help me out more.
Ray's bloated corpse.
I got that special shipment you was asking after.
Take your coin then.
Where to hide? Should be here in about 20 minutes.
Well, hot damn.
That's a little bit out of the way, so I gave the guy a good tip. I gave him like a $4 or $5 tip.
Yeah.
What
the fuck was that? What was that? Blood Rain? Did somebody just learn fucking Blood Rain?
You saw that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit, where did you find that?
I got that from the book that you gave me, and I combined it with a Hydro book that I already know.
Oh, you have to combine the books?
Like, yeah.
Oh,
Rain,
shit.
Blood. Oh, shit.
Dude, Blood Rain and the old leech feet used to be so fucking incredibly broken. You could just sit in the Blood Rain and never die. It was so sick.
You forget my name here?
Does Blood Rain cost Source to do? I don't remember.
No, it's not Source.
It doesn't? Okay, that's good. I'm thinking of something else that is similar then.
You're a little light in your pack there, gorgeous, ain't ya? Who could blame you with the garbage they got for sale around here?
Oh, heck.
Aw, hail!
Why don't you take a gander at the goodies I...
Yeah. Buy all the books. All the books.
Hey, you're a little light in your pack there, gorgeous, ain't
Okay,
Who could blame you with the garbage they got for sale around here?
can we use this
Why
pot?
don't you take a gander at the goodies
What is
I
this, a
got?
cooking station? We can't use the cooking station, though.
Oh
Haven't
shit.
got shank-
You almost-
So, raining blood has a really cool effect against things that we fight against that get fortified. Bleeding removes fortification. Raining blood applies bleeding.
Hmm.
Oh, so hot.
Hell yeah, dude. Can't wait for you to be the bloodmancer you deserve.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, whatever the fuck you turn into, it's gonna be crazy.
Blah, blah. Hello, Elf. How you doing, buddy? Wait for me, guys.
Where are you going? Where are we going?
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, where are we going?
We can go kill those shit-ass bandits up top. If you guys get all the stuff you want on. Well, we can re-kill them, I guess.
They won't be as tough, and they won't be slapping us left and right.
Oh yeah, these guys. The one that was backstabbing Indy left and right.
Oh, yeah, that was really brutal.
Okay, you talk to them first because you're the melee. I made the mistake of being the squishy caster.
This little short shit over here. This fucking short stack over here. What's your name? Bottle top. Fucking dog walked Indy the entire match.
I remember that.
For your misfortune,
Fucking follow them everywhere.
Suggesting maybe a compromise. Gather the cards and shuffle them with a snap. Wink at him? What? All right, let's try that.
Well, ain't you the playful one, gorgeous? I like them odds.
He reaches towards you to take a card and...
You take a huge risk. While he picks a card, you reach into his pocket. Reflected in a button on his shirt, you see gold. 1 in 3 chances of guessing the correct card. Let's reach into his pocket. That's crazy.
His purse slips easily into your palm, and you secrete.
Hey, hold on a darn minute there. These cards are marked. But you guessed that already, did you? Alright then, what am I holding?
Emerald 5.
Wrong. You may be beautiful, but you've got the brains of an elf. See that fresh...
Murder time! Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No!
Did he take your shit?
He did.
Oh, you are naked.
He took everything. What the fuck is going on? Oh, what the fuck? Hold up. I think I clicked something I shouldn't have clicked. What in the shit, dude?
I'm robbing your life. I'm gonna kick him.
I thought he just took like a little bit of gold, but what the fuck?
Why don't you...
You glance at your hand.
Oh, fucking Christ. That fucking made me laugh so hard.
Blaming the bloke you just met for you. Well...
He reaches toward his purse.
Okay, just tell me when you're about to start a fight with him and I'll haste you right before.
You may be beautiful, but you've got the brains of an elf. We'll see about that, Freshie.
I'm ready.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
That's much better. Now
I like that he didn't even bother telling me kitty cat. He's just like, yeah, much better.
Now he's gonna die. A little bit. Honestly, 11 damage per hit. It's not bad. Oh, you did.
What the fuck?
Out of everybody, he chooses us.
he really said, fuck you guys in the back. Straight up. Hey, you. Fuck you.
Hey, you there. Fuck yous.
Hey, by the way, fuck your mother. Grenade.
I've been drinking water every 5 seconds. No, my guy. I hate being sick.
You know who I really fucking don't like over there? This bitch in the corner.
The little... the one who was messing with you last time.
Yeah.
Bottle top. I think it's... Yeah.
Let me move this guy out of the way for you. Yeah. Oh fuck!
Oh shit! Why me? What the? Brother.
I'm getting hurt the most.
I like that they're hitting someone that's not me this time. What, did they down me like 3 or 4 times last time? I said, don't let that motherfucker back up. Goddamn.
Listen up, like, focus on getting better, my guy. Whenever you're sickies, you gotta focus on rest. No work for you. I really miss this one place I used to go to in college. They had like this Korean Mexican fusion restaurant, and it had like the best.
Fire. That's kind of neat. Look at all that blood.
Oh my god! What
it kind of counts as water.
That. Oh, I can electrify. Oh wait, you're in.
I mean, I might be protected. I've got a good bit of shield, so I'll probably be fine. Unless it bypasses. I don't know. Find out.
Resisted by magic armor.
Okay.
Please shoot. Well, she's about to die right now, if anything. Or she's going to be stunned really bad. No, I think I can kill her in one round. Oh my god, she is
back at me. You're gonna use my spell back at me, you.
She said, "Fuck you."
She literally said, "Fuck you."
Ooh.
She's almost dead.
Nice. That was a great hit.
This guy is shocked right here to your right, but that one has no armor in front of you. Ooh,
there we go.
Ooh.
I don't want you healing. I don't want you healing, and I don't want you getting away. I gotta turn the. There we go. So is it highlight red if they're? Yeah. Okay. I can't get both of them. Unless.
I mean, you can get one.
Fucking unless.
Oh no, you can kill her. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot that uses movement. Fuck me. I forgot moving uses AP. I was about to fucking ram both of them and knock them down.
Yeah, I'm about to do this. Oh wait, moving costs action.
Wait a second. Shit.
Later on, we're gonna have so much AP though.
Make another one. Is my imp still alive? Okay, he is.
Yeah, he's over here. You're gonna make a. Oh, one-shot infusion. Nice.
Nice.
That's.
Summoning's really
what does decaying touch do? Let me see. Decaying. Healing spells and potions will damage you for 100%. Damn.
Yeah, I was gonna say it basically stops healing, and any healing that is done is
damage.
It turns into physical damage instead. It's nasty.
Beat him up, kitty cat.
Beat him off of both hands.
Yeah, it's best if you put yourself out right now. Don't worry, Bottle Top can't hurt you anymore. She's gone.
Nope.
Did she even leave that? I don't even think she did anything, did she?
Bravo, looks like you're.
We all just shit on her collectively. It's great.
Don't worry, I'm about to hit you with haste, Indy, right now.
I don't. It's fine.
Really? Because you're up next and you get more AP to smack them more.
If they're alive by then.
Come on. Can I not choose you? Come on, I'm choosing you.
Yo, what's up, Krat? How you doing, bud? Welcome. Glad to see you again.
There you go, hasted.
Yay, I'm super fast now or whatever.
Let's see. There's this
poop
guy
at
right
10
here.
times the normal rate. Wait a minute, Kitty. Shouldn't you do a poison and a fire wand? And you could just like sling both of those and constantly explode people?
That is true.
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, I could do that.
I don't know.
Let's see, what am I using? The water one I had was it sets bleeding for one turn. That's why.
Oh, okay.
I see.
Yeah, no, they have to be bleeding.
Yeah, it creates ice surface and bleeds. And then my poison suffocates.
Has a chance of. I don't think it's guaranteed.
Yeah. 10% on both.
Who is it? Just one guy left?
Yeah, it's just one guy left.
Show as fuck is. He's gonna have a bad fucking time. Can I also?
I need something to cool down my my spell cost.
Ooh, took him out. Yo, nice. How's it feel, you fucking loser? Poison flask? Hell yeah.
Identifying glass, is it?
Slug's axe, 5 to 7.
This is for your lore master, Kit Kat.
Ooh, what?
Here,
Ooh,
here. Oh, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Inventory, and where is it on my...
Send it to me.
Give to... There you go.
Thank you.
What'd you find? What was it?
Identifying glass.
Oh, I thought I already sent him one. Whatever.
Send one to me last game.
Oh, maybe I forgot this one. Yeah.
I'm all
Son
like,
of a
did you
bitch.
forget we restarted?
I did, actually, yeah.
Oh my god, how could you forget it, dude?
Get shit in.
Shit in? Oh,
Get
man.
shitted on.
Chicken nugget, hello, my friend.
Oop goes from one butthole to your butthole.
It's true. Just pass it back and forth endlessly, really.
That's exactly how,
Ain't you? Sod off.
that's how Arc Raiders works. You just shit out the loot.
Classic.
I think they
classic
reset.
upgraders.
I think they.
The woman looks
Yeah,
out
I
of
think
the
they
gently rapid
they
way.
wiped today.
She seems totally at peace.
Kit Kat.
But as you approach, she turns
So
to you
we
with a
back into the
cheerful
loop.
smile.
Haven't seen you around here before.
Okay.
Don't worry too much. You here alone?
She gives you a long.
You think twice about facing
Just
this
because I
me.
can.
Some of us haven't got anyone at all. It's nothing. Used to be, then they brought it. Now I'm just waiting for him to call my name. Wait.
Her eyes sparkle.
Kind of you to ask.
She talks with joy.
Take care of yourself.
Aw, what a nice lady. Let's murder her. No, I'm kidding. Who's this?
Hides in and out.
Mao?
Here you are. I wonder what keeps you.
Oh, he's got Earth books on him. Okay, I didn't see those last time. I could save that for the summoner. I think I'm still gonna do like a summoning support build for Fane for a little bit.
For I am an elf.
Okay, I gotta
We are
tab
unfamiliar,
in the
so tell
screen
me.
over here
Tell me your tale.
so I can see
Start
the
from the
Sue
beginning.
talking too.
I see.
Hello, Sue.
Now tell me more. Tell me what you do. I understand. Power. Power comes from strength. And strength, it is nothing.
Okay, thanks, dude. Thanks for the seed. The heal.
I'll give you my seed.
Oh my god. It's so heavy.
So heavy.
What? I can't even fucking hear you. I don't even know what
I
you
said I brought your seed.
Oh.
It's because I was far away from my mic.
Oh my god, that's funny.
There we go. I just did the game. Hey, look, it's Stinktail,
This looks like the crate I'm after.
and I gotta talk to him.
But where are the contents?
Yeah, if you want to, go for it. I don't know what to fucking do. I don't fucking know.
And then I gotta talk to him again.
Again and again and again and again and again and again.
The old dog looks up at you but doesn't lift his graying head.
It's no use anyway.
The dog
Okay, we're not
comes
giving
to
him
the
up.
door.
We're gonna kill that guy.
You're nice. She was
Wait, what level are we?
Ooh.
The boss guy who had a bunch of people after us, remember? Nobody likes him, apparently.
Nice.
Nobody likes who?
The guy at the camp that's an asshole, has that elf captured. The one that killed us last time before we went into the Coliseum pit.
I don't know.
The man sleeps so deeply.
Don't worry, you will.
Okay.
Hero's walk is never done.
Oh, and she has the polymorph shit, which I already have a bunch of, I guess.
You got the chicken spell?
Chicken spell?
Don't you dare flirt with you?
Oh, I do, but I don't have any points to put in the poly yet.
Oof. But Shuwu, you're so beautiful.
State your business.
So beautiful.
So beautiful. Yeah, like, damn. I think God
Certainly.
made you
If it's
extra
trade,
pretty
that's
when
for you.
he added extra pretty when he was making you. You know?
The soldier stands.
Where'd you go? Where'd you guys go?
I went in the cave. I'm in the cave right now.
Oh, you.
Oh, okay.
I was like, where did you...
I figure, yeah, let's go in the cave and we can, I guess, get the spear again.
Oh yeah, the spear that has like earth damage and shit. The earth element is pretty good for it.
Except, I think the only downside is the spear is. I was hoping it'd be one-handed, but I think it's two-handed, which is kind of a bummer.
The young girl's eyes are.
Ah, hello. So
then that way you could.
I see it before my eyes.
You could sword and shield that.
Your life is not
or basically
your
spear
own.
and shield.
You help. You bless.
Where is this motherfucker's hiding? Oh, there's Elodie. Yeah.
Thank you for your help with that.
Stole their bread.
Thug. Our kind of few here. We must help
Get
each
robbed,
other.
nerds.
She bows.
Good to see you, though, Chicken Nugget.
I hear of Noah's. In this, it gives me.
What you up to today?
I am not. Thank you.
Oh, I got a piece of mind scroll. Thank you, Luck.
Oh wow, all these suck.
I suck and I blow.
Man, those rewards were like way better last time. Fucking trash McAss now.
What's this? I found something.
What is this?
This hole is too small for you to
Sorry,
squeeze into.
I need to dig it.
Oh, I don't have a shovel yet, so you might have to come dig this. Wow. I need a fucking shovel. There's one outside. Why did I get a shovel last time?
Did you leave?
Yeah, I'm trying to find a shovel so I can
Okay.
dig that shit up.
Don't tell anyone where you got this. Okay? Give it down, will you?
Mind your manners round quick,
I only have a measly 11 gold, but it's the best 11 gold that I got.
I won't say it again.
What I need is gloves at this point, because I have none. And a better shirt.
Septa the ineffable.
Colored like a dog.
This is a crab.
Very tall, very beautiful.
Crab that talks like an old lady.
But Septa the ineffable has a soft
It's so weird.
spot for beauty, and you carry that secret off so very. Ha! Words, mere words. My claws can clip barn shackles as easily as the hair on your pretty head. But what can those five-fingered paws do? Nothing. Madam, those collars are not on her. I'm blind, poor dear, not fit to shake my sorcery.
I fucked up.
Bow to me. Bow to the most powerful sorcerer on this isle.
What did you do?
This power is so
Go ahead, swallow
advanced when
ginger or
magicians
inhale
pull the
ginger ale.
string. But of course,
Oh, okay.
Normal shit.
of course.
I'm sitting there running. I was like, "Did you get into a fight?" Oh no! You got into
Oh,
a
I
fight
found
with my
beasts.
throat.
The dwarves.
Oh god.
Got two of my own.
The dwarves spit. You grab the. You get a good. He winks.
For your trouble. I suppose it were a fool's
Like, how do I
errand.
get out of
He
this
sucks
cave?
at
I forgot
winds
how to
like
get out of this
these.
cave. That
He
was
gives you.
exploring, right?
Aye. Was planning to build. Maybe.
He stands before you and
There's some. Why don't we make a deal?
You
then?
don't.
You help me get out
You're
of
there
this place.
forever.
Ah, it's that.
he lifts.
Pleased to make
No.
your acquaintance. Well, suffice. Anyhow, let's get down. I've been up and down the realm so often, then it's settled. Capital. Aye.
Okay, cool. Friendly with him, whatever.
Say, like-
I don't know where a fucking shovel is, so can you dig up that pile for me, Choco Waco?
Yeah, where is it?
It was near Kitty in the cave. I don't know if he's still next to it.
I am out here with you.
You are? Oh shit.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
We're coming. Don't worry.
Ooh, whisper.
We're like right behind you.
I don't know what it does.
I need a.
Oh, we're
sprint.
taking it.
I need like a sprint button for like moving around quickly.
Oh yeah, I know. You can only move but so fast.
I want to be able to move as fast as they do in Diablo.
It's up here, isn't it? Yeah, it's right here. I see it.
Yeesh. Yeesh, 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 yeesh.
Never hurts to get your claws dirty now and then.
What are we digging up?
The entrance into that area.
Your mom's underwear drawer.
What
Duh.
the fuck? The granny panties?
Oh man, you have no idea. The granniest,
Hell no.
pantiest granny panties you've ever seen.
Help! Help me!
It's stuck fast.
80-year-old skid
What in
mark.
the world are you?
No.
A millennium.
No.
Strange to think it's been a wicked yet. Please, good
You
lady.
need to take it either way.
You must
They've
free
been,
me.
been
Prize
skid
the
marks in
spear
there
from
for
my
80
chest,
years, or it's
where
an
it has been
80-year-old
stuck fast
skid
for the
mark.
Oh, bless you, good. Seize the spear.
Do I have to talk?
It's stuck fast.
Oh,
Oh.
shit.
Can somebody else pull the spear out? I guess I don't have the strength to do it. Does anybody have strength?
No.
It's stuck fast.
It probably takes strength of like 11 or higher, I guess. Pull on it, kitty. Pull on it.
Me?
What the fuck? I have strength 11 and I can't pull it out. I can see you strength 12.
Oh, it's stuck fast.
All right, Choco, it's your turn.
How'd we get it last time? Oh, don't we have to talk to somebody first?
I had higher
Pull it
strength last time.
Well, now, why'd you go and do that for?
Chocolate, what are you doing? What are you doing, dude? You okay over there? You eating food? Ordering food? You jerking it?
Jorgen.
Fucking knew it. Want that poopy axe? Poop! Alright, well, maybe he'll pull it out, maybe he won't. Let's go search other things. I know there's frogs or something like that downwards in that cave. And I am deeply afraid of them.
Where did you go, Indy? I am here with,
just outside the
Buddy
cave.
Boy. Oh, okay.
Okay, wait up. So you still don't have the strength in order to pull it?
Yeah. Do you have
wait
the
up. I
strength?
got an idea. I
I think you just need like strength 12 to pull it out.
No, but wait. Where are you? Come close to me, and I will give you peace of mind, which is increases your strength and finesse.
Oh, hold on. Let me get in there. Because I'm at 11, so I'm assuming it just needs 12.
Don't give it to me. What does Clear Mind do?
It gives you +1. It's just try and pulling it out.
It won't, because I'm already, like, doing the witchman thing. Yep.
Here, put it on me.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, just 2 more seconds, and I'll put it on you. There you are. There you go.
There we go.
Yes,
Good man.
it worked.
You've set my body.
That's
See, I'm a
thinking
genius,
with your
guys.
noggin.
Free to crumble to dust.
That's why I'm the wizard.
What binds you? Actually, we'll just say it must be a strong magic
I
at play.
have heard of such magic, but have never known. After he interred me in this cell, he must have drawn my very. But
I'm glad I
know
came
this
back when I
place
did.
well. Marvelous, my friend.
Oh, ooh.
Marvelous. The sweet brackers would
Oh,
have
we
made
leveled
me
up from that.
supplicant. A slave to these walls. I never thought fortune here.
That's
Sick,
delicious.
dude.
Oh, I'll put it in my butt.
What?
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 What'd you say?
Huh? What?
Who?
Yes.
God damn, that spear does some damage.
Oh my god. They're so good. Okay.
That's pretty good. Scoundrel warfare. Where's polymorph? Yeah.
Definitely gonna put another point into. Let's put it into Power Connect for now, and then.
Me too. I'm spreading out. Holy shit.
Spread it.
Spreading out.
Oh. I didn't want to say it first. How much memory do you think we need, relatively? I don't think we need that much, do we?
Geomancer first, maybe? What the fuck? Okay. Did my internet just drop? Oh, Discord just like reconnected me. That was weird.
Right, I think.
Perfect. Alright, and we know where the button is. It's at the statue. But we can't open the gate. I don't remember how to open it. Maybe there's a key we have to find somewhere. I don't know.
Got you! I got you! You can't get me!
I'm outside the cave.
Okay.
You guys want to meet me out here, and we'll go find a very crazy person, if I remember right.
Coming.
Cumin.
You Cumin without me?
Yeah.
It's okay, there's plenty more where that came from.
It's true, I synced it.
You synced it?
I synced it.
You were the one doing it for him, you know?
Oh, is that guy just dead? Oh, he's fucking dead. I don't know if she killed him. He is super dead.
Finally kicked the book.
Yeah, I don't know if she's actually a doctor, dude. I get the feeling she is not. Oh, look at that sick-ass autosave and all these mutilated corpses. How weird.
Oh, boy.
The creature heaves through lips gummed with human gore. It turns to you with great effort, pain apparent in every move.
I think the key comes
and
from him,
madness
actually.
Screams from its wide, bloodshot eyes.
I think so. Maybe.
Quite lost? Now, a little query. Where grows the yarrow?
Take the arrow from your pouch
Quickly
and offer it
now.
to him.
The creature gingerly takes the plant in his bloodied hands. He runs his fingertips over the white flowers.
I'll be right back.
His panting breath slows.
Gotta poop.
Damn, I almost choked on cheese.
Don't do that. Oh, this is gonna hurt me, but I'm excited. I just took glass cannon as one of my attribute things. I start every round with maximum AP, but the shield stuff doesn't protect me from status effects anymore. But it's not like I have much on physical or magical armor crap.
Really?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, the first time I get hit, everything gets knocked off. It's just like being naked again. So I'm like, all right, I'll just glass cannon that shit. so now I just have like AP. I'll just have all the AP.
Maybe I should get that one too.
Yeah, every round. Yep. If you kill them quickly, you don't have to worry about them hitting you, right?
That's true. So yeah, 5 corn dogs.
Nice. Where'd you get them from?
Some place called Two Hands corn dogs.
Korean corn dogs or just normal corn dogs?
Korean.
Oh, and they got those like chunks of like stuff on the outside, like potatoes and crap.
Oh, this one has a hot Cheeto and like hot honey sauce on it.
My God, can you bring me some of that? Just walk it over here.
No.
You live stateside, right?
I live in the LA
East
area.
Oh, what time is it there? Shit.
11:46 a.m.
Nice. The day is just starting for you.
Okay, sorry about that. Haley said, I smell something burning, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck? So I had to go investigate very quickly, just in case.
What was it?
I think it was just from when she's cooking. There was like some cheese or some egg that like slowly cooked itself on the stove as it like lowered its temperature and turned off.
Darling, dear.
You've been like, my loins.
Yeah, darling,
It's my loins that are burning for you. Give some of that hot burning love.
His eyes snap up to meet
for you, my ring, heart of.
Oh, that's not what I expected at all. All right, well.
Say,
what happened
here? All lizards smell like our.
He's crazy, and I think he's related to. Fuck. He has some kind of relation to like somebody in the fort, or like a certain child in the fort. I think.
I just took some intestines. I don't want those.
He's crazy. It gives the restoration skill. If somebody wants that ring.
Ooh.
Sorry, kitty cat.
Ooh.
You want it,
What
Kitty?
ring? Where is it? Let
The
me
ring.
see it.
The ring that he gave me.
Yeah, let's see. Because I wonder if it allows me to do 2 restoration casts or no.
That's a good question.
Oh, it might.
Because
Yeah.
One's based off the ring and one's based off of him, right?
Fuck around and find
we'll
out.
See.
Right.
A bone pile. Huh. Little nook up here. Fucking weird. Okay. What do we have for the journal? I know we have the arena. Oh, let's go fuck that with that crocodile. I think there's a crocodile to the south that one guy in the camp wanted us to fight for teleportation jutsu magic shit.
What?
Yeah.
I'm coming. Because I'm also busy eating.
Oh, ooh. I can have all sorts of skills now. Why
Oh,
not?
no, it looks like it overwrites. It just makes it now skills from items instead of skills that I know, which is weird.
Oh.
Alright, so I can give it to somebody else that you can use it.
I guess I could use it.
Did you take care of the lizard guy yet? Did we do that?
No, not yet. Do you want to go fight the gang, basically?
Alright, I sent it to you.
Oh, thank you. Here, follow me.
Yeah.
Sent me the ring. Nice. Ooh. Do you want the restoration scroll that I got then?
You forget my name here.
Kitty?
I already have restoration scroll.
An elf.
I have one restoration scroll.
You believe
Oh,
what he
shit.
says?
Hold on a second.
Like most men
It actually
behind
frees
bars,
up a
I'm
memory
innocent.
slot. If
Well,
I have
most
the
of
ring.
us here on
If
the
I have the
island
ring, it
do
actually
that.
frees up a memory slot.
I do.
That's kind of
But
neat.
you grift. I tell you what I know. I know.
Oh, you're talking to him?
Hold on.
I show you, and you finally grift.
He's already got the drugs.
After I am free.
Okay.
You are free. I see no. Griff is a powerful man. Power is. I intend you understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you can do it.
Give me that ring back if you don't want to use it.
Okay.
If give me that back. I think. Yeah.
I mean, it basically gives you. I mean, it's like having an extra skill slot, essentially, just for that skill.
I just noticed that it did free up my thing. I was like, oh.
Yeah, that seems worth it.
Actually useful to me. Yeah.
I got tons of skills right now.
Yeah. So I was like, now I can just load up on tons of skills.
That's why I took mimetic or something like that. Okay, let me go talk to this guy. You guys ready to fight just in case?
Could you stand a little bit further away from that fire barrel? That'd be sick. You
How
know,
about you
just
grab it from him?
I'll be right over here.
Yeah.
Wait. Remember that there's people up there, up here. On the stairs that come out. There's a caster on the left right here. Maybe we should get rid of him first.
This is true. I'll go up top and I'll wait for this caster up here. Where's Walt
The caster's right there.
Nice and slow.
Oh, is she back here? I think she's back here.
Yeah, she's back here.
That's fine.
But
She'll come around. Whatever. I'm gonna beat the shit out of this chick. Yeah. Gonna beat the fuck out of this bitch. Gonna shit in her butt. Yo, what's up, Chuck? Someone randomly bought you an air fryer? Fuck yeah, dude. That's amazing. Yo, congrats on the air fryer, man. Those little things are so convenient. What is this?
Oh, don't give up Stingtail so easily, right? So you can.
Don't give up Stingtail. Why did it switch to you?
Why did it
switch to you?
Yeah, why did it switch to me? That's what I'm confused about.
I don't know. Just answer. Don't hand him.
Oh, maybe because I talked to the guy in the cage or something, or the dragon, while I was farming for items.
So now we're gonna be fighting.
Oh, we're talking to each other. Oh, we're making a group decision. Oh, that's fucking cool.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want Stingtail's blood.
What the fuck? Why didn't this happen last time? Last time
you guys weren't listening in.
I guess. That's crazy, dude.
Some truths are better kept under one's hat. I can't tell you who stole your supplies.
We're heroes.
Yeah. Oh, now we're
soon
fighting.
to be dead here. How did Fane go first? Okay, dude. Oh, there she is. Hilda's up here. I'm gonna take care of Hilda. Try to. Oh yeah. Oh, she's gonna get fucked on.
It's okay. We go before most of them.
There's no element on the ground yet, which is a bummer.
Sorry, I can't go first.
You know? Let's put this here.
I'm ready.
Maybe it'll hit her first. He's so gurgly.
Like a murloc.
Can you hit twice? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, he actually, God.
Ooh.
Early on summoning is so good, but it falls off terribly if I remember right. Like, really bad. Like, by mid-level, it is abysmal. Oh, bitch.
Oh, what the hell?
What the hell, indeed. Is there anybody that doesn't have magic shielding right now?
Me.
No, not I mean enemies. Or really low shielding. Oh, I could get Nusi. Hold on. Yeah. I could totally knock out Nusi. Oh, high ground does more damage? Oh, shit. I thought it was just more accuracy.
Night. Sleeping.
Night.
Knock that shit out.
Knock him up. Ooh,
there we go.
nice.
That's good shit. What do I have? 3 AP left? There's no corpses, right?
No, not yet.
Okay. Oh. So close, man. Man, high ground is where it's at. High ground is insane. 20% more damage? That's crazy. I thought it was gonna be like D&D where it's just like accuracy. That's all I can do. Oh, I should have done the flesh thing. Ah, I'm an idiot. Don't you do it, bitch! Oh, you bitch.
Alright, what am I doing? What am I gonna do?
It's your turn! If you could tag that fuckhead with something that prevents invisibility, that would be the best thing. But I don't know how that works.
Where? Which one? Who?
Griff.
The boss. Yeah.
Camp boss Griff, yeah.
Okay. Camp boss Griff.
What prevents invincibility? Like fire or something?
Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know if dots affect it. Like, I have no idea how it works in this. I don't remember. I know taking actions will break invisibility, but I don't think you can make him take an action, so... You just said, hey, here's blood? Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
zap that motherfucker. Oh, he's got a lot of shield, though. You could move the fire barrel on top of him and... You might blow everything up, though. Is there anything good over there? No, there's not. You can blow him up. Or freeze him. Blood sickle. Cool. Hey, that'll slow him down if he goes invis. That's great. He's just gonna stab the shit out of out of chocolate, though. 100%. He's gonna get right up in that butt.
You're gonna see my booty cheeks and he's all like, spread them.
It's gonna be 1,000 years of pain. Full Kakashi.
I'm just gonna move over here.
I'm just gonna get out of the way.
Yeah, the fire. Oh, he's invisible.
Yeah.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Well, hey, at least he won't get stabbed. GG. That frost stopped him from moving to chocolate.
You think he's still around here?
At least chloroform's only 1 turn, though. I think he's in the corner, technically. Right I don't know how invisibility works, but you could try it. I think it's worth a try. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, so AoE works. Yeah!
Wow.
Fuck you, bitch! Get shit on!
Yeah, get shit on!
You can move, motherfucker!
That's fucking awesome. Oh shit, here comes Waltz to the west. That was great, dude. That was fucking fantastic. Let me just, Can I just, like... Pop a little totem, little blood totem down there, maybe?
That'd be so cool if you can. It costs 8 PM.
I can't, for some reason I can't see the blood mist. I'd love to spawn it in there.
No, there is ice. There is ice right in front of Griff.
I can't reach that either. I can only reach the water and then the blood. I mean, blood seems like the obvious answer.
Yeah, there you go.
I love the totems are so goofy. They're so goddamn goofy.
He missed.
Nice miss.
Wow, get shit on, you fucking nerd.
Sometimes the game does love me.
Whee! Can I
Butters?
hit her again?
Hey.
No. Can I res a corpse to do my dirty work? Yeah. Love it. Should I blow open this guy? No. Is there anybody like clustered? Not really.
This fucker drank orange juice and he gets finesse +1.
Wow. Okay. Oh shit! How much did that hit him for? Oh my god, a lot. What the fuck?
What? Does the damage carry over to any of your summons too?
Did it hit him twice? Why did it hit him twice?
Oh, that hurt.
Weird.
Oh, where'd he go? Fucker, you think you can get away?
Did you? Oh, did you miss? Oh shit.
Oh wait, no, he's over here.
Oh, he's yeah. Here you move, dude. What the fuck? You're just blind.
I know.
He's over by me. He came after me.
That is fucking funny. Move so fast. Move so fast. He tricked the player instead. It's so good, dude. Oh fuck.
Look at that blood trail. Holy shit.
That's a lot of blood. Was that by my little slimy boy? My nasty? Had to have been.
Yeah.
I didn't know it left a blood trail. What the fuck?
Bloody.
I didn't see him.
Let's slap needle. Oh, high ground, 20% damage. Boop. 18. Fuck. All right. Oh, this bitch. She's in the wrong neighborhood.
What is that you just did?
Where is? Oh, I about shot my own character. Straight up. Ooh.
Oh my god.
Can I hit? I can't fucking hit Nusi or fucking anybody because my path is interrupted. Dumb. All right, I'll just hit butter. Hell yeah.
Oh my god!
Totems are so good, bro.
Automatically shoot.
That's fucking funny. Yeah, it does. And it chooses, nice. I think, just the closest target. Kind of, sort of. Cool. I think they changed the AI, though, because it definitely, like last time, it for sure prioritized healing Fane with a poison dart, which I've never seen in my life. But they must have adjusted it a little bit, which is awesome.
Well, this bastard's on fire.
He's having a great time. He's having such a good time.
Let me see if he has opportunists. He doesn't have opportunists, I think. Oh no, he does. He does.
It's safe to assume almost every NPC does, because I think they actually do. Not always casters, but like almost always melee. God, this is so chill compared to last time. Why couldn't Technician be like 25% more instead of 50? Ugh. That would have been perfect, you know?
Plus 50% health and damage, and it scales per level. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
Along with armor. He's eating more. What a bitch. Does he hate you?
Oh, shit. He hates me.
Owie.
That backstab critical from up top.
Yeah. Whoa! Excuse me. Goodness. Damn, all my shit's on cooldown. It's all he needed, man. That's fucking funny. What you doing, bitch? You cunt.
You're welcome. Now you can heal. Oh no! They're gonna no! This.
Oh, you blocked it! Yeah!
Nice.
Now we know how a block works. It's a 10% chance to just ignore damage. That is crazy. I think I accidentally gave you the best shield. That's so good, dude. I don't think. Yeah, I could either claw or shoot her. I'll just shoot her. Boop. Did it. We'll move closer, I guess. Oh my god, little flip flop of his feet.
Oh my god, she's bleeding now.
Where's that other bitch? Where the fuck?
Butter's over here.
Where are you? Where are you, Butter?
Right next to you.
Can I move fucking at all? Ugh. You know what? Well, that guy's dead. So it's just what?
Bottom or which one?
So Nusi's down there. Altz is over there.
Butter's over here.
Oh, I think I could hit Butter. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, more ice. Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Uh-oh.
Ow!
Oh, come on.
Chill out, dude. I said chill out, bro.
Oh, you missed.
Chill the fuck out.
Chill out, bro. It was a prank, bro.
Stab.
Don't tase me, bro.
Stab. And just so you don't fucking go anywhere, you stay right the fuck there. Oh shit, my little dude gets AOs. Hell yeah. You bitch.
Well,
I'm poisoned.
What can I do? I cannot unpoison you. Oh yeah, I need to heal. I need to heal myself.
You already hate this, so it should help you a lot with movement and stuff too.
Heals!
And then there's this bitch in front of me too.
This bitch.
She's bleeding, so you can chill her to the bone, probably.
Hopefully this doesn't hit you.
If it does, well, let it rip. Don't worry. It's okay, I have magic armor.
Magic armor.
Her on the other hand.
Hell
Nice.
Yeah. One person left, right?
Yeah.
Two? Oh no, it's two. Okay.
Okay, it takes 2 AP to move right here.
Nice.
Ooh, another nice one.
Now she goes to sleep forever. And ever and ever and ever.
Fucking love this lightning bolt, but I need to find a way how to cool down the turns it takes to. Yeah. Because it takes 3 turns to fucking re up my abilities.
So what?
Like three turns for them to cool down the abilities.
Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of mine are like that too. I don't know. There might be a skill that like removes cooldowns.
So in this guy's in Griff, disembodied hand. On the one hand, there's a lot to be said for picking up disembodied limbs off the ground and stowing them in your rucksack.
Ooh, let me
on
eat
the other
that.
hand, he's like, on the other hand, oh, there isn't one.
Oh, here we got a wand with intelligence on it. And then
Oh fuck yeah! I'll take that if you know what. Yeah.
a chess piece with necromancer if that's your jam.
Yeah. Oh, I love you.
And a staff, a water staff. That's just, I mean, it's a water staff. Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, we need to unlock this guy. We have the key.
There's a key on Griff's body up top.
Okay, let me go get it. I'll be his hero. Ooh, gold.
Where's that? Is that hand still on his corpse?
Yeah, you want it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it to you in a sec.
Perfect.
Nice. Thank you for the armor.
I got Griff's potato peeler. Did you want that?
The fuck? Oh, is that a knife?
What is it?
Yeah, look, watch. Here, let me send this to Indy. And this to Indy. There you go.
Damn. It's actually like really good for a dagger. What does backstab do again? Oh, just guaranteed crit. Honestly, yeah, we'll try it.
This elf knows a way out of here.
Okay, and you gave me the hand. Oh, I got like 3 things to eat. Hold on. I got a leg, a head, and a hand on me, apparently.
A single name throbs across
Should we heal the elf? He's badly injured.
You are talking
Might not need to, I don't know.
You cover
Where is he?
Okay, I'm listening.
Oh, he's already dying.
I healed him.
It is for all our people. For the... Give me your map.
I show you the way out.
Ooh, we found another quest then.
Oh, cool. Thanks for the info before you die, homie.
I give you this amulet.
Why is he dying? He's fully healed.
I don't know if he's dying.
Tell them Sahela is here.
I think he's just like permanently weakened or something.
Please.
Yeah.
She is important.
I could be wrong.
I go to her. I wish you good luck, and I thank you for us all.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, he's just going to it? Yeah, he's weakened permanently.
They're giving him all these buffs, trying to cure him of that shit. Look at that. He's fully stacked up now.
That's so fucking dumb.
So he marked a place on our map. As a point of interest.
Oh god. Okay, don't hit the tab key. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, I see the crocodilian over at the top left.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like he went down into the mines.
Yeah, let's go check on him real quick. See if anything like changed. Once he sits down or whatever. Also,
oh yeah.
Sahela.
Do you remember what?
Oh, he likes. Oh, Sahela. Okay.
This is thank you. Do not forget what I ask of you. Sahela cannot stay here. She is too important.
Tell him to join. You can all leave this place together.
I am very weak. It is not devotion to Sahela. It is devotion to all. To the all of luck to.
All right, cool, man. This is Sahela.
Homeland is gone. It is not to be. We stay in Fort
I'm gonna not listen and see if it
stay
updates.
elsewhere. This is the way.
It did.
I get a reward.
This is the only way.
Oh, what are your choices?
So I got magical leather gloves. They give me +2 initiative.
One friend brings
Stone
another
skill
home.
boost. They give
Thank
me
you.
+6 HP.
Okay.
He
Magical
gets
helm.
better,
They give me
little by
+1 in
little.
warfare.
We are together.
Or a magical wand of
we
nature.
always get better.
They give me 6 to 7
My
air.
people, I miss them.
It gives them
It is
a
not
oh,
to
this sets the
Homeland,
cripple
yes.
condition for 1 turn, 10% chance.
It
Though.
is a.
She's squeezing.
I do not.
Damn.
Okay. Wait, what was that last one?
Magical wand of nature, 6 to 7 air damage.
Cool.
100% chance to critical, 100% chance of electrified surfaces. Set cripple
Ooh.
for 1 turn, 10% chance to succeed.
Oh, 100% crit? You mean 100% chance to make a surface?
Yeah, well, yeah,
Oh, okay,
100% chance to electrify surfaces, 150%.
Oh,
critical
okay.
damage.
Yeah. Everything has like an intrinsic 150 crit damage or higher, so. I don't know
The
what
helm
changes
looks
it.
pretty good though.
Yeah, man.
Damn.
Whatever you wanna do, homie.
You baby.
Wow. Sign me up.
Yeah, I'll take the helm because I need one.
What does that helm do?
Gives me more armor.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Look at me.
Oh, is it that goofy tribal looking helm like made out of bone and fucking cloth? It's like super tall.
Look at that. Oh my god. That is amazing. I love it.
Dragonborn look pretty silly in a lot of stuff. So do the elves, because they're just too goddamn tall. Goddamn tall.
Oh, fucking Christ. Okay, where are we gonna go?
Out into the south towards the gator, probably. I think it's
Okay,
about
let's go
that
to the gator.
time.
All right.
I mean, I feel like we've been doing pretty good so far too.
Oh yeah. Doing just fine. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Well, it auto-saved, so I must be close. So I'll wait.
Yeah, we're on our way. Oh my god, this game is so fun now.
Oh yeah. It only gets better.
There's a crab you can talk to, by the way.
Yeah, I already talked to him. Or her.
Right here, yeah.
They're fucking worthless. They're funny, but worthless.
Where's the crocodilo bombadillo?
What's up here? Don't you worry. It's right.
Crocodilo bombadillo.
Oh, you should probably stay spread out, just an FYI.
Spread my cheeks. What?
Oh, there's several.
Scary. Oh.
I think he found me.
Really? You don't say.
Yeah, I think they noticed.
Oh, they're resistant to fire and poison. Okay, so electricity.
Oh, electric or resistant to poison. That sucks.
Are we all in combat, or are you guys hanging out somewhere?
Yep.
We're all in combat. Yeah.
How did I see you guys?
Because we are a little bit further back behind
Yeah,
you. If you look on the mini map, we're all here. There's
Yeah.
4 blue bubbles. 4 blue.
Interesting.
Maybe it's just because you're in the bushes or something. I don't know.
Oh, maybe I'm just too far. Oh, there's 3 of them. I thought there was only like 1 or 2.
Yeah, but like no, there's 3.
Oh, what the fuck, dude?
Oh, but they have no magic resist, so I mean.
Yeah. No, one of them has magic resist. It looks like.
Hold on. What do we have here? Oh.
Saltwater one. In the back. That must be the boss.
Let's do this. And we're gonna say.
Oh, you're gonna.
Oh no! Oh no!
What's going on?
Shit! All right, I'm gonna. Oh, I know what I'll do. Hold on.
Do you have enough AP?
I do now.
You forgot about the AP running.
Oh! It shows the backstab range when you're holding a knife. That's fucking cool. It shows like a cone of where you should be standing for it to properly. Oh, that's cool. Oh, and the icon for the attack changes. Oh, that's so nice.
Oh, let's go.
Let's put this guy to sleep. I'm scared.
He's Hongshu Mimi. Oh, dude, nice.
Honestly, not bad.
Oh, what the fuck?
Ow, fuck, shit! Here I am laughing. I'm like, he got you guys again. Oh, fuck. That was fucking funny, dude. They resist fire and poison, apparently. It was so fucking funny.
So how you doing, Tama? That's blood totem. Oh, no, that's a oil totem. Yeah, hell yeah.
I like the oil stuff because it slows enemies and it's combustible. And
Oh,
blah,
that
blah, blah.
oil imp. That's cool.
Yeah, he's
there's oil.
How much is this?
No, there's
2 to
oil
throw it?
in. You oiled up freaking.
All oiled up, baby.
You oiled them up. Hey, what would be the chances of me setting you on fire right now?
Man, 3 AP to get up there?
Oh, Jesus. There is a fire barrel right next to me. So that's
Oh,
fair.
shit. Fossil strike.
Oh, Jesus, that hit hard. Oh my god. 24
Well, they have no resistance
damage?
to Earth.
Holy shit.
They have no resistance to Earth, so it hurts them more.
Yeah. Was it fire and poison I think they resist? So, you might
Yeah,
not want to use
20%
those.
fire and 20% poison.
Honestly, they're always worth using if you can, like, cause a reaction, like a elemental reaction. Those are just always worth doing. Even if it's resisted a little.
Let me get out of the oil.
Yo, I'm glad he put that oil there for me. I'll turn it against him. That's what I like about the summoner. They just turn everything against the enemy for a little bit. Until they suck.
What else am I gonna do?
He's about to die. He has 17 HP.
I know. Yeah, I'll just shoot him.
Yeah, finish him off. The less crocodiles, the better.
Nice.
Oh, come on.
2 more damage, man. Well, he's poisoned. He'll die next turn.
Yeah, he'll die. He's not up next.
Even resisting, he'll die as soon as he goes.
Oh.
Ain't no way that tick does less than 2 damage.
Yeah.
What, does it 1 damage?
Oh my god, that'd be really funny. That's weird. I thought that was a big crocodile, but...
No, it's just a special
Oh,
crocodile.
shit. Oh.
Oh.
Did he hit me? Okay, he just hit me for 10. It's not too bad. He took it out of my shield or whatever.
Electrified blood. Love it.
God damn it! I can't get close to him.
You can always save your AP, like, and let him come to you.
No.
Well, I mean, they do have ranged abilities, though, I guess.
I don't know. Yeah, you seem to be taking care of that just fine.
Well, I can't move otherwise. Ah, but I know who can move. Ha ha! This little dude.
Oh my god.
Such a fucking stupid skill. I love it.
It's so dumb.
It's gonna go hide in the bush. Goodbye, everybody. Don't get slowed. Don't get slowed. Don't get slowed.
Oh, that is nice. Look at all that blood. I think you can attack and then explode, right?
Nope.
You do one attack and then explode.
Still, I hit him for 25 though. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Damn. It was definitely doing less damage on. Oh, because I got points in Necromancer. That's why. Never mind. Oh, those points make a big difference in damage. They really do.
The points into like pyrokinetic and stuff like that?
Points
Yeah.
into skills.
More, you're just oiling me up.
Hell yeah, Datey. Where do I move this motherfucker?
You're just jealous I got a nice hat.
We'll just put him here and save that point, I guess.
Hey, he's coming in play.
No,
Why
not my
are you coming
totem.
to play with
Oh,
me?
thank goodness.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm surprised they didn't hit that barrel yet. Good God, that would hurt.
I was so scared.
Dude, if they did, oh, that would have been so bad. Immediate combustion.
Combust.
Yeah.
Gonna combust
everywhere.
Thank you for clearing some of this oil with the blood. He's about to get shocked next round. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Don't worry. What else are you gonna do, kitty cat? Tell me, tell me.
Are you ready for this? Bam, 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 bam.
Oh, he's frozen.
Oh, he's frozen.
Yo, nice.
He has immunity to shock though while frozen.
Jockey wacky.
It don't matter. Now he's wet. What are you gonna do, Andy? Just smack him?
I'm gonna shit in my butt.
Oh man, reverse pooping? I know that feeling.
Yeah, dude. Inverted pooping. Whose turn is it? My little minion? Let's have him go like. Oh.
Can you fossil strike him again and spread the oil around, or?
Best I can do.
He's almost dead. He's like one hit away. There's no shot that he doesn't take less than 3 damage from that fire.
Let's go here and see if I can knock these dudes down. Yeah, sick.
Nice.
At least skip their turn, which is pretty great.
Can you hit the one in the back, kitty cat? Oh no, I think it. Oh, this one's fine. Yeah.
Whoa. Good shit.
Whoa, that took a
Good
shit.
shit.
Health
Thank
off of
God, dude.
Damn.
They was pretty good. Where's the other crocodile?
That was
Oh, you blew up the other crocodile, remember?
Oh, that's right. Oh, not eating those intestines, though. I don't think intestines count for, like, my fleshy bullshit. Oh, God, am I gonna eat this torso? It's disgusting.
So what do you get from eating that stuff?
Who wants this? These gloves of teleportation. They give you the teleport skill. which is really valuable. So we may, and then you can decide whether to keep it or give it to that guy.
I will definitely
send it to you.
Yeah. Thank you.
There's also a broom there if you want it. in a cooking pot.
Oh hell yeah. I can TP now.
You are ever sodden.
TPU.
Ever.
TP these
Yeah.
nuts.
Early memories are overshadowed by a terrifying
So what does
death.
eating stuff do for you?
Well, it gives me access to their memories. And sometimes it'll give me a skill, you know, if it's a special memory. But, fun fact, those guys just really feared and hated being eaten alive. So, you know, nothing special.
Ah, damn, I don't know why I was so easy.
Also, like, same. It seems awful.
Oh, wait, I found a chest over here, and,
Getting eaten alive? I don't know. I mean, if
Wait,
you're
a chest?
kind of
yeah, kitty.
if you're like
chest?
a more, you know, fetishist, that might be kind of
here.
into, you know.
come lockpick it.
What are you talking about?
On me, over here.
Oh, you're way the fuck over here. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, there's a hidden chest over here.
Alright, I'm on my way.
I need my thief. I'll stick it, Tama.
Low. It's low.
Aren't you glad my loot goblin senses were tingling?
Hell yeah. Oh, it's going fast, so it'll probably be easy. Aw.
What we got?
Restoration scroll and the rain skill book, and some leather armor. Nothing special. I mean, for Fort Joy, that's pretty good, but otherwise nothing special.
Alright, what else do we need to do?
Go talk to the guy in the middle of the camp here to your left.
Oh, right here?
I think he has a staff. But he's like right there near the campfire, kind of walking around. Gawain, yeah. And if you wanna keep the gloves, tell him no. And if you don't want to keep them, you can help him out and he'll escape. And he may or may not die later, and we get him anyways. Who knows? But either way, we get XP. Damn it!
Still working on getting that spell.
What spell?
So if I tell him that we have the teleporter, it gives it to him. Yeah,
I think so.
Keep that.
I mean, you can tell him you have it. I don't think
it'll
it'll give it to him.
And scraps of metal.
That's a different
the
option.
woman is manipulating a glove-like contraption fitted with 5 long metal
Okay,
skewers.
we'll see what happens when I tell him.
And what you after?
I have the teleporter.
Hell yeah.
Oh, now what?
It starts in a little.
Now we do the arena, I think. Let me check the log.
Oh well, I still have the gloves.
Oh, good.
But now he marked it on our map where to go for teleporting or whatever.
Oh, sick, dude.
Oh, cool. I mean, we can do this. We can do the arena. Get revenge on those bastards that killed us.
Yes, I'm on my way. I'm on my way to the arena.
To the arena.
Wait. Amiro needs his people on the mainland to know what happened. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's probably later shit.
Oh, use your bedroll when you can, because it gives you a +1 to strength and finesse and intelligence for 2 turns.
Seriously?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
look.
yeah. Oh, you just use it. I thought you had to actually like put it on the ground and lay down. That's awesome.
Oh, I wish I had a bedroll. I have none.
I mean, you could just steal one. They're fucking everywhere. Wait, where am I going? Oh.
I discover things for Indy, and in
yeah.
return, he gives me loot.
Meow. Let's go. This time we kick the ass.
You kicking the ass?
We kick the ass. Ass, 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 titties.
She sizes you up as you approach. Her eyes.
You've yet to experience the joy and pain of true It's true, yet I see potential I believe you could. I fight, not it is the wide.
All downstairs? No.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in the arena. Yeah.
We're missing Coco.
Talk to the faithful one and just press 1 until she finally blesses you.
The one.
I think she'll bless you with a frost shield or magic shell, which is free 16 armor or magic armor, whatever. I think sure.
You come to fight.
I don't think I
You
got
come
a
to
blessing.
prove yourself. You come to be
Oh.
worthy.
Maybe it only does it to the
There can
host.
be
It just
only
does it
one.
one time.
And you have but one.
You guys ready?
chance.
Anyways, let's fight. Yeah, fight.
Okay.
Good. Who aids you?
Fight all.
Choose one.
Fight all.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna put my warrior probably back here for now.
Thank God they don't have like 45 armor each.
I have no ranged options, which really sucks with her, but whatever.
Oh, should have picked up that bow and arrow. My first bow back on the ship.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's true. I should have equipped one for coming down here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What do we want to do here? What do we want to do? What do we want to do?
I cast testicular torsion.
One can only.
Grab him by the dick and twist.
I'm ready.
Sick.
Nice.
Sucks. You guys are right next to each other.
Ooh. I cast cock and ball torture.
Yo, that dog is almost dead already. How crazy. Oh, shit. Fucker.
Yeah.
You fucking fucker.
Oh, and I'm fucking blinded.
Oh, because it ate through your shield.
Yep.
It's
Glass
pretty
cannon in my
funny. Pretty funny.
That glass cannon hurts. Oh my god, yeah, I can't see shit. Well, I'm just gonna
save your AP.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do shit. I have all this AP and nothing to do it with.
You'll have more for next time then. I'm about to do something to them though.
Does it? Does it go over max cap? Because I am max cap right now.
Oh shit. Never mind. You have the high ground now.
I do. Ending my turn. When do we get to respec? I might take glass cannon off.
It's a hot minute, man.
Oh, okay.
It's not like terribly far, but it is. I don't think it's like it's. Fuck. Is it Act 2? I don't know. Is it me?
Yes.
Yep.
Anybody close? God damn it. No. I shall wait for them. Or you know what? Maybe I'll just fucking... Yeah. Go on here and be a sneaky boy.
You sneaky dinky you.
Strength of body aids you, but strength of spirit is mandatory.
Yeah, we'll keep her there for now. Oh wait, can I? Absolutely cannot. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I'll heal, motherfucker.
He's slowed and on fire. Let's go. See, now this turn you can heal me. Kitty.
Yeah.
Let's do another one.
I can
Oh
give
man.
you magic armor.
I'll move like here and hope we don't all get fire blasted. We'll see. Oh, come on! I just got that one.
Oh, they're both down.
Oh, damn it!
Yeah, I would need to get rid of that archer. I'm gonna see if I can. Ooh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hot. Can you get that archer over there? Where are they? Oh no, you killed these guys. That's pretty nice. That dog is almost dead. It's so tempting.
Oh, blind only lasts for 1 round. Cool. All right, that works.
Yeah, that wears off pretty quick. Nice.
Oh, you unfroze the other guy though.
Maybe I should stick to shock.
Like your fire. Your fire is really neat. It's pretty.
It's very pretty, yeah. Jesus Christ!
Wow, I hit for
You
25?
almost killed him.
Oh my god.
How does he do so much?
Dude, I don't fucking know.
Let me see.
I don't have much into fucking summoning, so I have no idea. Meanwhile, my warrior has done fuck all.
Okay. The Farsight infusion gives 25% damage.
Oh, that's what it is, Farsight. I didn't realize to get added extra damage.
It does between 15 and 18 damage, so Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh. Well, saw that coming.
It also has Geomancer, so it has 50% extra damage. To Earth attacks, at least.
I got him! Fucker. Fucking fucker! Ooh, this bitch is brave as hell. She is almost in a very bad spot. She's so close to being in a terrible spot. Light that bitch up.
La-dee-da.
What are we doing to her? You know what? We'll just do this.
Can we make scrolls?
I don't know. I know they enhance the crafting to some extent. Since like the first time I played it, but I don't know.
Now you're bleeding, bitch. All right.
Nah, and my camera died, of course. Motherfucker.
Aw.
So annoying, dude.
Awesome, I got all the crafting stuff here.
Whatever. Piece of poop.
Oh, choose target to teleport. Oh, I can choose
Yeah,
the target.
You choose the target and then you choose where right after.
Ooh, where do you want to go?
What's really good is you can drop opponents onto other opponents, so you can do a little damage as part of the teleport as well.
Oh, cool.
But you gotta drop them like just right.
I'm dropping you on top of somebody. Is that okay? You want to stay up here? Or you
Do
wanna
it!
Go?
Do it!
All right. No, target is blocked. Why are you blocked?
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
They both took the 18 damage, but that's pretty rad.
You took damage.
Oh!
Yeah, I know, Chuck. It's offline. I'll just fucking. I don't know. I think that iPhone is just not charging right anymore. I don't know what to do with it, Chief.
Easy.
Oh, you're right there. Nice.
It's just poopy dopey.
You know what? Fuck off, bro.
Hell yeah, dude.
Man, she has so much magic armor.
Path is interrupted. Fucking by what, dude?
By a wall, you're like literally in front of the wall right there.
Maybe the steam. It might. Maybe the.
Oh,
cloud.
yeah, maybe.
No, he's like at the corner of the wall too.
I appreciate you, Chuck. Let's move like here. See if I can hit her. Okay, no, it's not the steam, thankfully. Not yet.
Nice. Okay, she's all out of armor.
God, dude.
Walking all
am
slow.
Am I still slowed? Yeah.
Busy right well, yeah.
I almost clicked on
Okay,
chocolate. I was about to put him to sleep.
What the fuck?
Whoops.
It's like, hey, take this. What?
Take these.
These nuts. Oh.
Let's see if I can just go right here. Oh, they're too high up. Damn it.
You get the one that Iggy's on.
The only one that did that.
Fuck it.
Oh, I know.
Oh, that works too.
Explode her. Explosion.
Can I also move here? Ah, gotcha, bitch. Go to sleep. So good.
If you guys see any sheets of paper, let me know so I can make more scrolls.
Now you can make scrolls? Cool.
Yeah, I can craft scrolls. Anybody can.
Oh, that's neat.
I love my whittle totems. They're so cute. And like, weirdly helpful.
Actually, where do I get a rabbit's paw?
Oh, of course I run through that shit. Oh. Super slowed. Damn it.
I'm like, of course you have to. Of course you have to do that. Is Indy next? Yes. So, Indy, you know what?
Haste!
Thanks. Does that counter slow? No, I guess not.
I believe so. Let me see.
And after this, we can loot those chests.
It says it clears slow and crippled, so. Where can I go? That's the real question. No way.
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
And she sucked.
Oh, it's this little guy's turn? Who's left? Just one person, right? Yeah.
Yeah, up here. And she's shocked. Get her!
Good luck up there.
Rather just... There you go. See, now you're fast.
Not fast enough. Nice. Good enough. Bitch.
Wow.
Blind, blind, blind. Sleeping powder, sleeping powder.
I feel she has a personal vendetta, I guess you could get.
Right?
Like, what did you do to
What in tarnation?
Let's see. Have we seen any rabbits in our path at all?
Any
Damn, you just a needy motherfucker, aren't you? You got any paper? You got any rabbit?
What in the world? What are you looking for, man?
This is this craft scroll, so I don't use up my fucking spells.
Oh. Ooh, his movement is... Oh, it's because he's in oil.
I'm sorry, wizards are so needy for their crafting needs.
Yep.
Think skills grow on trees?
They kind of do, yeah.
Shut up. Push your mouth here. Sneak fucker.
Oh.
Oh, is it? Oh, no, it's your turn. Okay.
What are you
What you doing, kitty?
How come I can't shoot you from here?
Probably.
Are you blinded still? You're blind, that's why. Oh, no,
How
wait.
the fuck did I get blind?
No.
No, it does reduce range and accuracy, and yeah. Because he threw blinding powder when you were downstairs.
Oh, you're
last turn or whatever. For some reason, you're the only person that keeps getting blinded, though, out of the multiple people hit. like every time. What the fuck?
I need to change this glass cannon off.
Hey, do me a favor. Don't kill him. Go and open that chest instead.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can reach it anyway. Oh, is another chest? What the fuck?
Yeah, there's a chest way back there.
Water balloon, armor of Frostgo, and a fire arrow.
Ooh.
Oh, I need more AP to get the last thing.
Oh, the last thing in the chest you need AP to loot?
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Yeah. Yeah, you need AP to
great.
loot.
I want you to open that chest first, because I'm worried they'll take us out of the arena.
Which chest?
The one in the very...
The one you're at, and the one in the back.
Oh, I want the one in the back. Yeah, you don't want. Yeah. If you guys could survive,
Oh,
for God knows how
I could.
long.
Probably can't make it there, but I could try. Oh, I'm fucking slowed
You know
again.
what? I'm gonna go all the way to that ornate chest in the back because this was just a fire arrow in here. I don't think we need a fire arrow.
Oh, okay. Now he's slowed.
Oh.
Just shoots Kitty or whoever in the face a little bit.
Oh, that was mean.
That was mean. How dare.
I know.
Forever slowed on this character.
Like, why don't you shoot the imp instead?
Run away!
Quick, scavenge the loot! Sue says, had to vanish and do my lower body workout and shower and back. Welcome back, buddy. Hope you had a good workout and you're nice and clean and had a great shower. We're still in the arena fighting these fucks. Yeah, it looks like there's the only 2 chests. And that's it.
Yeah.
Definitely tuckered out? That's good, Susu. I need to work out tonight, too.
Hey, Sue, well, guess what? You're beautiful.
Oh.
Alright, Choco Waco.
Okay, so... Darn. There's a knockdown arrow and a restoration scroll.
Aww. Well, I guess it's up to my little duder to take this guy out.
If that's a burning?
Your enemies, but there can be only to win their place. The one must fight their allies. Decide.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, yeah.
Wait, what?
I think we're all fighting each other.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you know I'm not gonna win. As melee, ain't no fucking way.
Oh no.
Let the
There can only be one.
continue.
Oh, that's fucking funny, dude.
Oh no!
Oh, right.
Oh, my totems are still up though. Oh no!
Oh.
Holy fuck, that's fucking funny, dude.
Gonna run away.
Where am I? Oh, okay.
Indy's turn right in front of me. You're gonna wreck my shit. So bad.
Only a little bit. Actually, no.
Kill
Probably
Indy.
not. Probably not at all.
Alliance, kitty cat, kill Indy.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna teleport you off the cliff.
Oh my god. Can you do that?
That would be
really,
awesome.
That'd be really fucking funny.
Oh, I'm getting fucked.
That's why I said kill him.
Oh, yes you are, baby.
Oh, boy. At least let me hit one thing. I'm next. I'm next in line, but I'm so dead. Kill Coco. Yeah. Ignore me. Oh, or not. Oh,
Oh my god.
Not bad.
Oh.
I'm telling you, we have to work together.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Honestly, that damage is barely better than the other sword. I'm a little disappointed. Friday to look at the fan. Oh, cool. Good. You say I'm gonna teleport you away. Get away from me. I wonder what reward any one of us gets. I wonder if it's randomized or not, too. He's looking. He's like, how far away can I get you?
Where am I gonna put you?
No, you son of a bitch.
Oh no, you hit the Sir Squirrel. See some thighs. Oh. This is a good workout. Hell yeah, girl. Oh, I forgot about flesh sacrifice.
You should wrap your thighs around me.
Oh, she rolled a 20. That means she has to wrap her thighs around you, I think. I think that's how that works.
Yep.
That was clearly the wish she is granted by the nat 20.
Exactly. Sulu, is that what you wished? What are you doing?
Rude.
No, oh, he covered you in oil.
Yeah, he didn't get you. You're good.
He didn't. No, I think he got. No, he got me too. God damn it.
Did he?
Yeah, I'm slowed.
Oh, you're slow because you're on oil, homie.
Yeah, because the oil spread to me too over here.
No, he dropped lizard. He didn't drop oil. That oil was been there.
No. I'm saying he dropped. Oh.
What are you doing, buddy?
I have no idea. I'm just casting everything.
He's just like, throw everything I got. Random bullshit. Go.
Yup.
It's fucking funny, dude. Thankfully, we're both covered in oil, so we're gonna go almost nowhere per turn. Rude!
Oh my god, the blood is electrocuted.
That's so fucking cool. Also rude.
Oh, that is beautiful. Oh fuck, I forgot about
Look at it, he's in
me. Son of a bitch. Oh, this.
Oh no, he still has Thane.
Oh, the poison totem. Oh, we're so fucked.
Maybe not.
I should have healed myself, but I didn't. That's something I'm gonna regret.
Literally, Indy can't go anywhere because he's shocked. He's on fire. He's chilled.
That's true. I think he already has infusion, doesn't he? He does, yeah.
I blew my load on that one round.
He said he blew his load. Oh my god.
He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skills in one turn. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Miss me that shit. Or not.
Good night. Good night, my son. I love you. Let's see. Are there any corpses nearby? No, there's not.
There's me. There's my corpse.
Surprised you're not shocked in the fucking blood mist.
You know what? Fucking go to sleep.
Oh shit.
You're a piece of shit.
It's fucking funny, dude. I didn't know there was PvP in this. It's so funny.
This is our first taste of PvP. No! Stop! Yeah, it's 2 versus 1. 2 versus 1.
You fucked up. You done diddly goose.
You fucked up.
Oh, I did wake him up though.
Oh wait.
Oh, that hurt.
Oh good.
Yeah, but I'm dying.
No, I'm saying that hurt. Yeah, that hurt you.
What the fuck just hit me?
A big fat cock.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, it's fucking indie, man. The fucking Conjure's so strong.
Oh man, you're just like barely out of sight. Let me just fix that real quick.
I got nowhere to run.
I love how you just like forgot about the summoner entirely. It's so fucking good.
Dude, that does so much damage.
I'm shocked.
So good.
It's insane that they were just like, let's just leave all the totems out. Like, if it wasn't for that,
oh my God.
that would have been a very fair fight. But that was crazy. It was so funny.
Dude, those totems have so much range and do so much damage.
Who am I talking to?
I feel so weak in comparison to the Conjurer.
Right? Like, I wanna be a summoner now. Let's
yeah,
do
let's
it.
all be summoners, man.
Yeah, let's restart the game as summoner.
Yeah, like Jesus, they get 50% damage on top of the fucking goddamn. It gets indie skills on top of it. Skills.
Dude, an entire group of summoners.
Oh, there it is. All right, what did we get? Oh, it's just a bunch of random loot. It's just all fucking trash. Dumb.
Man, I guess I'm losing. Dang. Oh God, no. Please crush me between thighs. Your wondrous thighs.
Does anybody want an Arrow Thurge hood?
What does that do? I don't have a hat, so sure.
Oh, okay. It just gives you +1 to Arrow Thurge, which is like the wind, lightning shit. Yeah, that's the reward. That's it. What's up, Nathaniel? How you doing, dude?
Thank you.
You may not be the one. You prove yourself again, and again, and again. A warrior traveling the path of the wand should not be collared like a pet. I suggest you see the Tinkerer. You are capable of so much more.
Oh, and we can just challenge each other for funsies. That's kind of cool. like one-on-one shit. That's it. We can leave now. I think that's it. Unless you want to talk to them and find out, like I'll wait. I don't know if that's like truly it or not. I just assume, since there's like no flag.
No, we just got our asses handed to us by you. I don't want to go back down there. All you had to do was just stand around and wait for your totems.
Dude, yeah, those totems, man. They put in some work when all 3 are out. And the little imp.
Dude,
oh my god.
Little imp did so much. He gets 50% damage from Geomancer stuff.
Dude, yeah, when he's got high ground hitting for like 20% more. Ridiculous.
Dude, he hits for like 25 to 20.
Like I said, it's really good early on, but it falls off pretty bad later. It's
Watch them eat it so it
that,
doesn't fall off.
that and there's like a bunch of AoE later, so the totems die so easy all the time. It sucks, dude.
Alright, where are we going?
I just still feel so
direction.
I need the skills to come back faster for the wizard, bro.
The one.
Yeah. It's like I don't want to wait 4 rounds. Come on.
The
come on,
one.
let's
You
go.
may be the one to save us all.
It's exactly that, man. 3 to 4 rounds of waiting.
Yep.
What kind of ring does she have? She's got an arrow thurge ring. If you want to have a +2 at arrow thurge total.
What the fuck does her do?
Like I said, it's like teleport and lightning and wind based skills, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There's only one thing to do. I've got to say, what a
Give you? I already have one in arrow thurge. Give me.
Okay.
I already have one in arrow thirst too.
Oh, where'd you get it from?
From my skills.
Well, now you have a ring.
Oh, are you an arrow
Taco.
thurge? You're an arrow thurger.
I'm just an evoker, man. I'm just here. My highest one is obviously pyrokinetic, but
Talk to her and see if you can if she'll take your collars off too or not. Because I don't know if it's one person or several or I don't know how this shit works.
All of us.
That would be fucking nice, wouldn't it? Fucking iPhone, man. And the board just showed up on the map again. Interesting. To the arena, cavern entrance. Oh, so yellow flags are like entrances and shit, I think.
I don't feel so good.
Yeah. Red flags are like quest related, I guess.
Press the issue.
Gawain? Gawain?
Nope.
Why does it show a flag out
she
there?
she doesn't want to tell us the secret. How to remove these colors.
Did she
She
remove
won't
it
do
off of yours or no?
No.
Did she remove it off of you, Indy?
doing without your collar?
Uh-oh. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Frickin' Indy got his removed.
Oh no, and now I'm in trouble for it. The guard is like, wait a second.
Are we gonna have to fight?
We might.
Do I look like an idiot?
Wait up, don't start apart yet.
Come on,
Okay.
Oh shit! Hey, it took me down to the dungo.
To replace my collar.
What the fuck? Hold on.
What?
I want to see if there's a different outcome. That was interesting. What if we just say fuck you to this guy? Oh my god, what if the whole fort turns hostile?
Well, how did you get your collar off?
I think it's because the arena
What are you
thing.
doing without your collar?
Bullshit.
Oh, because you won at the end. What? But
I guess, I don't know.
what about Fane? Can Fane get his collar off?
It doesn't look like it.
Prefer a cage, do you? No skin off my nose.
Oh
I
shit.
want the perfect cell for you.
I do kind of want to go to that dungeon though.
This way.
Yeah, but we won't
Fuck.
be able to go to the dungeon.
I should
Fuck.
find a way out
Oh,
of
it's the
this
holding
mess
cells.
before
This is the
someone
place we
comes
were trying to get
replace my
into
collar.
last time. Yeah,
So
yeah,
how are we
yeah.
supposed to get down to you? That's the real question.
That's a fucking awesome question.
Oh, hi. Oh, you. Oh, hi.
Well-
Are you here for the pointy this place?
Looks like we're gonna have to find him.
Okay, we gotta find some dude named Gareth. Who was that guy? To
Unless,
get all of our colors off.
let's see if I can like escape or something.
But then you're gonna have to face a bunch of guards alone.
Well, you know what? That's just too dang bad.
Yeah, you're the winner of the arena. You got this.
Huh.
Okay, so we need to find Gareth, right?
Yeah, help Gareth. Yeah, find the Seeker hideout and help Gareth.
What? No. No. I won't go. I won't go. Guards!
Okay,
Oh, how am I fighting her? She's in a different fucking room, dude. Oh my god.
I don't even know where you are.
I'm in the dungo fighting for my life. Actually, just trying to reason with this chick that's like panicking. Okay.
Told you we have to find a way, get the way for us.
Okay.
We'll rescue you.
We gotta escape Fort Joy and then find the secret hideout in the marshes. We gotta get out of here first.
Come quickly! There's a sorcerer!
Okay, so we gotta teleport or what?
They'll get their hands on you and then...
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Where's the marshes? That's the real question.
Fucking uh-oh. Okay,
I think
so...
Indy might be in trouble.
Statue? Did you guys go down in the...
Is that where we should go?
Did you hit the button on the statue yet? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
This is where we need to go.
Okay.
However,
we can't get through.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. Oh my god, it's so weird having my other character. Oh yeah, you can. There's a fucking lever. We're just a bunch of fucking idiots. Don't go too far forward.
There's a lever.
Hello, Indy.
I don't think Fane can take this. We're gonna try though.
High level. Nope. Okay, so we're gonna. Oh wait, maybe over here.
It says succeeded.
What?
Hey, look! I found all your shit. Hey, look! I found all your shit in here.
Oh, good. I'd love to get that back.
I should be careful.
Hey,
The
look at
last
all
thing I
that
need is
cool.
unwanted
Wow.
attention.
All right, time to grab everything. New call.
Good. What do I have? The knife? Physical and piercing? Let's use the spear for a little bit. See how it differs. 14 to 17. 10 to 12. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I guess let's free everybody.
For barging into a private room, buddy.
That guy was just in the cell willingly.
Ow, before you go, you haven't met a particular fella here, have you? Tall,
Black beard.
intense.
Oh wait,
looking.
lizard folk. Don't worry.
Half of me. Any.
Oh yeah, you talk to her. She does not like me. I could not reason with her.
Can you open
Be
the
careful,
door?
kitty cat. Oh yeah, for sure. Easily.
Look at kitty cat. What are you doing?
He just click, 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 click. Oh my god. I'm gonna stay out of sight because she's gonna freak out if she sees me.
Persuasion check was successful.
Oh, that's a new.
Oh, it's a rock. Oh, because it blends in with what? That's so stupid.
The elf's skin is pale as a corpse's, but his face contorts
Who are
with
you?
inscrutable emotion. Joy, horror, and rapture. His eyes lock onto yours.
It's you!
Verdos? Why does that sound familiar? Verdos? Frown and tell the elf he's no kin to you. Lost his sense from the pain. Look at him more closely, trying to remember if you've met before.
He spasms suddenly.
It does.
They're eating holes in my mind. They're making
All right,
tunnels.
she is.
This is how she makes them.
A single tear rolls down his cheek.
You told me
I'm
some
not
stuff.
The last. The bishop doesn't
Guys, we got a
count.
bunch of people up ahead.
He doesn't count.
Yeah. Don't, I wouldn't,
Done
I
for, but
wouldn't piss him
you-
off.
You.
Or you could go
I
say
see a
hi.
key.
Who knows?
Still hope.
I see a prison key. We can save everybody.
He screws up his face.
You.
We've already picked everything. Though.
There's one,
You need to go. Dallas.
two,
After
three,
she
4
took
people.
me. Bye bye, love. Tell.
Okay. He's gonna stay here and die, homie. Oh, he's got decomposing on him? Oh, no. That's probably not good.
Yeah, no. Okay, so up ahead there's a prison key, which we'll probably need to use to get out of here, but we can take them on.
All right, let's do it.
Wait
Let's
up,
go
wait up.
shit in some
Wait,
bottles.
wait. Let me haste it.
Oh my god, it fucked up my entire action bar. Just threw a bunch of shit on it. Jesus Christ.
Get in there. Go, 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 go.
Oh, I hate that. Yeah.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh my God,
He's doing his action bar.
This is awful.
Should we tell them we're not leaving? What about them?
Oh, you're talking to him.
Yep.
What?
Fight him.
Okay, we're fighting.
Okay, well that... Did you even talk to them at all, or were they just like, fuck you?
They were like, fuck you.
What the fuck, dude?
They're like, fuck you, you're not supposed to be here.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait behind this pillar for them to come to me. I think
I'm gonna teleport you right into him.
No! Honestly, I'm not opposed.
I mean, you're the melee guy, so
That's true.
yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, summon Source Hound. Oh yeah, I'm gonna put you right in the middle.
Ah, well, we all got something to stab now.
Ooh, it's my turn. Do you want to stab that guy, or do you want to,
I don't fucking know.
Get in there. Hot and heavy.
Go.
I don't fucking know. Just stand out of the blood pool so I can make blood totems. That's all I need.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
Make it rain.
Have fun.
Oh my God, you couldn't have put me closer? Jesus.
That was the closest I could do because you were behind the pillar.
Oh, the worst teleporter.
It's your fault.
There goes all my fucking physical armor. Oh, good. This is gonna go great.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna be unconscious when it's by my turn.
So nice.
It's your own fault.
Although it would be fucking hysterical if they were like, we don't mind him, and they just like shit on both of you. I don't know why the AI keeps doing that. It's crazy.
It's like, these are casters. Fuck them up.
Is that oil in the back? Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh man, can you burn that fucking? I don't know if they're close enough to the barrel. Eh.
No, they have to be a little bit closer.
I think so, yeah.
Are you good? Okay, yeah, your armor's gone. Oops, sorry about that.
That's okay. Well, I switched to the spear for better damage. But we'll see.
But if you want blood on the ground, there you go, blood.
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, there's so much blood.
Careful.
There's also
about to go.
I was about to say there's two rangers above us, which might suck for both of us. TBH.
Do less damage on that guy. Let's see, magic.
Let's just focus on these two guys first.
Yeah.
Nice.
Good. Ah, yeah, that feels great.
Ooh.
Oh, very nice. Did you just shock the corpse?
No.
You did. I mean, I think you also hit what's his face, but I think you also shocked the corpse. That's fucking funny. There it is. Oh god. Oh.
You look like you're taking some damage there.
I look like I'm gonna be unconscious there.
They did say fuck.
I am crippled. What does crippling blow do to me?
Movement speed minus 100%, dodging minus 50%. For 1
Oh, okay. Yeah. I got you next round, Indy. Unless they kill you.
We'll see. Oh, he does mosquito swarm. Okay.
Cool.
Damn, that dog has a lot of HP. Holy hell. Holy hell, dude. Fuck.
How much does he have? Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I forgot the dog was mine.
These dudes are beefy. Shit. Probably slap my ass out of existence, but that's fine. Ooh, that's a little better. Who has low? Fucking magic shielding. Oh, fucking. Oh, Houndmaster. Houndmaster, you're going to sleep. Fucking good night.
And the guy behind you, right?
That's like the same damage as the dagger. Holy shit. Can I knock him down? I don't know. I can technically hit both of them with this. That's absurd. Okay.
Oh!
I was blocked. Ah, damn it. I thought I would do enough damage.
You petrified that chest.
Wait, what?
That corner. You petrified the chest up in that corner.
How does that work?
Not on
Fucking
this thing right over here. This chest I saw got petrified.
What the fuck? My ability doesn't even petrify. That doesn't even make any sense. What in the world, dude? Where's my little duder? Can I walk this way just a little? Yeah.
A bloody note and a prison key. Just love how Indy's like, I'm gonna go hide behind this pillar. And I'm like, you sure about that?
Owie. Owie. Oh. Dog's eating my butt. He's eating my butt. Don't eat my butt.
He's aiming for your cheeks.
Clapping my cheeks. Don't hammer my butt.
How fucked up is that dog? Oh, okay.
He doesn't have any armor or shield, so.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it. Don't hit Fane.
I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, son of a bitch.
Notice up, let me just equip like 2-1 next time. And do double the damage.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that helps a lot. Because I'm gonna take. Yep, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, man, they're wailing on me.
Should I help Fane with this dog? Probably.
Is what's his face still? What is that on my? Oh, adrenaline. Is he still asleep? No, he's awake now. Okay. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, might go down.
Oh my god.
Yeah, get him. Ah. Let's see. Fucking. Boop. And then. Yeah! Bitch. I think that's all he can do. Yeah. Oh god. Oh, I can't. Oh, this corpse is special. I can't fucking use it.
Oh, the one that's right behind the guy?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Interesting. There's not much I can really do. What is this? Oh, flee combat. I can move out of the way a little bit. That's about it. Might be for the best. Oh god.
Courage.
That's more damage. Okay. I'm glad I moved.
Yeah.
How much health does this dog have? 14?
Ooh. Can you do something to him? Thank God I hit him twice, so... Oh, fuck.
Oh, hell yeah. And now he's poisoned, so I regenerate. How nice. Ah, rude. I think I want to hit those, so fuck you. This is a really bad cluster of people. I feel uncomfortable.
Bleeding.
Oh, jeez.
So I guess take him out quick.
Nice. Perfect.
Well.
Nice.
What are you doing, Archer? My bitch. Oh, you fucker. Oh, you fucker. Huh. How many totems do I have up? Just 2? Yeah. Silence failed. Oh my god, man.
Oh, he's almost dead.
Who is? Oh, he's at 2 HP. Oh, he'll die next turn. That fire damage is gonna eat him up. 17 to 19. What's his? How do I know like this dude's regular attack? I guess I just don't. Just let that guy burn to death, I think. Hell yeah, dude. Or that.
Or the blood totem just automatically targets them, you know.
Nice.
My skills.
Now you got a corpse.
Oh yeah, you do got a corpse. Yeah, but he needs a shield up.
Would be nice. Oh goodness.
Oh.
Oh, there goes Fane's turn. Son of a. You just burned yourself? Okay, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Wow. That was a. Oh man, come on.
Wow.
Bruh.
Wow.
Those archers are pissing me off, man. Doing like a consistent 24 damage every turn.
It's already on fire.
My turn was coming up, but it's not anymore.
Yeah, Fane lost his too.
He's almost dead. I think you can kill him with your little elemental. Yep.
Ooh, good XP.
Well, yeah, he's juicy, that's for sure. Now, we got 2 rangers. The one on the right, I think, is the one that's most hurt.
Definitely closer.
Good heals.
There you go. Oh, now you're hitting him. Oh, okay, dude. Fuck's sake. The one on the left is going to sleep. It's fucking good night. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh my god. There's one short.
Soul bond. Oh, that's your little
yeah,
dude.
My little duder.
Can you stop? I'm so fucking gone. Jesus.
Wait, don't you have potions?
Yeah, I do, but I can't use any right now.
How much health do you have? Oh no, you're dead. I'll revive you.
Yeah, it's like, how much do you owe? That's how much you have. I mean, if nothing attacks me...
Why they attack you out of spite?
Don't... okay, fine. Fucking A! Everybody!
No, my other totem, you fucker! You son of a bitch.
And my round was coming up next. You piece of shit.
What do you mean? Okay, I need it's restoration scroll, right?
Yeah. You click on him and then you click where you want to res him. Kind of like teleport.
Oh, restoration scroll I think is what heals. I think
Oh.
you need like a revivify.
I thought he said resurrection.
Resurrection
Oh,
scroll.
okay. Whoops, okay, wrong one. Yep, shit. So this, what? I hear 1 AP. This bitch. You my nerve.
Yeah, get him. Poop in his butt. Fiery poop.
And here you go.
Oh, I'm gonna backstab the shit out of that dude.
I guess you don't have a resurrection scroll.
I put the wrong ones in my inventory.
Oh my god, he has 1 HP. Oh, he'll probably bleed to death though. Yeah. Come here, bitch. Get stabbed. Yeah, that's not... Actually, it's pretty good damage.
It's just the armor that's taking a lot of it.
I keep forgetting that flesh sacrifice costs 0.
It reduces your constitution by 1.
Oh yeah.
Fine.
So
oh
it
yeah.
might, and I think it...
You bitch!
Oh nice. Good miss. Hell yeah.
Oh shit, get wrecked.
How much constitution does your character have? Because when you use that, it reduces by 1, and if you have a shield, it removes the shield.
Okay, both of them are guaranteed to die.
Still wearing the shield apparently.
Yeah, I mean when you go down below 10 constitution.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I just looked at. Yeah, let's go. Okay, so.
Oh, no wonder.
Help, please. I need
Here,
healing.
I'll restore you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Course.
What does the Magister's Cure for the
They
Sorcerers
remove all
entail?
the source from within.
Ooh.
The
I know, but I got
husk
the prison
that
key.
remains is left
Cool.
empty, soulless.
I'm gonna soak up all this blood.
There's a bloody note, so I'm gonna check out this.
And make sure to actually read it too.
They beat me for helping
Reports
sorcerers.
our military
I joined
capabilities are improving.
this
Silent
order
monks
to
prove
serve
effective.
the
Foot
divine.
soldiers
I'm no
obedient to the
fool.
end.
But there's a boat.
They are sometimes prone to
They'll
bouts of
kill
listlessness
you
and
on sight if you
melancholia,
don't know
curable
the
by a
proper
shot
password.
of source. Keep them hungry, keep them stable.
I feel it at work upon me already. There is a waterway. You'll
a
meet
boat.
some associates of mine. Tell them Madame Zeus enough to matter. Dallas and Alexander offer a solution. People need solutions at a... No, with her help, you've given...
Okay, he's an okay dude. He's working on the
Thank you,
inside.
my friend. I will settle this debt.
Eventually I'll have a staff.
You should have several stabs. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I don't have a staff in my inventory. I just have one.
What?
Didn't Kitty send you
Yeah,
a
I
bunch?
don't have... No, he sent me wands, not staves.
Oh. That's
Oh.
weird.
Well, here.
You forgot
Maybe-
to send me the
did I?
staffs, didn't you?
Or maybe there was only one staff. I thought there were multiple.
No, there's only one staff.
There's only one? What the fuck? Let's see. Don't want that. Get rid of this shit. It's getting heavy. 10.
Okay, so this front door, I can hear a bunch of magisters. We should probably get ready for a fight. Just saying. Wait, there's more cave here.
There's more what?
Over here, there's a cave over here.
Oh yeah. Well.
Oh, how are you rested? What does rested do?
The bedroll. It's from the bedroll.
Oh, we'll need a fucking bedroll.
for 3 turns, it gives you strength, finesse, and intelligence +1. Oh, and protects from muted, blind, and crippled and knocked down. What the fuck? That's busted as hell.
What the fuck happened here? What the hell?
Underground tunnel.
I'm taking this route, huh?
I mean, we could go through the front door and fight a bunch of magisters.
I love your big fucking helmet.
It's up to you.
God, that thing is so massive.
Well, we got.
What do you want to do?
Is this area less likely to get us killed, or more likely to get us killed?
Yes. Take your pick. What adventure you want? Through the weird giant fire slug hell, or through the magister hell?
Fire slug?
That's what I see in the distance.
I bet.
Oh wait!
Good.
Wait! Don't go near it.
Oh, there's a bot.
I can talk to it.
Not if we shoot it first.
Oh my god. I can murder hobo if you want.
It's healing. It's healing from the fire. So.
Oh,
yeah.
don't tell me fire.
Don't.
Well, let's go down this way. Let's go through the Underdark.
Where are we going? What do you want to do, Chocolate?
I want to go this way. Yeah, let's go talk to the fire slug.
I'll give it a shot. If I fuck up, oh well.
Fuck up, I'll blame you forever.
That is.
You there.
Oh.
Whatever you are. Did Brackus send you?
Oh, I love your
Is he
helmet,
ready to
Go-Go.
apologize?
It's so huge. I bet you give good helmet.
I give the best helmet.
Let's look at that mouth, man. Scowl and say that Brachus Rex is long gone. Brachus is the guy we freed from the wall, isn't it?
No, Brachus is the one who chained or stuck that guy to the wall. Brachus Rex is a piece of ass.
Oh, okay.
That guy. Yeah.
I'll say he's. I don't know. What should I say? He's got some weird options.
Servants these days.
What are we gonna
Stupid
do?
as turkeys, aren't they? When I get out of this place, I'll educate them all with fire.
So you weren't sent by Brachus, but you have important news about him. He vanquished long ago. Oh, okay.
Brackus is gone. You're telling me that my Brackus, my betrothed, is...
Change your mind and say you were just joking? Oh my god.
He's gone? You're absolutely, positively sure? I've lost too much time on that wastrel Brackus as it is.
Damn, okay, so it worked
Take
out.
this proclamation and see that all hear of it. Go now. I expect the most
Before you
eligible
leave.
kings and suitors to be petitioning for my hand in marriage as soon as possible.
Asking her Royal Highness repeat her tale of woe. The people should know of her princess's plight. Oh my god.
I suppose the small folk of Rivellon ought to know my tale. All was well after my engagement to Brackus.
This is a fancy ass slug, bro.
But then, he had mind only to play around with his blasted sauce follies. I gave him a
Brachus
good
got too
tongue
close to
lashing
the
about it
sun.
in front of the whole court. But he transmogrified me and all my servants into the beasts you see before you.
Cool. Now, do we also kill the slug anyways? It is XP, but I don't know if it's much.
I don't think it's much.
It could be a lot. They're level 4.
I don't think we should, honestly. There's shark corpses everywhere. I'm just gonna stay check them out. Ooh, foul trousers, sharp rock, minor healing potion, inventory.
I can't pickpocket this. What was I thinking? Okay. It is a slug. I guess that's pretty fair.
It is slug. What's there to pickpocket?
Oh, it's the right slug, isn't it? Or
It's a slug, right? Fat one or big one?
Thick as me mum's banana bread, that one.
Holy
You
shit.
You sound a little chuffed there.
What?
You sound a little chuffed.
No. Shut your mouth.
Cheerio, Pip, Pip, let's go.
I've spotted something.
Oh, I found a thing you can dig. So I still don't have a shovel for some reason. Crazy.
I am the shovel.
You are the shovel.
I am the shovel.
Yeah, that headpiece is awesome. I love it. Every time I see it, I'm just like, that looks great. Ah.
I don't like that. I am the shovel. I'm on the brute squad. You are the brute squad.
I'm not crazy about that hammer.
Hammer of justice.
Oh, that looks neat. Plus
Hammer
dual
of
wheel-
suckness.
One-handed mace. You can dual wield that thing.
Gurgle, gurgle.
8 to 9 physical.
Princess Zenthia
Bypasses armor. What?
or feel her wrath.
I'm scared to do any entry. Oh, okay.
You're like, fuck this shit. I'm not risking it.
He's so scary.
Wait, there's a
burned corpse.
Yeah. Oh, there might be a place to dig up here.
Oh, there's a bedroll up here if you want to grab it, kitty.
Bedroll.
Anything up here to check?
Bedroll.
Oh shit, there's a whole nother area back there.
What?
Oh my god. Vines and everything.
What the hell? We go back then?
Well, there's this thing. It's like saying, "Hey, come out here." What is this?
Oh,
red
right through the
flag.
fire.
This is where we're
Oh,
supposed to go.
okay.
Oh yeah, there's a ladder up there, huh?
Yeah, there's a ladder right here.
Well, let's check out everything in here. Maybe we'll some more loot.
I wish I could jump.
I
wish I could jump. We could just jump over this thing, this ledge.
There's an elven skeleton. Oh, does this just lead back where we were? Or we came in at? I think it does. Oh, it 100% does. My bad.
Nia! Hello, Nia! Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I was focused on the game that I barely even realized it. So it's just a way down, nothing else here? Or just another way through?
Hey, shit over here!
Okay, back to the ladder then?
Yeah, we'll head back to the wherever the fuck it is. Back up here.
Yeah. Yeah, all the way where the sand is up there.
Ja.
Let me shout you out really quick, Nia. How you doing? Playing Fortnite? Play Fortnite again.
Oh my god.
Good.
Puffballs?
Better? That's good. That's good.
Cool.
My dear love.
Oh yeah, and it comes out to this guy. Alright, cool. Cool beans. Oh, you know?
Oh yeah, 100%, bro. Tell me more.
Alright, let's see. Path of the Soul.
I have so many food things.
Oh shit, we gotta go. Oh, we should probably go back down. There's the magisters and shit. We'll probably come up in the castle, I bet you. I bet it connects.
Yeah, let's go back down. Alright, I'm heading my way down.
We're going up this way, though. Where are
Oh,
you
guys
going?
are going up?
We're
Into
going
the
up.
dungeon.
And then we're going down. Just, yeah, to the beginning of the dungeon.
It wasn't at the beginning.
Well, that's where Indy went.
Yeah, I mean, you can get there either way. Just go back across the slugs or whatever. Oh.
We just take the hatch to the underground, right?
Yeah. While I'm here.
When we gonna play games, Neo? God.
Does the black flag mean it's completed?
I'm on my way.
No.
Okay, I got the key here with me, so we're gonna open that door on the left.
Say that Madame Zor sent you? Okie dokie.
On my way. I wish I could run faster.
I know.
Yeah.
I wonder if haste makes you run faster.
It does a little bit. How dare you?
Ah, suck it, nerd. Oh, okay. We're just cycling the prison key around. It's fucking weird.
Yep. We're taking out of each
Oh,
other's
be careful
pockets.
with these silent monks.
No, what could possibly go wrong? They seem pretty cool.
The creature's breath quickens.
Oh, we get to talk to each
The creature
other.
before you stares with sightless eyes and leans from side to side like a puppet without strings.
Ugh, that's making my skin crawl. But I find myself strangely fascinated.
It's an abomination, is what it is.
Yeah, we'll figure out something to play. Yeah.
Oh yeah, these monks are all
Play
like
Fortnite.
the soulless individuals that they were talking
It's an
about.
abomination. I
That they
can't
rip
stop
the
staring
source
at
out
it.
of, and they basically just kind of become a zombie.
They're just lifeless puppets, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. Lifeless sex dolls.
Huh?
It's like a train wreck. I can't take
What?
my eyes off it.
Yes, just send me a message of what we can play. Yeah, if you would, or what you've been wanting to play. Let's see.
It seems to be even more primitive than the rest of its species.
Okay.
What you chewing on, Coco?
Green corn dog.
Oh,
What are
still.
they doing down there?
Yeah.
You think I can eat 5 green corn dogs in like one sitting easily? I can, but
Fuck
I mean,
yeah,
it's
you
been
can.
like it's been like 6 hours since you got it.
Flesh not freely given. Stolen blood, sickening.
looks like a hot elf, but that was disgusting.
Jar of
Corn
mind
dog? I'll give you
maggots.
something, all right. Oh, got him.
Odd.
Holy hellhounds.
Mind
These
maggots.
dogs sound out for blood.
All right, let me talk
Might be
to
like
these guys.
those little brain worms that give us extra powers.
Oh my god, this is a sex dungeon.
What the
We're
fuck?
fighting.
Well, I was gonna try to talk to him. Fuck me.
Gonna try to. Look what happened.
Wow, what a piece of shit I am.
Oh, they have names.
We do have names, Chief.
How come my initiative just set at 10? How do I increase my initiative?
Yeah, where do you see that?
If you hover over your character
Oh,
icon,
shit.
you see initiative 10.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, mine is 12. Okay.
Oh, they
what
got
did you do?
crossbows on their backs, dude. Oh my god. That's fucking that's fucking ridiculous. It's almost like a shark with a laser on its head.
Sharks with frickin' lasers on their heads.
Does anybody want to be ported or teleported anywhere? I can teleport you anywhere.
I don't think so. I think I'm good.
Okay.
'Cause I'm well in reach of everybody, so I'm all set.
I'm gonna make rain.
I mean, unless you wanna put me. Nah. Yeah, I'm good. The ladder's right there. So never mind.
Nom, nom, nom.
What else can I do?
Your mom got him.
Oh, and I can icy this little fucker.
Yeah. Oh, this is Divinity Original Sin 2. We're playing this in honor of the new Divinity that was announced.
Yeah. That and Chocolate's never played it, and it's just a really great game.
We've just been messing around so much.
Yeah, you know, just constantly zapping each other and setting each other on fire and teleporting each other. It's all been working out great. Owie.
Oh, God, they hurt.
And they hit hard, man. Chill out. Oh, my God, I'm surrounded.
I offered to teleport you.
Straight up said, I warned you.
Ooh, nice critical hit on one of those.
It does look cool.
Let's see.
This is by Larry and this is from the people who made Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh, goodness, goodness, goodness. Let's put this bitch to sleep. Good night. And, well, I guess I'm just gonna hope for the best over here.
Is that ladder electrified?
It's...
Oh, that looks cool.
It is. That's like, okay. Sure. You bitch. Oh my God.
Why? Why me?
That fucking...
Why
wow.
me?
Well, they're
Finally, not me.
I wonder what, like, makes them choose who. I wonder if they, like, calculate your stats or something.
Calculate these nuts.
Calculate his nuts. You heard it here, folks. Why is this calculation still a short decimal? Oh, okay. I love how the dog upstairs is just warm. Meanwhile, Kitty's on fire.
I know! There goes my armor I just gave myself.
That's so fucking funny.
First I was poisoned, now I'm on fire.
It's fucking awesome.
It seems that I am the main cause of everybody getting hurt.
Awesome is a word. I don't know if I would use that for my situation.
Shit.
Oh, come on.
Oh my God, dude.
What is this shit?
Alright. Who's on fire? Good.
Me.
Thank you for the fire. I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
Need just a little more fire. Good.
Just a little bit toastier.
Glory is mine.
Beautiful. Love it. Put it in everybody's butt.
Like kitty cat, you're like getting hurt by everybody, including your own team.
I know.
Like, you son of a bitch!
Can I get all three? Fuck yeah.
Oh,
God damn!
my God. Dude, you do so much more than me in fire damage, and I have 3 in pyrokinetic.
I think I also have higher ground too. It helps, man. Now let's put him way up here. You gotta take advantage of that high ground as a caster. Oh no! You fucker. Oh, you fucker. Fucking fucker. This is the kitty cat's turn. Oh god, don't cluster up here.
They're gonna cluster right up here.
Oh no! Oh, look at how we're dressed. We're asking for it. Oh, we're gonna get fireballed so hard.
I wonder if they have fireball.
I think if I remember right. Oh, nice.
Oh, come on!
Dude, you did a lot of damage to him though. That was goofy. Little cuddy wuddy woo. Hell yeah. GG.
And I healed. Yay.
Absolutely. Fucking nice. Oh, goddamn.
There you go. I'll move out of the way.
We missed.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
What's playing right now? Sleep Token right now, the summoning. I love Sleep Token. Okay, so...
Sleep Token loves you.
How healthy is this one looking up here? I was at 18, so I could possibly
Man.
win.
If you hit this...
Sleep
yeah, I was
Tokens.
gonna say, so close.
No Taylor Swift, but they're okay.
No Taylor Swift.
They're
Okay,
no
guy. Fucking okay.
I got one.
What the fuck? 50 Samantha? Oh. Wait, where the fuck's that other dog go? Did you teleport him?
He's dead. No, he's dead. He's dead.
Oh,
The
did
other
you
dog
get
is
both?
dead in front of you.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I got both of them with my
fuck yeah.
steering gaggers.
Okay.
The other one's badly hurt right here in front. One's dead.
Sorry, Mr. Source Hound. But I gotta do it. I wonder... I think it's gonna catch me no matter what if I do it like this. Oh my god.
You have matched armor, don't you?
I can't get close enough to the one upstairs, so... Rip.
You just killed the one in the bottom then.
Yes, yeah. Can't tell if that's gonna hit me or not. Okay, cool. Sick. Ooh.
Oh, why? Come on.
Wow, still you, dude. Still you.
Like, there's that fucking imp that was right in front of me, and he shoots over it and hit me. That.
Honestly, that'll fucking teach you.
Hit her. Yeah, I know, right?
How fucking dare you?
Oh god, my fucking ribs. They hurt so much from wheezing. I had a fresh imp in front of them. Nah, fucking get this bitch.
It's so fucking good, dude.
The imp does more. You too. And it's just like, nah, man, this fucker in the corner.
Ooh.
I hate the look of him.
So first,
You're like, you know what? He took that personally.
Ooh.
He really did.
Can
you throw some fire on him?
Nope.
No? Oh, boogers.
No.
God
That's
damn,
okay.
that was fucking funny.
He's gonna, I think he's gonna like double combust. There's like oil and poison.
Is that the last guy that's there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the last guy. If not, I'll kill him right now if you can.
Have fun, Indy.
Oh my god.
I saved you, Indy.
I just love teleporting.
Thanks, Dad.
Other people.
It's addictive.
I thought it was teleport me. No, it's teleport someone else, which is amazing.
Give me that bloody leg. Hell yeah. Unidentified flesh?
There's eye over here.
Excuse me?
Let me get this.
Oh,
There's
in
eye
there?
over here on this. No, over here in this hound.
Let me get my bloodsucker.
Where? Oh, in the hound? Like on his...
Yeah,
I don't...
in the hound.
I don't think it counts if I... You could just use your bedroll. By the way.
Yeah, I was about to say just use your bedroll. It's like, but I feel less important. What the hell is that?
What is what?
I'm looking in a room past this door. If you can unlock it, there's something that says drain wand.
Yeah, don't open that.
Don't open this one?
Not yet. Oh, I can't do anything with the eyeball.
You can't eat it?
For many years.
Probably a component for crafting.
There is a severed head, though. Do you want to eat the severed head?
Severed.
There's another one?
Tough dwarven.
There's a severed head. Can't reach it, but it's
Where
somewhere
is
around
it?
here. I did a long press to AOE search.
Oh. Well,
Oh, maybe you already got it. Maybe you got it. I don't see
it was in my inventory. let's go
Did you expect
in here.
Oh,
Fuck yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, there's a seabird head
A dog
somewhere. I
is
just don't see
quietly
it.
curled.
Please, don't hurt me.
The dog's tail gives half a wag.
I'm afraid. If I leave, I might hurt someone. If I...
Oh no. I don't think this is one of the dogs you can save.
Please, don't hurt...
The dog's tail gives half a low growl. The dog starts to salivate and lick his chop.
They did something to me. I don't want to hurt any... I'm afraid.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen if we set him loose.
Hello?
With a dog?
Yeah. Damn. That crossbow's nice. Too bad none of us really use crossbows.
Elaborate
I want to release him.
key.
How do I
Well, there's a
release him?
cage key over here. There's an elaborate cage key over here. That might be it.
Oh.
Right
Yeah.
where I am.
Yeah. I mean, we share keys. Anybody can pick up keys. It doesn't really...
Oh, okay.
Because it does the quote-unquote magical pockets, and it just transfers it whenever it's needed.
I got a book.
I say the dog looks sad. Even if he attacks us.
I mean, it's better than being
there's
staying
no-
there, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Here we go. I'm so sorry, little buddy.
What the fuck? There's like a golden knife here. What the hell?
Oh.
Like
You
shiny
let me
More
free.
XP.
What if they fed me horrible things? Meat? I'm scared.
A low growl.
Yeah, I'll give this
This is... Please,
shiny knife
just...
to Andy.
All right, I'll do it.
What the fuck? No.
What?
He just like controlled himself. I think he's fine.
I won't be killing any...
Worst case, he'll just bite some kids, and you know they probably had it coming.
Justice? Birdie does not deserve to...
No, no,
Oh
no!
fuck me. Persuasions.
What's your highest persuasion?
Can I do wits? No. Constitution, strength. Fuck.
You shouldn't let me talk to. Oh wait, no, I don't have that.
I mean, I got
I
13
have
strength,
intelligence.
but I don't know if that's
Yeah, I've
gonna
got
do
like
it, dude.
17 intelligence. Wish I could help. I've got a lot of int.
Your persuasion 0, needed 3. Oh,
Well, you probably
it's
need
persuasion.
persuasion
Let's try to. Let's reload it, I guess, and see. I don't know.
Yeah.
Shit. Hopefully that was before
You need
you
at
let
least
the dog
3
out.
in that persuasion, I guess.
Yeah, if you wanna. Well, it depends. Can you talk to animals though?
No, I can't.
Oh.
Okay, let's do this, and you try talking to him. Or well, I think set him free, and then you get the option to talk once he comes out.
I need the pet skill thing down. You can't talk to him.
Fuck.
And I wasn't offered a talent at this level.
This can't be it.
Well, yeah, I don't really have anything because it's intelligence, finesse, strength, or constitution.
Hello? You let me free. They fed me horrible things. Meat from...
A low growl.
This is... Please!
All right, I'll do it.
Yeah, shit. All right, we'll just try it again. And if it
I
fails, it
won't
fails.
be
Oh, can you
This is
fucking
not
can you do
justice.
the blissful
Birdie
eye
does
thing
not
on me,
deserve
whatever
to
it
die.
is? Clear
Oh,
mind.
the comment. Yeah, here. Let me. Well, you have to wait till you're done with this piece right here.
Yeah.
No, no, no!
Okay, let me see. Where are you? There you go. Because it increases your wits +2.
It says needed 2. Man. Do I care about saving this dog that bad? Not really.
Sometimes.
Oh, man. Rip.
Oh, come on!
Oh,
Gotta do what you gotta do. I'm sorry, Birdie. You're a good dog. Whether you— oh, God, you're strong. Whether you believe it or not.
I feel bad, bro. It's that far sight that's giving him a lot of damage too.
Oh, that's the fucking the infusion. Yeah. Oh shit, yeah.
How do you add more skills again?
Hit K and then well, I don't know if you can do it in combat, but okay. Okay.
Yeah, I see it.
hey, birdie. You're not a bird.
What the fuck? Terrible. Take a lot.
Oh God, he killed him.
All right, we're just gonna pretend that didn't happen, and we're just gonna run really far away.
Anybody want some dog meat? Intestines?
Oh.
Oh, what was that? Oh yeah, don't forget to level. You got some leveling going on.
Oh, can you teleport that chest down here?
Which one? Where? Who?
Right up here on the top in the corner.
Ping it?
I don't fucking remember how to ping. It's near me. It's like right above me. In this corner.
Oh, that chest.
On top of the platform. Yeah.
Did you expect a needle?
Targeted character item. All right.
Dick.
Oh.
Did it work? Hell yeah.
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
No, just a resto scroll and some gold.
Ah. Put it right in the doorway.
I found a lever.
Oh, let's go to that right now. Oh, God.
Oh, wait, I can fix this.
Hey, there's poison.
Wait, I can fix this. I'll just back up, though.
Oh, you're gonna set it on fire?
Yep, you might want to back up.
Oh, shit.
I'm fucking trying, but I can't go anywhere.
Rip.
Here we go. Aren't you glad I'm here?
A trap.
Disable
I
that
should
trap.
neutralize this thing before it does damage.
Got it. There we go.
Yay, okay.
Okay.
Look at, here, wait up. Let me fill you with haste. And then let me explode that.
Oh man, I should have put Fane as the thief.
Go.
Really should have put him as the thief. Because he could just walk in poison and not give a shit.
There you go.
Perfect.
It's okay.
Let
We
me
figured
level
it
up Fane real quick.
Now you can make him a thief.
Okay, so immediately Withermore's soul jar? Should we destroy these things?
Pyro?
No.
Yeah, let's do that for now.
Hi, Twitch Spawn.
Okay, there is one soul jar that is correct. I don't remember what it is.
Looks like this place has been sealed up for a century or so.
Century or two?
There could be a good reason why no one.
But
dared
if we
to
guess
enter
wrong,
at time.
it most certainly sucks.
Withermore the Noxious.
Here lies Withermore the Sage.
Withermore the Sage. I guess we have to guess the correct name.
Yeah.
Here lies Withermore the Supplicant.
I don't think it's Withermore the Supplicant.
I want to say it's.
Withermore the Yellow-Bellied.
I want to say it's one of the two on the
Here
left here.
lies
I just don't know
Withermore
which
the
one.
Cold-Hearted.
Wither more the cold-hearted, maybe?
Oh, hello. Oh, empty sarcophagus. Rip. We could quick save and find out.
Yeah, let's quick save before I open one. Oh, I got something that's too heavy here. Wait up, let me...
Too heavy?
Yeah, you have to open
What is
the
you doing?
freaking coffin.
Yeah, it's a fucking sarcophagus. What are you doing?
Sorry. I'm sorry I don't have the strength of you.
Bro, I don't even have that strength. It's a sarcophagus made of stone.
What? What's your strength right now?
Enough. It's only 13. It's actually not that high. My wits were like 16 though.
Now it's 14. Wow. Now get up there.
Now my wits are fucking 19. Holy shit.
You're welcome.
I think it's this one. Oh shit, I was right.
Ooh.
What's favorable wind? Did you do that? Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, it gives you more speed. Now watch.
What happens if we destroy one of the other ones?
I want you to go super fast. No, Jesus, so fast.
See ya.
Oh God. Okay. Well.
Yeah, that.
Oh,
we're fighting.
Oh no.
God, I was about to say don't touch any more of them.
Hey man, extra XP though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well.
Master Guardian.
Oh my God, they have so much HP.
Okay.
Duh.
Kitty cat, don't shoot them with poison.
No? Well, fuck me.
They're fucking undead. They're gonna heal them.
Okay.
I am gonna fucking... I'm gonna fucking wait. I'm gonna wait for them to come to us so they waste AP. Well, you know. Don't use poison. Poison bad. Where is... I don't see any fire. Shit. Is there any oil? Fuck.
I'll probably go for like another hour or so for streaming.
Yeah, buddy.
But we made that. We made some progress though.
Oh yeah.
What? Did we level up like 2-3 times already?
I think 2 times. We're
Wait, no, 3 times.
Yeah.
Because we just.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, 3? Okay.
Yeah, because we just leveled up. Oh, this fucking skeleton is getting fucked up.
Yeah, man.
Until I hit it with my
Oh my
poison.
God, they keep targeting you. You must be like, there's something squishy going on that they just love, man. Maybe, or maybe they're just scared of the dual wand. Like, I don't know.
They're scared of the dual wands.
They're just like, ah, fuck. It's too much power in those hands.
I'm about to throw hands with you.
Ooh, okay. I could make a totem out of that. You said you can go for another hour, Chocolate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Butterfix.
That way you can go back to Final Fantasy 9 and tweak that.
Yeah, or I could help the waifu clean up downstairs a little and come back after that. I don't fucking know. Something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do stuff and things after 6 p.m. Oh yeah, you can't move. You're stuck there.
It all works out pretty good.
But you could teleport. Can you teleport yourself?
Can I teleport myself? Invalid target.
Aww. That'd be really fucking funny.
Myself, but I can teleport you.
No! I mean, honestly, now's actually a good time if you want to teleport me to close to one of them.
Okay.
Just don't hit
Where
the
do
M.
you want to be? Which one?
Just don't hit
I was
the
about
M.
to say, you could teleport me. I got blinding radiance.
You're out of my way. You're out of my range.
Yeah, because I was walking along before you decided to shoot shit.
Oh, I thought I could make you land. Oh, yeah, you did do damage this
It's just a little delayed, yeah. Dude, you know what you should try doing? You should try carrying around like a 400-pound chest and teleporting the chest in battle and see if it kills something in like one shot. Larian's known for that shit, so it might work. It'd be fucking funny. Oh fuck!
Fucker up there.
Oh no!
Oh. Who did
Wait,
he hit?
Did he miss? Oh no, he hit me.
I'm
Oh,
a
he
fucking
jail.
I'm a
He said, "Hey, yo, bitch, I got something for you."
Love that. Why are they picking on me?
Dude, yeah, I don't know, dude. Because, like, it's not like you're the only person without a shield, so I don't know.
I know.
Maybe you have, like, the least HP?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I'm just the caster, so they go after me.
Let's see. This guy's pretty beefy. Yeah, dude. You like that shit? Uh-huh. Go to sleep. It's weird putting a skeleton to sleep. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
This is not D&D logic. Skeletons don't need sleep.
Damn it. Yeah! Yeah! Got him! Eat shit, bitch! I'm gonna stand in that poison, cause fuck you. Oh, he hit his own buddy to wake him up. Wow. Fucker.
Just
He's
say,
coming
yeah, he's
after you,
smarter than I
Chalky.
thought. No, he isn't. Shut up.
It sounds like he is. Oh! Where the fuck did he go? Son of a bitch! I don't know where he's at.
I don't know what the fuck. I didn't.
I love it, a misclick. That's good.
That's so dumb.
Glad you could shock, Kitty.
Don't worry, I'm shocking you out of it, Kitty.
Give him a little
Taking the aggro
tap.
off you.
Taking the aggro off me by killing me. When you're dead, they're not gonna attack you anymore.
Exactly. I'm helping. They won't attack you anymore. Have you learned your lesson from shooting shit?
Oh, I can't get over there. If I can make a corpse out of this, it's gonna be real weird. Okay. Wasn't aware he had organs like that. It's fucking weird. I'm gonna go right here and maybe I'll catch that guy that's hiding. What the fuck is? Oh, that's. Oh, I don't want to hit you though.
It's like I'm not Choco.
Oh no, I'm gonna hit my fucking totem. Shit. It's like right here, dude.
Wait.
Oh, perfect. I think. Oh, my bad. I did my best. It's not very good. I'm sorry.
Kitty guy's like, I'm suffering.
Oh, this
man.
guy's gone.
My own teammate.
And he's burning
Hey.
now. Well, at least they're alive.
I'm just clucking around.
Oh
my god, I am
goddamn.
hurting so much.
Oh shit, my little dude gets armor?
How long are you in the? Oh, there you go. You're out of this one.
Oh, my
Yeah,
incarnate has like
I think-
42 fucking shield. Good god.
Wow.
Damn, maybe they buffed to something.
I have the high ground.
Look at it. Is that like 24 damage? God damn, dude. Those daggers are fucking nasty.
They only cause 2 actions.
So when do we get withers in our camp?
Withers being naturals.
Yeah.
I want withers.
I need to take off this glass cannon because since they're always targeting me, it hurts.
Fucking
I was
nice.
like, they're not gonna,
Dude.
I was like, they're
Wait.
not gonna target me that much. You know, I'll be in the
What
back
glass
end.
cannon
No.
are you talking about?
The
Talon.
ability.
The ability?
Yeah.
What you mean?
Andy, I found a ring for you.
Yeah?
A necromancer ring.
Oh, I already got one. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Unless it's a
Oh,
+2.
No.
Okay, no. Kitty probably would put it to good use, I imagine.
Wait, what is it?
Necromancer ring. I just gave you something.
Yes, thank you. With glass cannon, you start every combat round with maximum AP. But
Oh wow.
magic and physical armor do not protect you from statuses.
Oh, I think you're gonna hate that later.
I was like, hey, you know what? If I'm just in the back and I'm just belting out shit, yeah, nothing's gonna hit me. Every single fucking match they target me. And I'm like, well, that was a bad choice.
That makes sense. They would target you. Then that has to be why.
Uh,
the fuck is
That
this?
statue has a strange silhouette.
What's what?
I mean, so sad.
The statue has a strange silhouette.
You notice a deep fissure beneath the statue's right
Has a
hand.
strange. What do you mean strange silhouette?
The stone there is a curious color, as though a chunk of stone falls from the
Oh.
statue.
So, this is your place, Brackus?
Good find.
Can't say
Found some
I've done
magic
much.
trousers.
Yeah, +1 Constitution, 20 physical armor. Oh my god. Yeah. Jesus, please.
It's been cursed.
All right, the pants I has fucking
The curse.
no. Well, maybe. No, it has
No.
initiative on it. If you want it, I sent it to you, Kitty.
No, no,
Or if you
no,
don't want
been
it.
Cursed, Andy. Your curse was slow.
Am I really?
Yep.
Oh, I have finally have.
He said,
armor
ugh, it's
on
been
my
cursed.
hands.
Oh, that sucks.
What? What's been cursed?
These pants are cursed.
Oh, your pants are cursed. Oh shit.
Yeah,
So are
it
we
doesn't even
gonna
say it. It just
shoot-
happens.
You gonna shoot the rest of these?
You go right ahead.
Oh my fucking god! Wait!
I mean,
I'm
we
not
already
even there.
we already killed skeletons. The rest are probably just trapped, right?
Probably. There
You
might
can
be
watch
something
over
worse
your
in them
bounty, I
though.
take
I feel like that was the worst of it.
Let me just heal myself
Quite
for
the
a minute.
stave,
Hold
but-
on. Hold on.
He wants to fight more and.
Hey,
Yes.
free XP.
That's right. XP is. Oh shit! Hold on a second. I forgot all about. I forgot all about the blood.
You need this game, Nia? This game is brutal.
It is a great game. Larian Studios is a wonderful company who made a lot of really great CRPGs, including Baldur's Gate 3, and they're going to be making the new one, which is going to come out called Divinity, and I guess it's a sequel to the Divinity.
Oh, what is that?
Oh, there are more skeletons. Oh shit.
Oh, I knew it. God damn it.
Where are they? Oh, they're up top. Oh, they're all out of. Oh, fuck! I'm in the front. Well, you know what? I'll see you guys later.
Well, teleport me, Datey, whenever you want.
It's your turn.
Not anymore. Yeah, that skeleton
we're
still
so
has some
fucked.
brains. Oh my god.
Oh, we're so dead. We're so dead.
Okay, Fane's turn.
Oh my god, it hurts.
Kitty, why would you do this?
The best
Why
I can
not?
do is blood.
I
That's
like
all
it.
you
It's a
like.
pyromancer and we're poisoned right here.
Excitement. It's exciting.
What excitement! This is toward my death.
I
Well,
got that
yes,
2
but
initiative, and
yes.
I'm still way in the back.
Can I hit him? He's out of sight. Everybody's fucking out of sight.
This
That
is
is-
me soaking radio.
That is
I have initiative
unfortunate.
of 14, and I'm still way in the back. What the shit?
Uh-oh.
Why? Why?
Because you took
Is
glass
it
cannon.
always
Is that like a talon or a feat? Like permanent?
Yeah, it's like a talent thing.
Oh.
Do you want me to
Well-
teleport you somewhere?
If you want to, I don't know. Teleport me to the guy behind us, maybe? I don't know. Because the other guys are probably going to come down and waste some turns, but if we all run back, we can force them to run with us.
Oh, I can teleport you
Maybe
to
that'll
this
be good.
tiny Hold on a second. I need to show you this shit.
Oh, here we fucking
I need
go.
to show you this.
Oh boy.
This is how I'm teleporting you.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm scared.
I clicked on you to
Yeah,
teleport.
sure.
Alright? And it says teleport to a destination. So anywhere here, I can teleport you to anything that's like
in the blue,
glued over and everything.
Sure.
And you said to teleport to the guy in the behind us, right? Back here.
Yeah, wherever he
This guy?
is. Up to the
There's
Oh, it's a
look where I
sliver.
teleport.
No way.
Tiny little thing. Yep.
Send me in, coach. That is ridiculous.
So awesome.
There's no fucking way.
That was so good.
Oh, fuck, dude. That's crazy that there's a teeny tiny little spot.
Well, get ready to be fireballed.
Excuse me?
Why? I don't
Excuse
want
me?
to be fireballed.
You brought this upon yourself. They're all raged.
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean I brought this upon myself?
You know what you should do instead of... Yeah, you should like... Why are you doing shell? You still, status is still gonna fuck you up. I would say just run away, run back. Make them follow you, man. That way it'll waste their AP and maybe they won't hit anybody this turn. And, yeah.
Bye, Taki.
Oh my god, okay. Oh no.
I hate that so much right now.
Oh
my god.
Please heal if you can't eat. Drink a potion, man. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. You should also run.
But those were meant for me.
Kitty cat over. Kitty cat, I have half of mine just to target you with this shit now.
Oh, funny.
Blind you so you can't even fucking can't move and just completely isolate you.
Oh.
Do it, you won't.
You don't think I will?
Ah, it's my turn.
Blind you? It's a hell and back.
Oh god, I'm not doing shit to this dude.
Over here, fucking leading me to my death.
Keeping us on our toes.
But you chose my ass. I haven't been this disappointed in you since fucking Ark.
This is Ark.
I'm ready.
I am really good at running. I am really good at running in a straight direction, though.
I can't hit anybody with that. But you know what I can do? Not much, really. Fuck. Well.
No, I was
you
hyped
wanted
up
to be
here.
up there. You did want to be up there, though.
Oh man, you know what? At the very least, this will be an extra target. Maybe they'll leave somebody alone.
That hasn't proven the case with the the dogs.
I'm gonna put him here. He's gonna hide, and we're gonna see if he survives to pop on that guy.
Go up that skeleton, yeah. Oh, here they come. Here they come. Who are you?
Oh, look at that. Wasted that turn. Eat shit, nerd. Also, I'm really nervous about this rain. I think we're about to get electrocuted, you know what I mean?
Oh, there is a bit of water over here. I just noticed that we're in water.
It's interesting no matter where you move, it's raining. Just as long as you're outside of the puddle, you're good.
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, we locked on to somebody. Hell yeah.
This guy up here, nice.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Shit. Uh-oh. Oh, he missed? He still hit me for 4, though. What the fuck? It's,
It's my turn.
yeah.
Alright, what am I doing? What am I gonna do now? What are you gonna do now? No poison. Wait, I can put poison on this one, I think. Guardian? Are you? Oh no, you're undead too. I just saw the hair. Oh,
Yeah, all of them are undead. All of them are undead.
Everybody's undead. Okay.
Do literally anything else.
What am I? Okay, so who needs what? Trying to freeze this guy for you.
Did he freeze? I can't tell. Oh no.
No.
I think he has too much yeah, shield.
Yeah.
Too much shield. Hell yeah. Delicious.
I wonder, can I heal them and they take damage if I heal them?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. I'm pretty sure. Right? Yeah, because regular, or it might just do nothing. I don't know.
We're gonna find out.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, and he's regenerating, so he's gonna take more damage the next turn.
Oh, nice.
There you go. There you fucking go.
You got this.
Takes one, and that takes one. Yeah.
Oh, Nia, do you play Marvel Rivals?
Wait, so you get 6 AP every round?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's for my glass cannon.
That's okay. That's a pretty fair trade. Brutal but fair. You can do a lot of work in that first turn.
Yeah, I know. If I wasn't loaded up with fucking poison on my shit. So, yeah, I think I'm just gonna...
Time to branch out.
No.
Nope. Here come the other two. Oh, waste that AP, baby. I love it. Oh, he's not. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, somebody's frozen. Oh.
You don't say.
Was that you?
Yes.
He was frozen.
It doesn't show you as frozen.
It already wore off because it skipped his turn already. He was next.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. I was like, that was so quick.
Yeah, I am so upset with you right now, Kitty Cat, for wanting to keep doing this.
It's
we could have
pretty
just
funny.
moved on.
XP. We're gonna level after this.
No, we're not. We're still so far from this. We just leveled up.
Why? All I'm hearing is the negative Nancy.
Negative Nancy, no, I'm being real with you because we're so far from leveling up.
My God, I still
God
can't
damn it.
fucking hit this guy. Oh, what the fuck? He's just like too high up.
Level up quicker. Can't we
You know how we do that? You know how we do that? By completing the missions.
And killing things along the way.
I'm gonna hurt you so bad right now.
Are you sure about that? Because you can't reach me from there.
Really, the fucking goddamn cryomancer is gonna keep me from doing it every turn. I don't get to play anymore.
Better you than me.
I swear to God, I hope you get pelted by arrows by the fucking by fire and arrows from the pyromancer headed your way right now.
There we go.
All I'm hearing from this is bad cause bad.
I swear to God. Oh no, wait, no,
Oh,
no,
no.
I knew it.
Oh no!
Why me?
Oh Lord, she's coming for you.
You don't have to be good.
Electrified blood? Is this gonna be electrified blood totem? Nah, just electrified. Who can I fucking blast? Anybody?
The one right in front of you.
Fuck.
You got the archer and that arrowmancer right there.
This says it'll hit him, but the line doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna try it. Okay, great, didn't work. Good to know. He said no.
No, it's my turn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something for you. Hopefully this doesn't hit you.
What do you mean?
I say what I mean.
Oh.
No? No? Alright. So you don't get bleeding.
Okay. Why'd you do that, though?
Yeah, I know.
To heal him. Yeah. Damn.
There you go.
That's a juicy fucking heal.
What I'm talking about.
Watch the pyromancer just be, oh, look, blood. Whoa, the cryomancer, I can still hit you. Frozen forever.
Enjoy the steam and being blind, you idiot.
Alright, now how do I... Okay, I need to get this off. I need to take you away. Change you to... Ooh, shield. Oh shit, yeah. You know what? I'll go to shield.
Oh
Understood.
my god. I appreciate the heal though, but all that work is about to be undone by the high ground fucking cryomancer.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Maybe he'll miss, you know?
He hasn't been used. He just used the basic freeze.
Oh, path is interrupted. Son of a bitch. Can I? No.
Yeah, I tried the same thing. It's just too tall. And he's behind that fucking brazier.
I think Indy's in danger right now.
Ah, fuck, dude. 20? Okay. Ouch.
I main Black Widow on right.
Ah, get him! Oh, he's gonna explode all over you, dude. Yeah, good shit on you, fucking idiot.
Ducky wacky. Full health. Look at that.
Oh yeah, dude. Shock that bitch's taint. Okay, finally it's this little fucker's turn. Oh my god, I'm in the same level and I still can't hit this dude. What is going on? Fucking useless.
Welcome. Oh my god.
It might be because of that, yeah.
I don't know. Everything's in the way. Fuck it. I'm just gonna hit this guy because he's here.
He has no more shield or... Oh,
damn!
Yeah, there you go.
40 with mosquitoes?
Immune?
Holy shit.
Immune to bleeding, though.
Ah, it's fine. He's
How did you
dead.
just Oh, he was in blood, that's why.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
What can I do here? Do they still have their... Still have their
Kill the
fucking magic.
Arrowmancer. Because he's going first. Or no, the Eagle Eye Guardian.
Oh my god, you have
keep
1
in
HP,
mind-
dude.
Well, he dies on his turn.
Yeah.
Oh, the arrow lady said, I'm coming for you.
No. No. Why would they come for me?
That's pretty funny.
What was that? What possessed the guy to come for me?
She said, you know what? I don't care about this dude.
We're gonna break the last jar after this, right?
I mean, you may as well at this point, yeah.
Might as well at this point, fuck it.
Oh, can I hit her? God, I'm so fucking close. Oh, this bitch. I think I can still make a surface. How the fuck did it Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, well, it's Kitty's turn.
You gotta be very careful with the archer.
Gotta be
Oh no, it has been
careful.
touched.
Yeah, I shocked near the archer, but I didn't seem to do anything, so I don't know.
It's because the magic.
Give me a second, taking a piss.
Oh, yeah.
We can get up close and try. I feel like I should use Magus right now to try and do more damage. Well, try and get up on the high ground and do more damage.
Let's see, what are we doing here? What am I doing?
There's an archer. There's the archer over here.
That guy? No. Where? Oh,
No,
that
right,
guy
right
right
bottom,
here.
next to the blood totem over there.
Right here?
Yeah, but they're behind a wall, so you're gonna have to.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Yeah, I couldn't reach him either.
Okay.
My credit card score is increasing.
Yay.
My credit score, not credit card.
Hell yeah, now you can get loans and stay in debt forever with a high interest rate regardless. What a nice reward.
Dude, the cost of living has been so much in California. It sucks.
Yeah, dude.
And then they're all like, "Oh, it's our fault." I'm like, "What?"
Yep, yeah, that's how politicians work, man. I don't know how the fuck they keep getting away with it. Uh-oh.
Why?
Yes! The AI listened to me!
You said, you know what? I don't care about this other elf. Fuck this one.
Why me now?
That's so funny how they just randomly change like that.
Yeah.
AI's fucking, that's fucking goofy, dude.
Oh, now I'm on fire.
God, they just see you in a certain range and they're just like, oh, this weak, defenseless motherfucker, come here.
This glass cannon son of a bitch are gonna make him regret choosing that.
So fucking good, dude.
Okay, I'm gonna end my turn because I can't do anything.
Sick. Love that for you.
Dude, look at all the skills on cooldown on my bar.
Yeah, I'm in the West Coast. I live in the LA area, so it's even worse over here. Literally,
hell yeah.
Politicians have gone and said like, "Oh yeah, like the cost of living is only because it's the fault of the people themselves." I'm like, what?
Yeah, they'll fucking give anything but the goddamn truth. Let alone fix it.
On the news themselves, and being interviewed and stuff like that, they've gone and said it is the people's fault for the cost of living. That it's not their fault. It is the fault of the people of their own. I'm like, what? In what fucking goddamn world?
Yeah, you should just like run away from Cali, dude. I don't know.
I've been
I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, I've been looking.
North Carolina's still nice for now. I don't know how long it'll last, but
oh my god,
you're welcome, homie. I got a room you can temporarily stay in, maybe. Like, I'll help you. I'll help you escape, man.
I'll pay you rent.
Hey, there you go.
Oh my god.
There you go. Into your living situation got a little bit tiny bit better. Oh god, dude.
I gotta reach this guy before and now I can't. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
Did he scooch back or something? I was able to hit this stupid bitch in the arm before, and now I fucking. I don't
Probably
know,
maybe the way the position. You're in the E-Hop place? You're in Texas?
Ah, damn it! He hit the wrong one. Oh well.
You're only a couple hours away then. Let me go visit you.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Time to heal.
Time to leave. Yeah, time to leave and heal. Go into the blood and heal.
Via water or blood? Which one? Does it tell you how much you'll heal, like, while you're casting it, or no? Okay, so you just.
No, it's just a random number between the.
It just depends on how many blood wounds are near him.
29.
Oh shit, the mosquitoes are really good though.
That healed you quite a bit, but I don't think you'll last another turn if the pyromancer just hits you with more shit.
You could always run around the corner. I mean,
yeah, run around the corner.
If you go around that pillar, he's not. Neither of them are gonna hit you.
The archer isn't in the water, so you can't. Oh no, you got him. Yeah, okay.
Chill.
Chill goes spreads out further.
To run.
Oh, he's frozen.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
Well.
Target is out of sight. Ugh. What?
Oof.
It said I could hit him.
It caught the pillar somehow. You gotta make sure the line connects, like even if it says it'll hit them, make sure the line actually connects to their body wherever you're aiming. Because I think you have to like have that. I've been running that problem too.
There, get out of here, you stupid.
Oh, nice. Look at that shattered, frozen bones
That's
everywhere.
pretty cool, dude.
That is hot.
Literally.
Go, little one. Shoot this bitch in the dick. My Unfortunately, my character is, in fact, still stuck here. I blocked her in with the totems by accident.
Oh no.
Can you attack him and dismiss him or something?
I'm having a rough time. Oh! Ah, yeah! Squishy exploding boy to the rescue.
Nah, they need to hold the Texas VTuber convention. There's only one convention. It's off Kai, and I'm going to it. I still need to buy my ticket though. I buy it in January.
Hell yeah! Fucking 30 damage. That's not
Oh,
pretty.
come on. Who are you gonna go for? Of course you are.
How does it feel? How does it feel?
It feels not good.
Pretty funny.
Exactly. This guy's dead.
Maybe. Oh, he's got his. Oh yeah, he's got his magic armor still.
Yeah, but he's no way he survives this. That's all. I just gotta just.
He's gonna teleport him to his death.
Do it.
Oh my god. Chill out. Chill out. You almost killed him.
Oh, no.
Who am I just ragged on you?
The blood totems.
Thought we loved each other. You're just using me for the Dalabard.
If you don't kill him, the blood totem will.
Oh yeah, yeah for sure. Unless the blood totem's about to explode, I don't know. I don't know. It's been up for a hot minute, so it might expire.
Who knows? Well, it's not better. If not, I'm after, and I'll just destroy him.
Yeah.
Go further this way. Yeah, fuck you.
But this
guy.
dragon doesn't like flying, then drive. Oh, there you go.
Oh, now that way, yeah.
Yeah, got it.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
All right, heal up and let's do the
Break
last.
the next one.
Oh, there's some gloves with crit chance. I'll send it to you because it takes intelligence, and my fighter is not intelligent.
You're super Kamiyoshi? Nice.
That was great. It was a good fucking exercise. Let's go to Brachus. Shove this soul up his ass.
Wait, there's
Still got one more soul jar.
Oh, we do? Oh,
We
shit.
got one more soul jar.
Now go ahead and pop it. I'll be there.
Wait. Let him get here. So he's closer, so he doesn't spend like 10 years getting to it.
Fire arrow.
One second.
Okay. All right, do it.
Let me buff you up too. Let me buff you guys up.
Do it.
Does that have range to kill that thing, or is that me?
I got range.
Okay.
Use your wand.
Oh.
Oh, that would have been funny while the skeletons were like coming for us. That'd have been real. There it is. Oh my god. What's up, Mogi? How you doing, man?
Wow, I'm not even an Oshi? Damn, bro. Let's see how it is.
Mogi, what up?
I see how it is.
There
Nobody's
we go.
Oshi. Okay, so where are we supposed to go?
Back to Brachus, which is in the cave in that little dirt pile tunnel thing. I think would be down here first.
Okay.
Yeah, go through the holding cells because I don't want to go through the rest of that place.
Wait,
If I find a better shirt, I need one because all I still have are the rags.
Wait, can I just like? Oh, we can just fucking fast travel to the square. Nice.
I like how Twitchmon changes the subject. It's like, oh, you're not a Kamiyoshi, you're a homeboy, but I'm all like, not even a Kamiyoshi. I see how it is.
Yeah, go to the hit the little blue button on your mini map, and you can travel to the square.
You there. What the devil are you doing without your collar?
Where?
Fuck.
Where are we
Fuck.
going? Like, what are we? Oh, that little blue
Prefer a cage
thing.
so you'd rather.
All right. Well, I'm in a fight now.
Oh shit.
That's okay. It's just like one dude and a dog. It's
okay, so where are we going?
Fine. Whoa, wow, that hound has a lot of HP.
Where are we going?
Which one? Beach, dungeon, or
to the
square?
Cave. Square. Go to the square. Yeah.
Okay.
Night, doggo.
Oh,
we don't want any interference from you. No.
Fight. Where did these guys come from?
They just so happened to find me.
Why were they looking for you? I thought we were done with fighting in this area.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Oh no. Patrolman.
How dare you, Twitchmon? Change the subject. How dare you just trying to skirt the subject? How dare you? Is this one of them?
There's two of them. There's a guy and a dog. Hell yeah.
Oh, that's easy.
Oh no, goddammit! Of course the totem hits the sleeping dog. Well, I guess it skipped his turn anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool.
Oh, he teleported.
Whoa.
You fucker. Yeah, that ricochet.
Oh, we're still doing good.
It's fucking nice. Kitty.
Oh my.
No. Sorry.
I would attack the guy since his health is really low. If you can like CC the dog, that'd be sick.
Where's the guy?
He teleported to the balcony across the way.
Oh, this guy?
Not anybody's Yoshi?
Yeah.
Reserved. That blood mist still around? It is. The blood
It is gonna hit your little dude. Yeah, or if I do that.
Whatever. He'll survive.
Okay.
I think. Or not. You know, whatever. Oh. He survived. Hell yeah. He's only got 9 magical armor. Apparently the infusion is what makes him so beefy. Damn. Gotta figure out how to do more of those.
I'll visit you.
You and that blood rain.
It's raining.
I like it.
It is pretty cool. He shocked him. Oh my god.
What? It shocked him right to. What path is it? What is interrupting it?
It said blocked by magic armor.
No,
the dog
it says
doesn't have
path
any.
blocked.
Oh.
What?
It must be the balcony.
But I have clear range. Not even balcony. Like, it's not giving me anything that it's blocking.
Yeah. Don't trust balconies, I think is what it boils down to.
Bullshit. That is horse shit.
I'll teach you.
Ooh, we all get favorable win.
Oh, nice, dude. Oh, God. Oh, okay. I thought you gave it to the enemy. I was like, oh, no. Got 90 HP. Got 55. We'll skip his turn. Yeah.
We'll skip his turn.
Oh my god, the dog's going right for you, kitty.
No, he's going right for me. My giblets.
What if I just summon a little totem behind you so you stay nice and trapped here? I think that's pretty reasonable. Pretty funny.
Nah, we're not hydrated, Twitchmon.
Glory is mine.
How about you? Oh boy, how dare you? Kamiyoshi status, that is a downgrade.
The dog's got some good health left too. Damn it.
Yeah.
God damn, why did he have so much health?
Alright.
I wonder if the rest of the guards will turn against us automatically now. Probably. I just wanted to talk to Braxis, man.
Well, Kitty wanted more XP. I mean, this works out, actually.
Sure it does.
We might actually level up again.
I mean, fuck these magisters anyways, you know?
Yeah, they're kind of asshole.
fuck out of here, dog.
No,
Say
my
goodbye.
car's get bad.
Have fun running
my
again,
car-
you idiot. Hello, teleporter. Just if we all get it, it's a fucking riot. We could just juggle one person like forever. It's pretty funny.
Oh, oh.
Oh, now he's bleeding. Hell yeah.
Delicious.
Stretch.
Nom 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 nom.
A stretch. Dude, I lifted too much heavy stuff at work the other day. My fucking biceps are sore.
Oof.
It's too much
Saw
work.
that happening. Path is interrupted.
God, these totems just casually spitting 20. So good. Ow. Oh, okay.
Oh, is it dead?
Yeah,
Nice.
Chaka-waka got the last hit on him.
You know what, Indy? You want to be faster.
Yay! Vroom.
Oh, you're so fast.
Come here, I'm gonna get ya.
Didn't even cost you all that much AP, did it?
What can I do here?
He runs up to it. No AP to hit. Just
You know what?
comes up.
Just in
like,
case.
Ooh. Oh.
Well, guess it's gonna tickle both of us. Worth.
What the heck did I do to this hound? Oh, I froze him. Neat.
I love that little corpse spell. It's so fun. It only costs 1 point. It's just really convenient. It's bedroll time.
Ooh. Nice.
Into the cave we go.
Not fast like you guys.
Got you! I got you! Wait!
Into the other cave we go. And when we help him, probably another cave.
No way. You think so?
Oh. Oh, he did.
Where'd you guys go? I don't see you. Oh, you went to the other cave?
Yeah. There's a belt with 7 physical armor and +1 memory on it. That's what he dropped.
That is a nice belt.
Figure it out, Chocolate. Figure it out.
What?
I sent it to you.
Oh. You know, Kitty, you have the glass cannon, so it doesn't help you because.
But the memory would.
I figure since you're both
It
casters, it's memory's good for somebody.
But for me, who doesn't have glass cannon, the armor does help. Also, just get Mimetic. You get 3 more slots.
Well, armor does help me too. It prevents me from taking damage initially. It does. It doesn't.
Isn't it reduced by like 80% or something with glass cannon?
No.
No. I just get. It doesn't prevent me from.
Status effects still work automatically. Yeah. But like, it's still a buffer, at least.
There you go. You
Oh.
get that then.
That's
Oh,
it.
thank you.
That's all we got from Braxis.
Wow. Okay, that's it. You died.
I got this belt for you.
But there
So,
is
no, I
a
would
vault
not
of
like to know a
Braxis,
secret Twitch
Braxis
corner.
Rex somewhere. I don't know if it's here though.
It's probably here.
I don't know.
So kill more shit.
I don't know. We do only have 6 minutes left, so.
Yeah. That's really answer right here early.
It's
Yeah,
so
let's-
contagious, doing.
Oh, here we go. These two.
Oh no.
Let's go out here and
Shit.
we'll park right outside these barrels, and this is a super fun hallway to go down next time we play. You're gonna love it.
It looks like a bunch of poison.
That's a bunch of something. You're gonna have
I swear,
lots
if
of
I find
fun.
centipedes down there, I'm gonna fucking riot.
Oh, you gotta find so many centipedes.
Damn it. All right. Well, this is where we're coming.
Did you save? Indy?
Huh?
Did you save?
Yes.
Cool. Check this out.
Wait. Now I did.
Oh, damn, that was good.
What are you about to do?
I was about to teleport Iguana across over there.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
I was like, let me teleport you. Before he kills me. Come on. Oh. I gotta go on. Can I put him over
Better
here?
hurry.
Can I?
Better fucking hurry.
See you, bitch.
That's so stupid.
You piece of shit. Let me go.
Oh my god. Alright, nerds. I will catch you guys later.